Remember, be here now. Our story. There are 3 stages in this journey that I have been on. The first, the social science stage, the second, the psychedelic stage, and the third, the yogi stage. They are summating, that is, each is contributing to the next. It's like the unfolding of a lotus flower. Now, as I look back, I realized that many of the experiences that made little sense to me at the time they occurred were prerequisites for what was to come later. I want to share with you the parts of the internal journey that never get written up in the mass media. I'm not interested in the political parts of the story. I'm not interested in what you read in the Saturday Evening Post about LSD. This is the story of what goes on inside a human being who is undergoing all these experiences. Success. In 1961, the beginning of March, I was at perhaps the highest point of my academic career. I had just returned from being a visiting professor at the University of California at Berkeley. I had been assured of a permanent post that was being held for me at Harvard, if I got my publications in order. I held appointments in 4 departments at Harvard: the Social Relations Department, the Psychology Department, the Graduate School of Education, and the Health Service, where I was a therapist. I had research contracts with Yale and Stanford. In a worldly sense, I was making a great income and I was a collector of possessions. I had an apartment in Cambridge that was filled with antiques and I gave very charming dinner parties. I had a Mercedes-Benz sedan and a Triumph 500cc motorcycle and a Cessna 172 airplane and an MG sports car and a sailboat and a bicycle. I vacationed in the Caribbean where I did scuba diving. I was living the way a successful bachelor professor is supposed to live in the American world of he who makes it. I wasn't a genuine scholar, but I had gone through the whole academic trip. I had gotten my PhD, I was writing books. I had research contracts. I taught courses in human motivation, Freudian theory, child development. But what all this boils down to is that I was really a very good game player. My lecture notes were the ideas of other men, subtly presented, and my research was all within the zeitgeist, all that which one was supposed to research about. In 1955 I had started doing therapy and my first therapy patient had turned me on to pot. I had not smoked regularly after that, but only sporadically, and I was still quite a heavy drinker. But this first patient had friends and they had friends and all of them became my patients. I became a hip therapist for the hip community at Stanford. When I'd go to the parties, they'd all say, "Here comes the shrink," and I would sit in the corner looking superior. In addition, I had spent 5 years in psychoanalysis at a cool investment of something like $26,000. Before March 6, which was the day I took psilocybin, one of the psychedelics, I felt something was wrong in my world, but I couldn't label it in any way so as to get hold of it. I felt that the theories I was teaching in psychology didn't make it, that the psychologists didn't really have a grasp of the human condition, and that the theories I was teaching, which were theories of achievement and anxiety and defense mechanisms and so on, weren't getting to the crux of the matter. My colleagues and I were 9 to 5 psychologists. We came to work every day. And we did our psychology, just like you would do insurance or auto mechanics, and then at 5 we went home and were just as neurotic as we were before we went to work. Somehow, it seemed to me, if all of this theory were right, it should play more intimately into my own life. I understood the requirement of being objective for a scientist, but this is a most naive concept in social sciences as we are finding out. And whatever the psychoanalysis did, and it did many things, I'm sure, I still was a neurotic at the end of those 5 years of psychoanalysis. Even my therapist thought so, because when I stopped analysis to go to Harvard, he said, "You are too sick to leave analysis." Those were his final words. But because I had been trained in Freudian theory, I knew his game well enough to enjoy this terribly sophisticated, competitive relationship with my analyst, and I would say to him, well, in Freud's 1906 paper, don't you recall he said this, and when I'm saying this you should be interpreting, for this I was paying $20 an hour. Something was wrong. And the something wrong was that I just didn't know, though I kept feeling all along the way that somebody else must know, even though I didn't. The nature of life was a mystery to me. All the stuff I was teaching was just like little molecular bits of stuff, but they didn't add up to a feeling anything like wisdom. I was just getting more and more knowledgeable, and I was getting very good at bouncing 3 knowledge balls at once. I could sit in a doctoral exam, ask very sophisticated questions, and look terribly wise. It was a hustle. Dissatisfaction. Now my predicament as a social scientist was that I was not basically a scholar. I came out of a Jewish anxiety-ridden high-achieving tradition. Though I had been through 5 years of psychoanalysis, still, every time I lectured, I would get extraordinary diarrhea and tension. Lecturing 5 days a week made it quite a complex problem to keep my stomach operating, but, whatever my motivations, they drove me so hard that despite the fact that I was a very mediocre student, in fact, I could never get into Harvard no matter how hard I tried, even using all my father's political influence, I finally found myself on the faculty of the good universities. I could study 10 hours and prepare a really good lecture on Freud or human motivation, but it was all as if it were behind a wall. It was theoretical. I theorized this or that. I espoused these ideas, these intellectual concepts, quite apart from my own experiential base. Although I could bring all kinds of emotional zeal to bear on my presentation, there was a lack of validity in my guts about what I was doing. And, to my suppressed dismay, I found that this stance was considered acceptable by most of my colleagues, who seemed, in their attempt to become scientific, to think of personality in terms of variables. Children were nothing but ambulatory variables, and no matter how hard we tried, by the time we got to the legitimacy of a highly operationally defined variable, it had lost its gut feeling. So the concepts we were working with were intellectual fun and games, but they weren't affecting my life. Here I was, sitting with the boys of the first team in cognitive psychology, personality psychology, developmental psychology, and in the midst of this I felt here were men and women who, themselves, were not highly evolved beings. Their own lives were not fulfilled. There was not enough human beauty, human fulfillment, human contentment. I worked hard and the keys to the kingdom were handed to me. I was being promised all of it. I had felt I had got into whatever the inner circle meant. I could be program chairman for Division 7 of the APA, and I could be on government committees, and have grants, and travel about and sit on doctorate committees. But there was still that horrible awareness that I didn't know something or other which made it all fall together. And there was a slight panic in me that I was going to spend the next 40 years not knowing, and that apparently that was par for the course. And in off hours, we played Go, or poker, and cracked old jokes. The whole thing was too empty. It was not honest enough. And there was some point as a professor at Stanford and Harvard when I experienced being caught in some kind of a meaningless game in which the students were exquisite at playing the role of students and the faculty were exquisite at playing the role of faculty. I would get up and say what I had read in books and they'd all write it down and give it back as answers on exams, but nothing was happening. I felt as if I were in a soundproof room. Not enough was happening that mattered, that was real. And as a therapist I felt caught in the drama of my own theories. The research data showed that Rogerian patients ended up saying positive statements, and Freudian patients ended up talking about their mother. Because of subtle reinforcement clues, it was so obvious. I would sit with my little notebook, and when the person would start talking about his mother, I'd make a note, and it didn't take long for the patient to realize that he got his note taken, he got his pellet, every time he said certain things. And pretty soon he would be Freudianized. In the face of this feeling of malaise, I ate more, collected more possessions, collected more appointments and positions and status, more sexual and alcoholic orgies, and more wildness in my life. Every time I went to a family gathering, I was the boy who made it. I was a professor at Harvard, and everybody stood around in awe and listened to my every word, and all I felt was that horror that I knew inside that I didn't know. Of course, it was all such beautiful, gentle horror, because there was so much reward involved. I had an empire in a place called Center for Research in Personality, a corner office in a building I'd helped design, with 2 secretaries and many graduate and undergraduate research assistants. I had done all this in about 3 years. I was really driven. Until you know a good, Jewish middle class, upwardly mobile, anxiety-ridden neurotic, you haven't met a real achiever. My Judaism was a political Judaism. I came out of a tradition of folk religion. The spirit escaped me somehow, although we did all the Yom Kippur and Passover services. But Dad was on the board of trustees that hired and fired rabbis, so how could I get into a feeling with a spiritual leader if my father was hiring and firing these guys? Down the hall from my big empire, there was a little office. It had been a closet, and they needed an extra office, so they cleared out the closet and put a desk in there, and in that closet was Timothy Leary. He had been bicycling around Italy, bouncing checks, and David McClelland found him and brought him back as a creative gift to Western science. Tim and I became drinking buddies together. Then we started to teach courses together, such as the first-year clinical course, Practicum, on existential transactional behavior change. The more time I spent with Tim, the more I realized he had an absolutely extraordinary intellect. He really knew a lot. I found him extremely stimulating, and the students found him exciting to be around, because of his openness to new ideas and his willingness to take wild risks in thinking. One night when we were drinking together, we plotted a trip across North and South America, and when I said I flew a plane, he said, "Great, we'll fly in your plane." And I said, "Wonderful," and neglected to tell him that I had only a student license. So I secretly set about getting a license in order to meet him on August 1st. In Cuernavaca, Mexico, where he was summering. There we would start our journey. At that time I was a consultant for a school mathematics study group, a mathematics program in education at Stanford. I got my license and an airplane on the same day and flew to Mexico the next day in a death-defying leap. When I got there, I found that Timothy had done some other type of flying, just about the week before. Frank Barron, who was a psychologist at Cal, an old friend of Tim's, had introduced him to an anthropologist in Mexico, and they had come to know about the Tiananactil, the flesh of the gods, the magic mushrooms of Mexico, which one obtained from crazy Chuana, a woman up in the mountains who ate the mushrooms all the time. Contact was made with her and the mushrooms were obtained. Tim had eaten 9 of these mushrooms, so many male and so many female mushrooms, with a group of others around a swimming pool, and had a profound experience. He said, "I learned more in the 6 or 7 hours of this experience than I had learned in all my years as a psychologist." That is a strong statement. When I arrived in Cuernavaca, the mushrooms were all gone, and so was the zeal to go on a trip across South America, because what was the sense in doing external journeying when obviously what Timothy had been looking for was inside his own head? So I hung out in Tepeztlan with David McClelland and his family, and in Cuernavaca with Tim and his entourage, and then flew back to the United States with Tim and Jackie his son, and an iguana. And I went to be a visiting professor at Cal, and Tim went back to Harvard. And by the time I got back, Timothy had a large psychedelic project going. He had consulted with Aldous Huxley, who was then visiting at MIT, and Aldous and Tim and a number of graduate students had contacted Sandoz, who produced a synthetic of the magic mushrooms called psilocybin, and they had gotten a test batch of this and were busy taking it and administering it. When I got back to Cambridge in the spring, I was invited to share in this bounty turning on. The night that was chosen turned out to be the night of the biggest snowstorm of the year, and it was to be at Tim's home in Newton, a few blocks from the home of my parents where I had been visiting for dinner. I plowed through the snow, came in, and we sat around the kitchen table, and there were about 3 or 4 of us, and we passed the bottle of pills and I took my 10 milligrams. That was my preparation and my set and setting, but beyond that, I trusted Timothy. I had seen that Timothy had had a profound experience. And he was somebody with an intellect that I understood. I knew that he was not interpersonally destructive. He might be destructive of institutions, but not of individuals. He was a very loving person. We took a very small dosage, later we were using 5 or 10 times as much. And the first part of the experience was comparable to a strong pot high, I'd say. A little more dramatic, a little more intense. Clearly, though, something happened. During the first part of this experience with psilocybin, we got into a very low-level tragicomedy type thing. Tim's son's dog had been running in the snow, and upon entering the warm kitchen lay gasping and panting. To our timeless minds, his struggle for breath continued too long, and we thought he was about to expire. What could we do? We could hardly carry the dog through a blizzard in the early Sunday morning to the vet's, some 4 miles away, especially since we were all very high, and thus not sure about the dog's state. It seemed our concern mounted, and the dog passed into a nearby room where it appeared to collapse. We finally decided the only path was to summon 11-year-old Jackie from the late TV show upstairs. Since he wasn't under a chemical influence, we would watch his interaction with the dog, rather than frighten him with our own suspicions. Jackie was not pleased at being disturbed by us, merely to find out what he was watching on TV, but the problem was quickly solved by the dog, who, upon hearing Jackie's voice, leapt back to life, ready to play. Now a few hours later I had gone off by myself to reflect upon these new feelings and senses. A deep calm pervaded my being. The rug crawled and the pictures smiled, all of which delighted me. Then I saw a figure standing about 8 feet away, where a moment before there had been none. I peered into the semi-darkness and recognized none other than myself, in cap and gown and hood, as a professor. It was as if that part of me, which was Harvard professor, had separated or disassociated itself from me. How interesting, an external hallucination, I thought. Well, I worked hard to get that status, but I don't really need it. Again I settled back into the cushions, separate now from my professorness, but at that moment the figure changed. Again I leaned forward, straining to see. Ah, me again. But now it was that aspect of me who was a social cosmopolite. Okay, so that goes too, I thought. Again and again the figure changed, and I recognized over there all the different aspects I knew to be me: cellist, pilot, lover, and so on. With each new presentation, I again and again reassured myself that I didn't need that anyway. Then I saw the figure become that in me which was Richard Alpert-ness. That is, my basic identity that had always been Richard. I associated the name with myself, and my parents called me Richard. Richard, you're a bad boy. So Richard has badness. Then, Richard, aren't you beautiful? Then Richard has beauty. Thus develop all these aspects of self. Sweat broke out on my forehead. I wasn't at all sure I could do without being Richard Alpert. Did that mean I'd have amnesia? Was that what this drug was going to do to me? Would it be permanent? Should I call Tim? Oh, what the hell, so I'll give up being Richard Alpert. I can always get a new social identity. At least I have my body. But I spoke too soon. As I looked down at my legs for reassurance, I could see nothing below the kneecaps, and slowly, now to my horror, I saw the progressive disappearance of limbs and then torso, until all I could see with my eyes open was the couch on which I had sat. A scream formed in my throat. I felt that I must be dying, since there was nothing in my universe that led me to believe in life after leaving the body. Doing without professorness or loverness, or even Richard Alpertness. Okay, but I did need the body. The panic mounted, adrenaline shot through my system, my mouth became dry, but along with this, a voice sounded inside. Inside what? I don't know. An intimate voice asked very quietly, and rather jocularly, it seemed to me, considering how distraught I was, but who's minding the store? When I could finally focus on the question, I realized that although everything by which I knew myself, even my body in this life itself, was gone, still I was fully aware. Not only that, but this aware, I was watching the entire drama, including the panic, with calm compassion. Instantly, with this recognition, I felt a new kind of calmness, one of a profundity never experienced before. I had just found that scanning device, that point, that essence, that place beyond, a place where I existed independent of social and physical identity, that which was I was, beyond life and death, and something else, that I knew, it really knew. It was wise, rather than just knowledgeable, it was a voice inside that spoke truth. I recognized it, was one with it, and felt as if my entire life of looking to the outside world for reassurance, David Reisman's other-directed being, was over. Now I need only look within to that place where I knew. Fear had turned to exaltation. I ran out into the snow laughing as the hue flakes swirled about me. In a moment the house was lost from view, but it was all right because inside I knew. Around 5 in the morning I walked back, plowing through the snow to my parents' home, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice, I'll shovel the walk. Young tribal buck shovels the walk. So I started to shovel the walk and my parents' faces appeared at the upstairs window. Come to bed, you idiot. Nobody shovels snow at 5 in the morning. And I looked up at them and I heard the external voice I had been listening to for 30 years, and inside me, something said, it's all right to shovel snow. And it's all right to be happy. And I looked up at them and I laughed and did a jig and went back to shoveling snow. And they closed the windows and then I looked up and inside they were smiling too. That was my first experience of giving a contact high. But also, you can see in that moment in the early morning the seeds of the breakaway, the seeds of the ability to be able to confront, and even disagree, with an existing institution and know and trust that inside place that says it's all right. It's something I could never have done without anxiety until that moment, until that day. Now I thought at that moment, wow, I've got it made. I'm just a new, beautiful being, I'm just an inner self, all I'll ever need to do is look inside. And I'll know what to do and I can always trust it, and here I'll be forever. But 2 or 3 days later I was talking about the whole thing in the past tense. I was talking about how I experienced this thing, because I was back, being that anxiety neurotic, in a slightly milder form, but still, my old personality was sneaking back up on me. Well, the next day I had to give my lecture in Social Relations 143, Human Motivation, and it presented me with a bit of a problem because I couldn't find anywhere in the psychology teachings anything about what had happened to me the night before. Now, what we did at first at Harvard was to tell all of our colleagues about this extraordinary thing that was happening to us, and they all shared our delight, as any scientists do when a fellow scientist finds a new avenue into the unknown. And so the first week they listened with delight. And then at the end of the first week we all went back into our experimental cell, the living room by the fire and opened the bottle again and took some more psilocybin to chart this course further. And the next week we had shared a deeper experience and we came back and we spoke to our colleagues. Now, they couldn't hear us quite as well. It wasn't that they were changing, it was that we were developing a language among ourselves. If Admiral Byrd and an exploratory party are going deeper and deeper into the polar region, the things they think about and are concerned about and are interested in become less and less relevant to somebody living in New York City. This was our situation. We had the choice along the way of stopping to bring everybody else along, or going on. But these experiences quickly became indescribable. I'd get to a point with my colleagues when I couldn't explain any further. Because it came down to him who has had the experience no explanation is necessary, to him who has not, none is possible. And we would feel this frustration when they'd say, it sounds very interesting. And we'd say, in order to know, you've got to try it. And they'd say, no, that isn't scientific. It isn't appropriate to test your own product. You do it first on animals and then on graduate students. So then the next week, we'd sit around on Saturday night and say, what should we do? And we all knew what we were going to do, and we would turn on. We were exploring this inner realm of consciousness that we had been theorizing about all these years, and suddenly we were traveling in and through and around it. At the same time, of course, by the second week, it was as though we had just been traveling in Tibet, and now, back in the school lunchroom, who do we hang out with? We hang out with the guy with whom we went to Tibet, because we shared this very powerful experience. Pretty soon there were 5 or 6 of us and we were hanging out together. And our colleagues said, aha, a cult is forming, which was true for us. A cult is a shared system of belief. As to how to work with this stuff, Tim said, we don't know what this is about yet, and there are many models, but it would be best not to impose a model too soon, because a model that exists in the West for these states is pathological, and the model that exists in the primitive cultures is mystical and religious, and it's better we keep wide open. So we did what would be called a naturalistic study. We gave the psilocybin to maybe 200 people who were physically healthy enough, and we said, you take it under any conditions you want, and all you've got to do is answer this questionnaire at the end, so we'll know what happened. You do it however you want to. So we gave it to jazz musicians and physicists and philosophers and ministers and junkies and graduate students and social scientists. And at the end we had these 200 protocols, and the first analysis we did showed up very clearly that the reactions were a function of set and setting, a function of their expectations of what was going to happen, and the environment in which they took the drug. If they had it in a very paranoid environment, and they were expecting to have excitement, they tended to have paranoid excitement. All it did was intensify one's expectations. However, the data also showed something else. Out of these first few hundred, you could see that there was some kind of a step ladder of experience. There was a kind of probabilistic hierarchy of experience, so that the most likely experience everybody had was a heightened sensitivity to all of their 5 senses and speeding up of the thought process. Then the next type of experience that people would frequently report was an interpersonal shift of figure and ground, where they would look at another person and see the way in which the other person was similar, rather than different from themselves. And it was as if the whole Western mind training of individual differences had been made background instead of figure, so that you'd look at another human being and say, here we are. You'd see differences more as clothing, rather than as core stuff. This was a profound perceptual experience for many people. For example, we had a Negro psychiatrist, Madison Presnell, working with us, and I had been trained to be a very liberal person about Negroes, which meant that you didn't have feelings. It was a phony kind of liberal thing. I went out of my way to be liberal. You know, that very self-conscious kind of equality. And Madison and I turned on together, and I looked at Madison, and there we were, the same human beings. It was just that he was wearing that skin and I was wearing this skin, and it was no more or less than that. It was that shirt and this shirt, and it had no more relevance than that. And I looked at that, and suddenly there we were, whereas before I had been so busy with my super-liberal reaction to color of skin, that I couldn't relax enough to share this unitive place. Then there was a still less frequent type of experience reported, a oneness, in which subjects would say, I remember being in a dark room with another person and one of us spoke and one of us said, who spoke, you or me? It wasn't clear from whose mouth the words came. And then there was a still less frequent experience where one looked at somebody and he started to see the other person as cellular structure or patterns of energy rather than as a person. And finally, a few subjects, maybe 3% or something like that, transcended all form and saw just pure energy, a homogeneous field. It has been called the white light. There was research being done by the group with prisoners to try to change their rate of recidivism, and there were attempts with ministers. A study was run by Walter Pank and a group of the research community on Good Friday in Boston University Chapel, with 20 ministers, advanced minister training students, 10 received psilocybin and 10 a placebo. It was a double-blind study on Good Friday in a chapel. It was absurd, because a double-blind study was absurd. Everybody knew something was happening. It was as if you were proving the obvious. Somebody who had taken the placebo which made their skin crawl reacted by saying, well, maybe something's happening, and then another minister would stagger into the room and say, I see God. I see God, and it was all too obvious in a short time who had had the psilocybin. Now my own experiences were horrible and beautiful, and I kept working in different environments and settings, and whenever anybody that I trusted brought along some new chemical, I would open my mouth and off I'd go. I was interested in doing this exploring. For example, at one point I had been in the meditation room in the community house we had in Newton, and I was for 4 hours in a state of total homogeneous light, bliss, and then I recall starting to come down, and this huge red wave rolled in across the room. It looked like a cross between a William Blake, that picture of the wave, sketch, and a Hieronymus Bosch painting, and it was all my identities, all rolling in over me. I remember holding up my hand and saying, no, I don't want to go back. It was like this heavy burden I was going to take on myself, and I realized I didn't have the key. I didn't know the magic words, like abracadabra, or hocus pocus, or whatever it was going to be that would stop that wave, and it rolled in over me, and then, oh, here I am again, Richard Alpert, what a drag, coming down. In these few years we had gotten over the feeling that one experience was going to make you enlightened forever. We saw that it wasn't going to be that simple. And for 5 years I dealt with the matter of coming down. The coming down matter is what led me to the next chapter of this drama. Because after 6 years, I realized that no matter how ingenious my experimental designs were, and how high I got, I came down. At one point I took 5 people and we locked ourselves in a building for 3 weeks, and we took 400 micrograms of LSD every 4 hours. That is 2,400 micrograms of LSD a day, which sounds fancy, but after your first dose, you build a tolerance. There's a refractory period. We finally were just drinking out of the bottle, because it didn't seem to matter anymore. We'd just stay at a plateau. We were very high. What happened in those 3 weeks in that house, no one would ever believe, including us. And at the end of the 3 weeks, we walked out of the house, and within a few days, we came down. And it was a terribly frustrating experience, as if you came into the kingdom of heaven, and you saw how it all was, and you felt these new states of awareness, and then you got cast out again, and after 200 or 300 times of this, began to feel an extraordinary kind of depression set in, a very gentle depression that whatever I knew still wasn't enough. Environmental changes. Now at the same moment, there were obvious changes going on, because that, checking back, over and over again, to the inner place inside myself, made me less and less attached to reassurance from the environment that I was all right. So I remember the moment when I was thrown out of Harvard. There was a press conference and all of the reporters looked at me as if I was a prizefighter who had just lost a major fight, and was headed for oblivion, that kind of look you have for losers, real losers. And they stood there looking at me that way. Everybody was looking at me that way, and inside I felt, what I'm doing is all right. Everybody, parents, colleagues, public, saw it as a horrible thing, I thought. Inside, I must really be crazy, now, because craziness is where everybody agrees about something, except you. And yet I felt saner than I had ever felt, so I knew this was a new kind of craziness, or perhaps a new kind of saneness. But the thing was, I always seemed to be able to skirt the line, to keep it together. I didn't ever do anything quite crazy enough. I was the guy that people would come to and say, look, would you calm Tim Leary, he's too far out. If you'll calm him and protect him and so on. And I'd say, I'll help him with pleasure, 'cause he's that great a being. And I'd help raise money and run the kitchen and clean the house and raise the children. Well, we realized then that what we needed to do was to create certain kinds of environments which would allow a person, after being into another state of consciousness, to retain a certain kind of environmental support for new ways of looking at himself. After all, if you see yourself as God and then you come back from this state and somebody says, hey, Sam, empty the garbage, it catches you back into the model of, I'm Sam who empties the garbage. You can't maintain these new kinds of structures. It takes a while to realize that God can empty garbage. Now in 1962 or 3, Tim and Ralph Metzner with him, I was just given author's credit because I took care of the kitchen, had come across the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which was a very close description of a number of these experiences. This book was 2,500 years old, at least, and it had been used all those years for preparing Tibetan lamas to die and be reincarnated, and when we opened it, we would find descriptions of the 49 days after death before rebirth, that were perfect descriptions of sessions we were having with psychedelics. How could this be? The parallel was so close. Tim rewrote the book as a manual called The Psychedelic Experience, a manual for psychological death and rebirth, arguing that this was really a metaphor about psychological death and rebirth and not necessarily physical death and reincarnation. Tim had gone to India, Ralph had gone to India, Allen Ginsberg had gone to India. I checked with everybody when they came back. There was Tim, being Tim, and there was Ralph, being Ralph, and there was Allen, being Allen, and I realized that they had all had lovely experiences and seen a beautiful country and so on, but they were not finished looking for something. And by 1966-7, I was in the same predicament. I was aware that I didn't know enough to maintain these states of consciousness. And I was aware that nobody else around me seemed to know enough either. I checked with everybody I thought might know, and nobody seemed to know. So I wasn't very optimistic about India or psychedelics. By 1967 I had shot my load. I had no more job as a psychologist in a respectable establishment, and I realized that we didn't know enough about psychedelics to use them profitably. But at that time I was still lecturing around the country on psychedelics to such diverse groups as the Food and Drug Administration, and the Hells Angels. Then, along came a very lovely guy whom I had guided through some psychedelic sessions, an interesting guy, who had gone to the University of Chicago in his early teens and had taught seminars in Chinese economics. Had started a company called Basic Systems, which had been sold to Xerox. And now he had retired. He was about 35 and he had retired and taken his $5 million or whatever he made, and was now becoming a Buddhist. He wanted to make a journey to the East to look for holy men, and he invited me to go along. He had a Land Rover imported into Tehran, and this was my way out. What else was I going to do at this point? So I left to go to India, and I took a bottle of LSD with me, with the idea that I'd meet holy men along the way, and I'd give them LSD and they'd tell me what LSD is. Maybe I'd learn the missing clue. We started out from Tehran, and for the next 3 months we had lovely guides and a most beautiful time, and we scored great hashish in Afghanistan. And at the end of 3 months, I had seen the inside of the Land Rover. I had 1,300 slides, many tape recordings of Indian music. I had drunk much bottled water, eaten many canned goods. I was a Westerner traveling in India. That's what was happening to me when I got to Nepal. We had done it all. We had gone to see the Dalai Lama, and we had gone on horseback up to a Manath cave up in Kashmir. We had visited Benares. And finally we ended up in Kathmandu, Nepal. I started to get extremely depressed. I'm sure part of it was due to the hashish. But also, part of it was because I didn't see what to do next. I had done everything I thought I could do, and nothing new had happened. It was turning out to be just another trip. The despair got very heavy. We didn't know enough, and I couldn't figure out how to socialize this thing about the new states of consciousness. And I didn't know what to do next. It wasn't like I didn't have LSD. I had plenty of LSD, but why take it? I knew what it was going to do, what it was going to tell me. It was going to show me that garden again, and then I was going to be cast out, and that was it. And I never could quite stay. I was addicted to the experience at first, and then I even got tired of that. And the despair was extremely intense at that point. We were sitting in a hippie restaurant, called the Blue Tibetan, and I was talking to some French hippies. I had given LSD to a number of pundits around India and some reasonably pure men. An old Buddhist Lama said, it gave me a headache. Somebody else said, it's good, but not as good as meditation. Somebody else said, where can I get some more? And I got the same range of responses I'd get in America. I didn't get any great pearl of wisdom which would make me exclaim, oh, that's what it is. I was waiting for something that was going to do that thing. So I finally figured, well, it's not going to happen. We were about to go on to Japan, and I was pretty depressed because we were starting the return now, and what was I returning to? What should I do now? I decided I was going to come back and become a chauffeur. I wanted to be a servant, and let somebody else program my consciousness. I could read holy books while I'd wait for whoever it was I was waiting for while they were at Bergdorf Goodman's, and I'd just change my whole style of life around. I could just get out of the whole drama of having to engineer my own ship for a while. This is a funny foreshadowing, as you'll see. The despair was extremely intense at that point. I was really quite sad. Bhagwan Das. I was in the Blue Tibetan with my friend and these other people, and in walked this very extraordinary guy, at least extraordinary with regard to his height. He was 6 feet 7 inches, and he had long blonde hair and a long blonde beard. He was a Westerner, an American, and was wearing holy clothes, a dhoti, a cloth Indian men wear instead of pants, and so on, and when he entered, he came directly over to our table and sat down. Now, up until then, I had found this interesting thing that I don't think I could have labeled until that moment. Once, when I had met Geshe Waniel at Freehold, New Jersey, I knew I was meeting a being who knew, but I couldn't get to it because I wasn't ready. Somehow, we were very close. We loved each other extraordinarily, but I hadn't been able to really absorb whatever I needed to absorb. Now here was this young fellow, and again, I had the feeling I had met somebody who knew. I don't know how to describe this to you, except that I was deep in my despair. I had gone through game after game after game, first being a professor at Harvard, then being a psychedelic spokesman, and still people were constantly looking into my eyes, like, do you know? Just that subtle little look, and I was constantly looking into their eyes, do you know? And there we were, do you? Maybe do you? And there was always that feeling that everybody was very close and we all knew we knew, but nobody quite knew. I don't know how to describe it, other than that. And I met this guy and there was no doubt in my mind. It was just like meeting a rock. It was just solid, all the way through. Everywhere I pressed, there he was. We were staying in a hotel owned by the king or the prince or something. Because we were going first class, so we spirited this fellow up to our suite in the Sawalti Hotel, and for 5 days we had a continuing seminar. We had this extraordinarily beautiful Indian sculptor, Harish Johari, who was our guide and friend. Harish, this fellow, Bhagwan Das and David and I sat there and, for 5 days high on peach melbas and hashish and mescaline, we had a seminar with Alexandra David Neal's books and Sir John Woodroffe's Serpent Power, and so on. At the end of 5 days, I was still absolutely staggered by this guy. He had started to teach me some mantras and working with beads. When it came time to leave, to go to Japan, I had the choice of going on to Japan on my first-class route, or going off with this guy, back into India on a temple pilgrimage. He had no money and I had no money, and it was going to change my style of life considerably. I thought, well, look, I came to India to find something and I still think this guy knows, I'm going to follow him. But there was also the counter thought, how absurd, who's writing this bizarre script? Here I am, I've come halfway around the world and I'm going to follow, through India, a 23-year-old guy from Laguna Beach, California. I said to Harish and to David, do you think I'm making a mistake? And Harish said, no, he is a very high guy. And so I started to follow him, literally follow him. Now, I'm suddenly barefoot. He has said, you're not going to wear shoes, are you? That sort of thing. And I've got a shoulder bag and my dhoti, and blisters on my feet and dysentery, the likes of which you can't imagine. And all he says is, well, fast for a few days. He's very compassionate, but no pity. And we're sleeping on the ground, or on these wooden tables that you get when you stop at monasteries, and my hip bones ache. I go through an extraordinary physical breakdown, become very childlike, and he takes care of me. And we start to travel through temples, to Baneshwar and Konarak, and so on. I see that he's very powerful, so extraordinarily powerful. He's got an ektora, a one-stringed instrument, and I've got a little Tibetan drum, and we go around to the villages and people rush out and they touch our feet because we're holy men, which is embarrassing to me because I'm not a holy man. I'm obviously who I am, a sort of overage hippie, Western explorer, and I feel very embarrassed when they do that and they give us food. And he plays and sings and the Hindu people love him and revere him. And he's giving away all my money. But I'm clinging tight to my passport and my return ticket to America, and a traveler's check that I'll need to get me to Delhi. Those things I'm going to hold on to. And my bottle of LSD, in case I should find something interesting. And during these travels he's starting to train me in a most interesting way. We'd be sitting somewhere and I'd say, did I ever tell you about the time that Tim and I? And he'd say, don't think about the past. Just be here now. Silence. And I'd say, how long do you think we're going to be on this trip? And he'd say, don't think about the future. Just be here now. I'd say, you know, I really feel crummy, my hips are hurting. Emotions are like waves. Watch them disappear in the distance on the vast calm ocean. He had just sort of wiped out my whole game. That was it, that was my whole trip, emotions, and past experiences, and future plans. I was, after all, a great storyteller. So we were silent. There was nothing to say. He'd say, "You eat this," or, "Now you sleep here." And all the rest of the time we sang holy songs. That was all there was to do. Or he would teach me asanas, hatha yoga postures. But there was no conversation. I didn't know anything about his life. He didn't know anything about my life. He wasn't the least bit interested in all of the extraordinary dramas that I had collected. He was the first person I couldn't seduce into being interested in all this. He just didn't care. And yet, I never felt so profound an intimacy with another being. It was as if he were inside of my heart. And what started to blow my mind was that everywhere we went, he was at home. If we went to a Theravada Buddhist monastery, he would be welcomed. And suddenly he would be called Dharma Sara, a southern Buddhist name. And some piece of clothing he wore, I suddenly saw was also worn by all the other monks, and I realized that he was an initiate in that scene, and they'd welcome him and he'd be in the inner temple and he knew all the chants and he was doing them. We'd come across some Shaivites, followers of Shiva, or some of the Swamis, and I suddenly realized that he was one of them. On his forehead would be the appropriate tilak, or mark, and he would be doing their chanting. We'd meet Kargyupa lamas from Tibet and they would all welcome him as a brother, and he knew all their stuff. He had been in India for 5 years, and he was so high that everybody just welcomed him, feeling he's obviously one of us. I couldn't figure out what his scene was. All I personally felt was this tremendous pull toward Buddhism, because Hinduism always seemed a little gauche. The paintings were a little too gross, the colors were bizarre, and the whole thing was too melodramatic and too much emotion. I was pulling toward that clean, crystal clear simplicity of the Southern Buddhists or the Zen Buddhists. After about 3 months, I had a visa problem and we went to Delhi, and I was still quite unsure of my new role as a holy man, and so when I got to Delhi, I took $4 out of my little traveler's check and bought a pair of pants and a shirt and a tie, and took my horn-rimmed glasses out of my shoulder bag and stuck them back on, and I became again Dr. Alpert, to go to the visa office. Dr. Alpert, who had a grant from the Folk Art Museum of New Mexico for collecting musical instruments, and I did my whole thing. I kept my beads in my pocket, because I didn't feel valid in this other role. And then the minute I got my visa fixed, he had to have his annual visa worked over, and he had to go to a town nearby, which we went to, and we were welcomed at this big estate and given a holy man's house, and food brought to us, and he said, "You sit here. I'm going to see about my visa." He told me just what to do. I was just like a baby. Eat this. Sit here. Do this. And I just gave up. He knew. Do you know? I'll follow you. He spoke Hindi fluently. My Hindi was very faltering, so he could handle it all. We had spent a few weeks in a Chinese Buddhist monastery in Sarnath, which was extraordinarily powerful and beautiful, and something was happening to me, but I couldn't grasp the total nature of it at all. There was a strange thing about him. At night he didn't seem to sleep like I did. That is, any time I'd wake up at night, I'd look over and he would be sitting in the lotus position, and sometimes I'd make believe I was asleep, and then open sort of a half eye to see if he wasn't cheating. Maybe he was sleeping now, but he was always in the lotus posture. Sometimes I'd see him lie down, but I would say that 80% of the time, when I would be sleeping heavily, he would be sitting in some state or other, which he'd never described to me. But he was not in personal contact. I mean, there was no wave or moving around, or nothing seemed to happen to him. The night at that estate, I went out. I had to go to the bathroom and I went out under the stars, and the following event happened. The previous January 20th, at Boston in the Peter Bent Brigham Hospital, my mother had died of a spleen illness. The bone marrow stopped producing Blood and the spleen took over and grew very large, and they removed it, and then she died. It had been a long illness, and I had been with her through the week prior to her death, and through it we had become extremely close. We had transcended mother-child and personalities, and we had come into true contact. I spent days in the hospital just meditating, and I felt no loss when she died. Instead, there was a tremendous continuing contact with her. And in fact, when I had been in Nepal, I had had a vision of her one night when I was going to bed. I saw her up on the ceiling, and I was wondering whether to go to India or go on to Japan, and she had a look that was the look of, "You damn fool, you're always getting into hot water, but go ahead," and I think, "That's great." She looked pleased. It was like there were two beings in my mother. She was a middle-class woman from Boston, who wanted me to be absolutely responsible in the most culturally acceptable fashion, and then there was this swinger underneath, this spiritual being underneath who said, "Go, baby." And I felt these two beings in that look which supported my going back into India. This night I'm under the stars, and I hadn't thought about her at all since that time. I'm under the stars, urinating, and I look up and the stars are very close because it's very dark, and I suddenly experience a presence of Mother. And I'm thinking about her, not about how she died or anything about that. I just feel her presence. It's very, very powerful, and I feel great love for her. And then I go back to bed. Of course, Bhagwan Das is not the least interested in any of my life, so he'd be the last person I'd talk to about my thoughts or vision. The next morning he says, "We've got to go to the mountain. I've got a visa problem. We've got to go see my guru." Now the term guru had meant for me, in the West, a sort of high-grade teacher. There was a Life article about Allen Ginsberg, "Guru goes to Kansas," and Allen was embarrassed and said, "I'm not really a guru." And I didn't know what a guru really was. Bhagwan Das also said we were going to borrow the Land Rover, which had been left with this sculptor, to go to the mountains. And I said, I didn't want to borrow the Land Rover. I'd just gotten out of that horrible blue box. And I didn't want to get back into it, and I didn't want the responsibility. David had left it with this Indian sculptor, and he wouldn't want to loan it to us anyway. I got very sulky. I didn't want to go see a guru, and suddenly I wanted to go back to America in the worst way. I thought, what am I doing? I'm following this kid and all he is, but he says, we've got to do this, and so we go to the town where the sculptor lives, and within half an hour the sculptor says, you have to go see your guru. Take the Land Rover. Well, that's interesting. We're in the Land Rover and he won't let me drive. So I'm sitting there, sulking. He won't let me drive, and we are in the Land Rover, which I don't want to have, and I'm now really in a bad mood. I've stopped smoking hashish a few days before because I'm having all kinds of reactions to it, and so I'm just in a very, very uptight, negative paranoid state, and all I want to do is go back to America, and suddenly I'm following this young kid who wants to drive, and all he wanted me for was to get the Land Rover, and now the whole paranoid con world fills my head. I'm full of it. We go about 80 or 100 miles and we come to a tiny temple by the side of the road in the foothills of the Himalayas. We're stopping, and I think we're stopping because a truck's coming by, but when we stop, people surround the car, which they generally do, but they welcome him and he jumps out. And I can tell something's going to happen because as we go up into the hills, he's starting to cry. We're singing songs and tears are streaming down his face, and I know something's going on, but I don't know what. We stop at this temple and he asks where the guru is, and they point up on a hill, and he goes running up this hill, and they're all following him, so delighted to see him. They all love him so much. I get out of the car. Now I'm additionally bugged because everybody's ignoring me. And I'm following him and he's way ahead of me, and I'm running after him barefoot up this rocky path, and I'm stumbling. By now my feet are very tough, but still his legs are very long and I'm running and people are ignoring me and I'm very bugged and I don't want to see the guru. Anyway, and what the hell? We go around this hill so that we come to a field which does not face on the road. It's facing into a valley and there's a little man in his 60s or 70s, sitting with a blanket around him. And around him are 8 or 9 Hindu people. And it's a beautiful tableau, clouds, beautiful green valley, lovely, lovely place, the foothills of the Himalayas. And this fellow, Bhagwan Das, comes up, runs to this man and throws himself on the ground, full face doing Danda Pranam, and he's stretched out. So his face is down on the ground, full length, and his hands are touching the feet of this man, who is sitting cross-legged. And he's crying and the man is patting him on the head and I don't know what's happening. I'm standing on the side and thinking, I'm not going to touch his feet. I don't have to. I'm not required to do that. And every now and then this man looks up at me and he twinkles a little. But I'm so uptight that I couldn't care less. Twinkle away, man. Then he looks up at me, he speaks in Hindi, of which I understand maybe half, but there is a fellow who's translating all the time, who hangs out with him, and the guru says to Bhagwan Das, "You have a picture of me?" Bhagwan Das nods, "Yes." "Give it to him," says the man, pointing at me. "That's very nice, I think," giving me a picture of himself, and I smile and nod appreciatively, but I'm still not going to touch his feet. Then he says, "You came in a big car." Of course that's the one thing I'm really uptight about. Yeah. So he looks at me and he smiles and says, "You give it to me." I started to say, "Wah," and Bhagwan Das looks up, he's lying there. And he says, "Maharaj-ji," meaning, "Great King, if you want it you can have it, it's yours." And I said, "No, now wait a minute, you can't give away David's car like that. That isn't our car," and this old man is laughing. In fact, everyone is laughing, except me. Then he says, "You made much money in America." At last he's feeding my ego, I think. So I flick through all of my years as a professor and years as a smuggler, and all my different dramas in my mind, and I said, "Yeah, how much you make?" "Well," I said, "at one time," and I sort of upped the figure a bit, you know. My ego, $25,000. So they all converted that into rupees, which was practically half the economic base of India, and everybody was terribly awed by this figure, which was complete bragging on my part. It was phony. I never made $25,000. And he laughed again. And he said, "You'll buy a car like that for me?" And I remember what went through my mind. I had come out of a family of fundraisers for the United Jewish Appeal, Brandeis, and Einstein Medical School, and I had never seen hustling like this. He doesn't even know my name and already he wants a $7,000 vehicle. And I said, well, maybe the whole thing was freaking me so much. And he said, "Take them away and give them food." So we were taken and given food, magnificent food. We were together still, and Sadhus brought us beautiful food, and then we were told to rest. Some time later we were back with the Maharaj-ji and he said to me, "Come here. Sit." So I sat down and he looked at me and he said, "You were out under the stars last night. You were thinking about your mother." Yes. Wow, I thought, that's pretty good. I never mentioned that to anybody. She died last year. She got very big in the stomach before she died. Pause. Yes. He leaned back and closed his eyes and said, "Spleen. She died of spleen." Well, what happened to me at that moment, I can't really put into words. He looked at me in a certain way at that moment, and two things happened. It seemed simultaneous. They do not seem like cause and effect. The first thing that happened was that my mind raced faster and faster to try to get leverage, to get a hold on what he had just done. I went through every super CIA paranoia I've ever had. Who is he? Who does he represent? Where's the button he pushes where the file appears? and why have they brought me here? None of it would gel. It was just too impossible that this could have happened this way. The guy I was with didn't know all that stuff, and I was a tourist in a car, and the whole thing was just too far out. My mind went faster and faster and faster. Up until then I had two categories for psychic experience. One was, they happened to somebody else and they haven't happened to me, and they were terribly interesting and we certainly had to keep an open mind about it. That was my social science approach. The other one was, well, man, I'm high on LSD. Who knows how it really is? After all, under the influence of a chemical, how do I know I'm not creating the whole thing? Because, in fact, I had taken certain chemicals where I experienced the creation of total realities. The greatest example I have of this came about through a drug called JB318, which I took in a room at Millbrook. I was sitting on the third floor and it seemed like nothing was happening at all, and into the room walked a girl from the community with a pitcher of lemonade and she said, "Would I like some lemonade?" And I said that would be great, and she poured the lemonade, and she poured it and she kept pouring and the lemonade went over the side of the glass and fell to the floor and it went across the floor and up the wall and over the ceiling and down the wall and under my pants, which got wet, and it came back up into the glass, and when it touched the glass disappeared and the lemonade disappeared and the wetness in my pants disappeared and the girl disappeared, and I turned around to Ralph Metzner, and I said, "Ralph, the most extraordinary thing happened to me," and Ralph disappeared. I was afraid to do anything but just sit. Whatever this is, it's not nothing. Just sit. Don't move, just sit. So I had had experiences where I had seen myself completely create whole environments under psychedelics, and therefore I wasn't eager to interpret these things very quickly, because I, the observer, was, at those times, under the influence of the psychedelics. But neither of these categories applied in this situation, and my mind went faster and faster, and then I felt like what happens when a computer is fed an insoluble problem. The bell rings and the red light goes on and the machine stops. And my mind just gave up. It burned out its circuitry, its zeal to have an explanation. I needed something to get closure at the rational level, and there wasn't anything. There just wasn't a place I could hide in my head about this. And at the same moment, I felt this extremely violent pain in my chest and a tremendous wrenching feeling, and I started to cry. And I cried and I cried, and I cried, and I wasn't happy and I wasn't sad. It was not that kind of crying. The only thing I could say was it felt like I was home, like the journey was over, like I had finished. Well, I cried and they finally sort of spooned me up and took me to the home of devotee, KK Sa, to stay overnight. That night I was very confused. A great feeling of lightness and confusion. At one point in the evening I was looking in my shoulder bag and came across the bottle of LSD. Wow, I've finally met a guy who is going to know. He will definitely know what LSD is. I'll have to ask him. That's what I'll do. I'll ask him. Then I forgot about it. The next morning, at 8 o'clock a messenger comes. Maharaj-ji wants to see you immediately. We went in the Land Rover, the 3 miles to the temple. When I'm approaching him, he yells out at me, "Have you got a question?" And he's very impatient with all of this nonsense, and he says, "Where's the medicine?" I got a translation of this. He said medicine. I said, medicine. I never thought of LSD as medicine. And somebody said, he must mean the LSD. LSD. He said, "Achu. Bring the LSD." So I went to the car and got the little bottle of LSD and I came back. Let me see. So I poured it out in my hand. What's that? That's STP. That's Librium, and that's a little of everything. Sort of a little traveling kit. He says, gives you cities. I had never heard the word city before. So I asked for a translation and city was translated as power. From where I was at in relation to these concepts, I thought he was like a little old man, asking for power. Perhaps he was losing his vitality and wanted vitamin B12. That was one thing I didn't have, and I felt terribly apologetic because I would have given him anything. If he wanted the Land Rover, he could have it. And I said, "Oh, no, I'm sorry." I really felt bad I didn't have any and put it back in the bottle. He looked at me and extended his hand. So I put into his hand what's called a white lightning. This is an LSD pill, and this one was from a special batch that had been made specially for me for traveling. And each pill was 305 micrograms, and very pure, very good acid. Usually you start a man over 60, maybe with 50 to 75 micrograms, very gently, so you won't upset him. 300 of pure acid is a very solid dose. He looks at the pill and extends his hand further. So I put a second pill, that's 610 micrograms, then a third pill, that's 915 micrograms, into his palm. That is sizable for a first dose for anyone. Acha. And he swallows them. I see them go down. There's no doubt. And that little scientist in me says, this is going to be very interesting. All day long I'm there, and every now and then he twinkles at me and nothing happens. That was his answer to my question. Now you have the data I have. Ashtanga Yoga. I was taken back to the temple. It was interesting. At no time was I asked, do you want to stay? Do you want to study? Everything was understood. There were no contracts. There were no promises. There were no vows. There was nothing. The next day Maharaj-ji instructed them to take me out and buy me clothes. They gave me a room. Nobody ever asked me for a nickel. Nobody ever asked me to spread the word. Nobody ever did anything. There was no commitment whatsoever required. It was all done internally. This guru, Maharaj-ji, has only his blanket. You see, he's in a place called Sahaj Samadhi, and he's not identified with this world as most of us identify with it. If you didn't watch him, he'd just disappear altogether into the jungle or leave his body, but his devotees are always protecting him and watching him so they can keep him around. They've got an entourage around him, and people come and bring gifts to the holy man because that's part of the way in which you gain holy merit in India. And money piles up, and so they build temples, or they build schools. He will walk to a place and there will be a saint who has lived in that place or cave, and he'll say, there will be a temple here, and then they build a temple. And they do all this around Maharaj-ji. He appears to do nothing. As an example of Maharaj-ji's style, I was once going through my address book and I came to Lama Govinda's name. He wrote Foundations of Tibetan Mysticism and Way of the White Cloud, and I thought, gee, I ought to go visit him. I'm here in the Himalayas and it wouldn't be a long trip, and I could go and pay my respects. I must do that some time before I leave. And the next day there is a message from Maharaj-ji saying, you are to go immediately to see Lama Govinda. Another time, I had to go to Delhi to work on my visa, and I took a bus. This was the first time after 4 months that they let me out alone. They were so protective of me. I don't know what they were afraid would happen to me, but they were always sending somebody with me. They weren't giving me elopement privileges, as they say in mental hospitals. But they allowed me to go alone to Delhi, and I took a 12-hour bus trip. I went to Delhi and I was so high. I went through Connaught Place. And I went through that barefoot, silent with my chalkboard. I was silent all the time. At American Express, writing my words, it was so high that not at one moment was there even a qualm or a doubt. So after all day long of doing my dramas with the health department and so on, it came time for lunch. I had been on this very fierce austere diet and I had lost 60 pounds. I was feeling great, very light and very beautiful, but there was enough orality still left in me to want to have a feast. I'll have a vegetarian feast, I thought. So I went to a fancy vegetarian restaurant and I got a table over in a corner and ordered their special deluxe vegetarian dinner, from nuts to nuts, and I had the whole thing, and the last thing they served was vegetarian ice cream with 2 English biscuits stuck into it. And those biscuits, the sweet thing has always been a big part of my life, but I knew, somehow, maybe I shouldn't be eating those. They're so far out from my diet. It's not vegetables, it's not rice. And so I was almost secretly eating the cookies in this dark corner. I was feeling very guilty about eating these cookies. But nobody was watching me. And then I went to a Buddhist monastery for the night, and the next day took the bus back up to the mountain. 2 days later, we heard Maharaj-ji was back. He had been up in the mountains in another little village. He travels around a lot, moves from place to place. I hadn't seen him in about a month and a half. I didn't see much of him at all. We all went rushing to see Maharaj-ji, and I got a bag of oranges to bring to him, and I came and took one look at him, and the oranges went flying, and I started to cry, and I fell down, and they were patting me. Maharaj-ji was eating oranges as fast as he could, manifesting through eating food the process of taking on the karma of someone else. Women bring him food all day long. He just opens his mouth and they feed him, and he's taking on karma that way. And he ate 8 oranges right before my eyes. I had never seen anything like that. And the principal of the school was feeding me oranges, and I was crying, and the whole thing was very maudlin. And he pulls me by the hair, and I look up, and he says to me, "How did you like the biscuits?" I'd be at my temple, and I'd think about arranging for a beautiful llama in America to get some money, or something like that. Then I'd go to bed and pull the covers over my head and perhaps have a very worldly thought. I would think about what I'd do with all my powers when I got them, perhaps a sexual thought. Then when next I saw Maharaj-ji, he would tell me something like, "You want to give money to a llama in America." And I'd feel like I was such a beautiful guy. Then suddenly I'd be horrified with the realization that if he knew that thought, then he must know that 1, 2, oh, and that 1, 2. Then I'd look at the ground, and when I'd finally steal a glance at him, he'd be looking at me with such total love. Now the impact of these experiences was very profound. As they say in the Sikh religion, once you realize God knows everything, you're free. I had been through many years of psychoanalysis, and still I had managed to keep private places in my head. I wouldn't say they were big, labeled categories. But they were certain attitudes or feelings that were still very private. And suddenly I realized that he knew everything that was going on in my head, all the time, and that he still loved me. Because who we are is behind all that. I said to Hari Das Baba, my teacher at the time, "Why is it that Maharaj-ji never tells me the bad things I think?" And he says, "It does not help your sadhana, your spiritual work. He knows it all, but he just does the things that help you." The sculptor had said he loved Maharaj-ji so much, we should keep the Land Rover up there. The Land Rover was just sitting around, and so Maharaj-ji got the Land Rover after all, for that time. And then one day, I was told we were going on an outing up in the Himalayas for the day. This was very exciting, because I never left my room in the temple. Now in the temple, or around Maharaj-ji, there were 8 or 9 people. Bhagwan Das and I were the only Westerners. In fact, at no time that I was there did I see any other Westerners. This is clearly not a Western scene, and in fact, I was specifically told when returning to the United States that I was not to mention Maharaj-ji's name or where he was, or anything. The few people that have slipped by this net and figured out from clues in my speech and their knowledge of India where he was and have gone to see him, were thrown out immediately, very summarily dismissed, which is very strange. All I can do is pass that information on to you. I think the Message is that you don't need to go to anywhere else to find what you are seeking. So there were 8 or 9 people, and whenever there was a scene, I walked last. I was the lowest man on the totem pole. They all loved me and honored me, and I was the novice, like in a karate or judo class, where you stand at the back until you learn more. I was always in the back and they were always teaching me. So we went in a Land Rover. Maharaj-ji was up in the front, Bhagwan Das was driving. Bhagwan Das turned out to be very high in this scene. He was very, very highly thought of and honored. He had started playing the sitar. He was a fantastic musician and the Hindu people loved him. He would do bhajan, holy music, so high they would go out on it. So Bhagwan Das was driving and I was way in the back of the Land Rover camper with the women and some luggage. And we went up into the hills and came to a place where we stopped and were given apples, in an orchard, and we looked at a beautiful view. We stayed about 10 minutes, and then Maharaj-ji says, "We've got to go on." We got in the car, went further up the hill and came to a forestry camp. Some of his devotees are people in the forestry department, so they make this available to him. So we got to this place and there was a building waiting and the caretaker. "Oh, Maharaj-ji, you've graced us with your presence." He went inside with the man that is there to take care of him or be with him all the time, and we all sat on the lawn. After a little while, a message came out, "Maharaj-ji wants to see you." And I got up and went in, and sat down in front of him. He looked at me and said, "You make many people laugh in America." I said, "Yes, I like to do that." "Good. You like to feed children?" "Yes." "Sure. Good." He asked a few more questions like that, which seemed to be nice questions, but then he smiled and he reached forward and he tapped me right on the forehead, just 3 times. That's all. Then the other fellow came along and lifted me and walked me out the door. I was completely confused. I didn't know what had happened to me, why he had done it, what it was about. When I walked out, the people out in the yard said that I looked as if I were in a very high state. They said tears were streaming down my face. But all I felt inside was confusion. I have never felt any further understanding of it since then. I don't know what it was all about. It was not an idle movement, because the minute that was over, we all got back in the car and went home. I passed that on to you. You know now what I know about that. Just an interesting thing. I don't know what it means, yet. Hari Das Baba was my teacher. I was taught by this man with a chalkboard in the most terse way possible. I would get up early, take my bath in the river or out of a pail with a lota, a bowl. I would go in and do my breathing exercises, my pranayam and my hatha yoga, meditate, study, and around 11:30 in the morning, this man would arrive and with chalkboard he would write something down. If a pickpocket meets a saint, he sees only his pockets. Then he'd get up and leave. Or he'd write, "If you wear shoe leather, the whole earth is covered with leather." These were his ways of teaching me about how motivation affects perception. His teaching seemed to be no teaching because he always taught from within, that is, his lessons aroused in me just affirmation as if I knew it all already. When starting to teach me about what it meant to be ahimsa, or non-violent, and the effect on the environment around you of the vibration, when he started to teach me about energy and vibrations, his opening statement was, "Snakes no heart. Yogis in jungle need not fear. Because if you're pure enough, cool it, don't worry. But you've got to be very pure." So his teaching was of this nature. And it was not until a number of months later that I got hold of Vivekananda's book, Raja Yoga, and I realized that he had been teaching me Raja Yoga, very systematically, an exquisite scientific system that had been originally enunciated somewhere between 500 BC and 500 AD by Patanjali, in a set of sutras, or phrases, and it's called Ashtanga Yoga, or 8-limbed yoga, and also known as Raja or Kingly Yoga. And this beautiful yogi was teaching me this wisdom with simple metaphor and brief phrase. Now, though I am a beginner on the path, I have returned to the West for a time to work out karma or unfulfilled commitment. Part of this commitment is to share what I have learned with those of you who are on a similar journey. One can share a message through telling our story, as I have just done, or through teaching methods of yoga, or singing, or making love. Each of us finds his unique vehicle for sharing with others his bit of wisdom. For me, this story is but a vehicle for sharing with you the true message. The living faith in what is possible. Om. Jagat Gurudev Ali Baba. Neem Karoli Maharaj. Mahasamadhi. September 11, 1973. Baba Ram Das is a friend of the Lama Foundation, but we are not affiliated in any official way. Since his most recent return to the West from India, he has been floating about on an ocean of love carried by the winds of desire, of beings he can serve. The core book. The following ebook pages are pictures taken from the original core book of Be Here Now, reproduced here in their entirety. The transcription of these pages and the corresponding page numbers begin immediately following the last illustration. Transcription of the core book. Dedication to Maharaj-ji, of whose Ashirbad blessing this is a manifestation. Page 1. The Heart Cave. Except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter the kingdom of heaven, unless you start again, become that trusting, open surrendered being. The energy can't come in, that is the kingdom of heaven. The energy, it is the same thing, cosmic consciousness. Page 2. Consciousness equals, energy equals, love equals, awareness equals, light equals, wisdom equals, beauty equals, wisdom equals, beauty equals, truth equals, purity. It's all the same trip. It's all the same. Any trip you want to take leads to the same place. Page 3. Purify enough. Become immerse. Beauty. Become it. The potter becomes his pot. Embrace the 10,000 beautiful visions. Become one with the universe. All the energy passes through you. You are all the energy, and it all resides in your heart. If you can go within to your spiritual heart, your hridium, you will then know that you are He, and it is from this place in our heart cave, where we are now. We watch the entire drama. That is our lives. We watch the illusion with unbearable compassion. Page 4. There is writing happening. Maybe that's hard for you to understand. I am here but I am not here. I am writing but I am not writing. Inside of me in the heart cave is a mantra going on that reminds me who I really am. Over and over again. In this inner place. I am. And even as I write, where this mantra is going on, I'm just watching with great awe and wonder. The awesome drama of nature unfold before my very eye. Before that I which sees all and knows all. And on. And on. Inside goes. Aum Mani Padme Hum. Always bringing me right to my heart, where I dwell eternally. Page 5. When you have quieted your mind, enough, and transcended your ego, enough, you can hear how it really is. So, when you are with a candle flame, you are the candle flame, and when you are with another being's mind, you are the other being's mind. When there is a task to do, you are the task. The mindless quality of total involvement, that comes only when the ego is quiet, and there is no attachment. It is only when you reside quietly, in your own hridium, that you become He of total light, unbearable compassion, and infinite power. Page 6. See, if you get far enough in, you can see karma. You can see patterns unfolding, of which this life is only a part of a mosaic. But, in order to do that, you have to have left the gravitational field of time and space. As a matrix, You can't think in time and space. You can't be in your thoughts anymore, because your thoughts are still in time and space, and you can't get out of time through them. You've got to be outside that. You've got to be in the place where you see your own, and not only that one but that one and that one and that too. Page 7. The butterfly. I am without form, without limit, beyond space, beyond time. I am in everything. Everything is me. I am the bliss of the universe. Everything am I. Ram Tirtha. Page 8. But you're still only seeing hints. You've got a way to go yet. Gate/gate/paragate, Parasamgate, Bodhisvaha. Gone/gone/gone beyond/gone beyond. Hail the goer. Beyond even conceiving of a place. Beyond which you can go beyond. Who's adventurous enough to want to go on that journey? Do you realize when you go on that journey, in order to get to the destination, you can never get to the destination. In the process, you must die. Must die. Pretty fierce journey, pretty fierce requirement. We want volunteers. Page 9. Now, we'll make the journey as comfortable as possible. But, you have to realize that, after you pass through the Van Allen belt, you're going to get out to another belt of radiation, which is going to crisp you completely, and you will die. But there will be an essence left that will get through. Now, who would like to volunteer? Ready? Well, couldn't we make a specially insulated suit? No, sorry, can't do it. But, if you propel hard enough, there will be going through. There will be something that will get through to the other side. We can't really define what you'll be, but you'll be beyond that. Why would anyone go on a trip like that? Adventure? Well, the one thing about an adventure is, the adventurer wants to stay around an adventure. And, if he's going to be crisped in the process, there's going to be no adventurer left to have had the adventure. Page 10. But you see, there's something that pulls a person toward this journey. Way back, deep inside, is a memory. There is something inside each of us that comes from behind that veil, behind the place of our own birth. It's as if you have tasted of something, somewhere in your past, that's been so high, that nothing you can experience through any of your senses or your thoughts, so much light, so much energy, can be enough. Somewhere inside, everybody knows that there is a place which is totally fulfilling, not a desperate flick of fulfillment. It is a state of fulfillment. You may experience despair, that you'll ever know that. Good, because through the despair, and through that surrender, you get closer to it. Come surrender. Page 11. And what keeps you from that place? That gives you that total feeling, and experience, and knowing of fulfillment is all of this posturing, all of your thoughts, all your way of organizing your world, all of your plans, all of your games. You're exploring. Some of us do go on this journey. We didn't stand up and say we volunteer. It didn't work that way at all. It's not like you had a choice of volunteering or not volunteering. That isn't the way it works. It's as if you're propelled into it, like the moth into the flame. But yet nobody's pushing you. Nobody's standing around saying, get in, kick every third man. He goes. It doesn't work that way either. Page 12. It's a little more like the image of a caterpillar, enclosing itself in a cocoon in order to go through the metamorphosis, to emerge as a butterfly. The caterpillar doesn't say, well now, I'm going to climb into this cocoon and come out a butterfly. It's just an inevitable process. It's inevitable. It's just happening. It's got to happen that way. Page 13. We're talking about a metamorphosis. We're talking about going from a caterpillar to butterfly. We're talking about how to become a butterfly. I mean, the caterpillar isn't walking around saying, man, I'll soon be a butterfly, because, as long as he's busy being a caterpillar, he can't be a butterfly. It's only when caterpillarness is done that one starts to be a butterfly. And that again is part of this paradox. You cannot rip away caterpillarness. The whole trip occurs in an unfolding process, under which you have no control. Well, what am I doing here if I have no control? Can't I say this is nonsense? Your lecture changed my whole life. No, not at all. It's an unfolding process. That's a hard one. You mean I don't have any choice? Can't I say this is important? You think that's choice? Page 14. No accidents. If you could stand back far enough and watch the whole process, you would see, you are a totally determined being. The very moment you will wake up is totally determined. How long you will sleep is totally determined. What you will hear of what I say is totally determined. There are no accidents in this business. At all. Accidents are just from where you're looking. To the ego, it looks like it's miracles and accidents. No miracles. No accidents. It's just your vantage point that you're sort of stuck in. Page 15. This whole trip I'm talking about is fraught with the most exquisite paradox. As soon as you give it all up, you can have it all. How about that one? As long as you want power, you can't have it. The minute you don't want power, you'll have more than you ever dreamed possible. What a weird thing. As long as you have an ego, you're on a limited trip. You're on a trivial trip that's going to last. Maybe what? 60 _ say 70 _ maybe 80 years. And full with fear of its end, trying to make its own eternity. Well, if I am not speaking, if I am not what I thought I was, how did I get into this? Who am I? For only when I know who I am will I know what is possible. Page 16. Understanding the possibility. There are three ways in which one knows what we are talking about tonight. One way in which you know about it is through direct experience, through some way or another, through being alone in the desert, through falling in love, through bearing a child, through nearly dying, through turning on, through yoga, through taking any one of your senses and pushing it beyond itself. Going through it, you have touched a place inside yourself that has an intuitive validity. It's intuitively valid. Inside you know it's right. I've been with, literally now, well over 100 people who have had such an experience, which was powerful and valid, but it was so discontinuous with their normal consciousness that they screamed for help. The help that was available to them was a group of minds which said, "That's all right. You've just gone crazy." That is, the experience you've just had is the experience of psychosis. Page 17. William James said, "Our normal waking consciousness is but one special type of consciousness, whilst all about it, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus and at a touch, they are there in all their completeness. Definite types of mentality which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. No account of the universe in its totality can be final which leaves these other forms of consciousness quite disregarded. How to regard them is the question, for they are so discontinuous with ordinary consciousness. They may determine attitudes, though they cannot furnish formulas, and open a region though they fail to give a map. At any rate, concludes James, they forbid our premature closing of accounts with reality. In spite of what he said, we've closed our accounts with reality, most of us. Page 18. That experience you had is psychotic. I'll give you Thorazine. It's not valid. You're hallucinating. What do you mean you're God? The understanding of the possibility may have come to you directly through the experience itself, or it may have come to you through inference, through your intellect. You may have reasoned until you saw the peculiar position that rational man is in, and you realize that there must be something else although you have not experienced it. You just infer the presence of something else. It doesn't quite make sense. Nothing turns you on. You haven't experienced it directly, but you figured there must be something else, something there. And then you read all the writings of Saint John of the Cross and Saint Teresa of Avila, and on all the mystics and visionaries in recorded history, and you say, well, they can't all be nuts. They must be talking about something. So you sort of infer the presence of this other thing, but you don't know it in your guts. Now that's a tough one, to be in that position. Page 19. Then the third way is, you trust the fact that there are realized beings, and they said it, and therefore you know it to be true. It's not inference anymore. It's not an intellectual process. You just accept what they have said. That's faith. See, we've gotten so super sophisticated in our evaluative mechanisms that you question everything you hear. How do you know you're not being hustled? I mean, what was Jesus up to? What's the game, man? What's he into? And you especially feel paranoid if you are one of the keepers of the tables in the temple. If you are committed to an existing system with great attachment, some way or other. Most of you in this room, most of you, not all of you, most of you, have sensed the possibility, but you can't quite. Page 20. Surrender. What are you giving up? A hollow little trip. That's good for another 40 years at best. You're giving it up for eternal union with pure energy and pure light, because surrender means you no longer die. It's as simple as that. That's what it means. Because you that lives and dies is you ego, and fear of death only comes through the brittleness of the ego. Total. Surrender. There's no more you, no more life and death. Yeah, I'm going to die, wow. Dig that. I'm going to live, wow. Dig that. Garbage, wow. New blossoms on the tree, wow. Patterns of energy. All patterns of energy. You're part of it all. That's the place. Page 21. So, my father says to me, when are you going back to India? And I say, I'm going back when the Guru says I am to come back, in 2 years. So my father says, do you do everything he says? Don't you have a mind of your own? We're giving you this exquisite position in this company, and we want you to know you'll have a great deal of independent decision-making power. What do you want to do today, Marty? I don't care. What do you want to do? I remember a few days staying in London. We had fled from Copenhagen, where we had a very unfortunate scene at a psychological convention. We were in London, and Tim and Bill Burrows and I were walking down the street, high on something or other, and we were spending days going from park to tea room to park to tea room, and every now and then we'd hit a corner and somebody would say, well, should we cross the street, and we'd stand there and nobody would seem to care, because we were all fulfilled at that moment. Right there on the street corner in London, we were all just very high. Page 22. You don't have to have that urge, that desire, that unfulfilled thing. Just let it be. Just be more. What's holding you back? Your thoughts, huh? You've got to give them up. Just ego planning. What are you doing? Planning for the future. Well, it's all right now, but later? Forget it, baby. That's later. Now is now. Are you going to be here or not? It's as simple as that. Page 23. But I'm so young. I have so many things to do yet. Well, that'll sure keep you from being here and now. Life is passing me by. But if I live just in the here and now, won't there be chaos? What happens if the telephone rings? Well, the here and now is the fact that the telephone is ringing. Pick it up. Well, what if somebody wants to make an appointment to see me 3 weeks from now? Write it down. That's here and now. Well, what happens 3 weeks from now? 3 weeks from now there's that appointment. Then, that is here and now. When your child comes down the stairs. This is the first moment all over again. This is Buddha meeting Buddha. Over toast and coffee. Over milk and porridge. Over moo tea and brown rice. We never had breakfast before. This is it. This is all there is. Right now. If it's not good enough, man, it's not good enough. Page 24. Now, about 5 years ago I'm living in this community in California, with a very very beautiful high being, Steve Durkee, a visionary artist. A very beautiful guy, his wife, and child, and I'd have a day off. It would be Saturday and we'd go to the store, the dog, the babies. We'd all get into the Volkswagen microbus. There'd be Jane, the gal I was living with, and her baby and me and Steve and Barbara, and the whole scene, going shopping. We'd get to the door and Dakota, Kobe, Steve's daughter, would start to cry. Well now, we gotta get to the store. I have Saturday mornings free and Saturdays we shop. All right Kobe, cool it. Kobe doesn't cool it. She cries. No, Kobe doesn't. Like that. She cries louder. Let's go. Come on. Are we going? Or aren't we? What's wrong Kobe? Well, maybe we'll go to the store. With Kobe crying. Or maybe Barbara had better stay home with Kobe. She's just being a kid. Page 25. Steve says. What's the use of going to the store? It's like what price efficiency? What happened to the vibrations? What happened to the human beings in that shuffle? So we'd do this absurd thing. We'd all stop and gather. We'd all sit down and join hands around this little kid. We'd cool ourselves out. Kobe would stop crying. Then we'd go to the store. And Steve taught me that if you get so efficient, if you've got to turn off all the vibrations of the scene, because you're so busy about the future, or the past, or time has caught you, it costs too much. Page 26. 1-2 Me. And you finally understand, the message you communicate with an other human being has nothing to do with what you say. It has nothing to do with the look on the musculature of your face. It's much deeper than that. Much deeper. It's the vibration that emanate from you. Page 27. If your vibrations are paranoid, that's what's being received. And when you're around pets, birds or cats particularly, or very young children, or very flipped out psychotics, they will know you immediately. You can come and say, hello dear, how are you? And the dog will growl. You can't come on because they're listening to the vibrations that hand is reaching out and sending, and you realize that every moment you are a full statement of your being, and you're sending out vibrations that are affecting everything around you, which in turn is affecting everything that comes back. And when you meet somebody who is caught in the world of we and them and you are him, to that person, and you get caught in his mind net, you are both just intensifying one another's paranoia. Page 28. Hippies create, police create, hippies. If you're in polarity polar, you can only protest effectively when you love the person whose ideas you are protesting against. You're creating opposites. As much as you love yourself, love has to spring spontaneously from within, and it is in no way amenable to any form of inner or outer force. Love and coercion can never go together, but though love cannot be forced on anyone, it can be awakened in him through love itself. Love is essentially self-communicative. Those who do not have it catch it from those who have it. True love is unconquerable and irresistible, and it goes on gathering power and spreading itself, until eventually it transforms everyone whom it touches. Meher Baba. Page 29. And the fact of the matter is, as you go out on the astral plane, you see more and more. And the final thing you see, in the world of form, before you go into the formless, and into total unity, you see the world of yin and yang, and the world of yin and yang is another astral plane, and it's one of the highest planes in the world of form, but it's still duality, it is still polarization, there is God, there is man, there is good, there is evil, yes, no, pleasure, pain, loss, gain, the world most everybody is living in, most of the time. Page 30, the only way out of that is to take the poles of every set of opposites, and see the way in which they are one, and, if you can get into that place, where you see the interrelatedness of everything, and, you see the oneness in it all, then, no longer are you attached to your polarized position. The whole thing about generation gaps is a hype. The spirit is the spirit, when you can center and see your whole life as a story in which chapters are unfolding, then, the moment-to-moment ego involvement, am I getting enough at this moment, ceases to be a dominant theme, and, you start to live in the Tao, the way. Jesus said, I am the way. It's the same way. The way is the way is. The way. Page 31. The way is the harmony of the universe. When one comes into the spirit, when one sees how it is, one understands that behind all the individual differences, man, woman, big, little, old, young, good, bad, every label you can think of, becomes background instead of figure. What stands out is, here we are, here and now, that's all there is. And if it isn't beautiful, man, there's nothing. So you say, well, I can't have it beautiful now, but, later, when we get the food home, it will be beautiful. Later never exists. What's happened to life insurance, to tenure, to planning, saving, responsibilities? Nothing's happened to any of it. Page 32. Surfing. Either you do it like it's a big weight on you, or you do it as part of the dance. When you understand, the thought is the thought of the thoughtless. Your singing and dancing is no other than the voice of the Dharma. Hakwin. Page 33. Singing and dancing and insurance. And $avaying a cent out dollar and job and responsibility. Shiva's dance of life. Do you do it from Ankh? Or do you do it from Aya? Do you surf through it all? Or do you carry it around like a load? If only you could throw it off. You can't get away for the day that you're trying to get away from and is to. If only I didn't have these kids around my neck. Because it's in your head. The only way to get away. Change your head. Simple as that. You want to change your environment. Change your head. It's all the ecstatic moment. If you know how to dig it, if not, it's a travesty, that's all. Profane. Page 34. Desire. The first thing in my teacher's book, the first thing he ever wrote on his slate, because he was silent, was, desire is a trap. Desirelessness is moksha. Liberation. Desire is the creator. Desire is the destroyer. Desire is the universe. And, that applies to the physical plane, the astral plane, the causal plane, heaven, demons, hell, the demons on 43rd Street, as well as the demons on the astral plane, are all the creations of desire, all the manifestation of the Divine Mother, are creations of desire. That's why Naga, the naked ascetic, worked on getting Ramakrishna to go beyond his love for Kali, give up even the desire to be experiencing the bliss of being it all, of being with the Divine Mother. Page 35. The Buddhists say, cut out all this middle stuff. I'm talking about the non-dualistic Buddhists. They say, don't get hung up on all these different desire trips. Just go beyond it all. Buddha's Four Noble Truths are very straightforward and very simple. The first one concerns the fact that life always has in it the element of unfulfillment. Call it suffering, birth, old age, sickness, not getting what you want, getting what you don't want, even getting what you want in this physical world. is going to be suffering because you're going to lose it. It's always in time. Anything that is in time is going to pass away. Lay not up your treasures where moth and rust doth corrupt. That's the trap of time. As long as you want anything in time, it's going to pass because time passes. Page 36. The second noble truth is the cause of suffering is desire or craving. If you don't try to hold, you don't suffer over the loss. If you don't worship life, you don't fear death. But if you try to hold on to life, it's very sad. You can honor life, but if you try to hold on to life, it's very sad. Did you ever see a really beautiful woman, like a top model who is just getting to that point where her looks are changing into what could be an internal beauty if she hadn't been so busy with her external beauty? She is caught in the beauty of time, which withers. And yet, we've all touched people who were so beautiful as beings that we never notice whether they are physically beautiful. It's like achievement, an eternal beauty. Anything lives within them. Well, if you attach yourself, if you crave temporal things, beauty, possessions, achievement, anything, how poignant. Page 37. Example, somebody looks at you seductively. An ice cream cone goes by. Will it ever be the big ice cream cone in the sky? Will it ever be an eternal ice cream cone? Or is it always going to melt? You gotta keep eating it, yet it melts and melts. That's its problem. You gotta keep eating it 'cause it will melt. And then it's gone. And you know that taste in your mouth when you finish, and you want a glass of water, right? Then you have a glass of water and there's that bloaty feeling. Then you're ready for the next one. To get rid of that one, let's take a walk. And you take a walk. It's cold out. Let's have some hot chocolate. Yes, let's have some, and on and on and on, and it's called life. You see, the opposite of craving is saying, baby, this is the way it is, yeah. Okay, here and now, this is it. I accept the here and now, fully, as it is. Right at this moment. Page 38. Lame, halt, blind, dying. We're all dying. At this moment, your body is disintegrating before your very eyes. If you've taken LSD, you may be seeing it do this, but you know, it's happening anyway. It's all a downhill trip, all the way. Boy, what a funny place to get attached to something that's got to go like that. So Buddha says, the cause of suffering is attachment, or desire. They all say the same thing. Third noble truth. Give up attachment, give up desire. You end the births. You end the deaths. You end the suffering. You end the whole thing that keeps you stuck. If I'm not attached to this particular time-space locus, then I can free my awareness from my body and I can become one with it all. I can merge with the Divine Mother. Page 39. Fourth noble truth is the Eightfold Path for getting rid of desire, which says, life, get your straight, do your work, do everything you've got to do. Watch your speech, watch your thought, watch your calmness. Get your calm center going. Live your life in such a way as to get yourself straight, to get free of attachment that just keeps sucking you in all the time. Get free of desire. Get free of desire. It's a little like a roller coaster. This is just the way it works. If you read St. John of the Cross, Dark Night of the Soul, you know how it is. You've really been working on yourself, and you're very pure, and something very high happens to you. You feel liberated, and then your ego walks around and pats you on the shoulder. Pretty good. Look how holy you're becoming. And you fall again. Page 40. That's one of the traps. In fact, the higher you get, the harder you fall. Each time. It's those fierce lions guarding the inner gates. All this stuff happens when you are extricating yourself from this web of desire, which is your ego, which is your cognitive framework of the universe. It's all the same thing. And this extrication, believe me, doesn't happen without an internal struggle. This is called tapas. Tapasia, straightening by fire. If a man gives way to all his desires, or panders to them, there will no inner struggle in him, no friction, no fire. But if, for the sake of attaining a definite aim, he struggles with the desires that hinder him, he will then create a fire which will gradually transform his inner world into a single whole. Ouspensky, In Search of the Miraculous. Page 41. Faith. Had ye but faith, you could move mountains, said Jesus. And that is literally true. The Bible is not a metaphor. It's not a story made up to teach us how to be moral beings. It's a straight message of how it is. When man lives in the Spirit, and the Spirit is right inside, the way to get into the Spirit is not a lot of hocus pocus. It's a very simple mechanical set of steps. But they're only available to him who can hear. Let those who have ears hear. Teach not him who does not want to know. The whole game is based on faith. Page 42. What you may not understand is, the whole game you have been playing is also based on faith. You have had faith in the rational mind. We are living in a society which is a temple, dedicated to the rational man, even though the first commandment says, I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Even though that has been said, and even though we repeat it, we still worship the rational mind and its products. We worship our own sense data. It's only when we see the assumptions that we've already been functioning on that we can start to extricate ourselves. We have got to have heard the first message before any of the keys open anything. You don't even know there are doors until you have heard the first message. Georges I. Gurdjieff, a Westerner who went on this higher trip, or at least on a large part of the trip, said, You don't seem to understand. You are in prison. If you are to get out of prison, the first thing you must realize is, you are in prison. If you think you're free, you can't escape. Page 43. What calming the mind is all about. What meditation is for, is to cool you out so you remember, so you see how it all is. Try sitting around when you're full of self-pity. You sit down in front of your puja table, and you take a picture of Meher Baba, and he's smiling at you like he's the other Mark's brother and he's saying, let me help you. Oh, I wish you would, Meher Baba, it's so hard. Wow, dig that self-pity, isn't that exquisite? Full bloom. What an extraordinary color. It must be a new brand of self-pity. A particularly fragrant variety. I just really want to smell that one. To sit and smell it for ever so long. Such a good one. I mean, I wish I could have time to groove W/U, but I've got to get on W/life. I have important things to do today. All right, Baba. I'll sit with you for 1 minute. Okay. Here we are. You've got 1 minute. Do your thing. 40 seconds left. Page 44. Sadhana. You've got to be quiet inside to do that kind of photography. It's very easy to photograph inanimate objects like other people, but turn the lens right in on the very stuff you're hiding in. Shoot the camera this way. Very powerful stuff. So all I can do all the time is to cool myself out. That's all I'm doing. I do nothing but sadhana. If somebody says, what do you do, man? I say, I do sadhana. Sure, but don't you lecture? Sure, lecturing happens, but I'm doing my sadhana. This trip is helping me get free of my ego. Because, if I get free of my ego, we all get free of our ego. Because, that's the way the trip works. Because, we're all the same being, and that's the problem. We can only move as fast as we all can move. You can hear this message only as purely as I am pure. That's the way it boils down. I can resonate with you in the highest place. I am. So, I can do nothing for you but work on myself. You can do nothing for me but work on yourself. Page 45. Oh, I'm going to do good things for my child. Balani. That's all ego. Just work on yourself. And, every time you work on yourself, you get calmer. You hear more. You sense more. You are more. You're more present. What are you offering a child? Not a set of social roles. Passing in the night. You're offering a child here and now, ness. The treasure of consciousness. The treasure of awareness. If you don't help other beings cut through the illusion because you're through the illusion, what else? What else is there? What are you doing? Doing more of the dance. Within the dance. Are we always going to meet on the stage? That's what I felt as a child. We are always on the stage. I'm a good child, that's what I am. In our costumes. I know to play. I've been in that good child role for years. I know how to do it. I'm a master at that game. Is anybody home? Hello, I'm home. Is anybody home? If I give you the external things. I'm a good parent. Don't talk back. Go to bed early. Don't get your knees dirty. Eat all the food on your plate. Sure, I'll have some food. Page 46. You and I can always starve together. If we're backstage in the here and now. If we're not in the here and now. No matter how much food we put in our bellies. It's never going to be enough. And that's the feeling of Western man. It's not enough. He's got it all going in. As fast as he can shovel it. He's got every sensual gratification he can possibly desire, and it's not enough. Because there's no here and nowness about it. Here and now is the doorway to all that energy. Because if you're truthfully here and now, there's no more you. That's the way it works. Did you ever go the movies and get so caught up in the movie that you forgot who you were? And then the lights came on and you wondered, where am I? What's going on? Oh, it's a movie. What you've got to do is create in yourself an absolutely calm center where it's always right here and now. It is just light. It is just isness. Eating, going to, talking, getting into bed, the toilet, up the stairs, getting into the tub, running down the street. Just the isness. Page 47. When you meet a being who is centered, you always know it. You always feel a kind of calm emanation. It always touches you. In that place where you feel calm. But you can't hustle it. You can't make believe you're calm when you're not. It never works. Everybody knows. You know. It's horrible. You must center. Find that place inside yourself. You're doing it from that place. And, whatever your dance is, always right in here, right in your hrydium. Page 48. The subtle mother. And every time you step back one step from your own melodrama, the cosmic humor gets higher and higher. The absurdity of it all, the extreme beauty of it all, the divine mother, which is your nature. All of this, which is the whole physical plane. Page 49. All you can do is honor her and love her. And she becomes so exquisite. And she's pulling you, and that's really something. Because if you say, wow lady, I know who you are. You're the keeper of this reform school. That's attachment. Can't have her. Can't reject her. Can't live with her. Can't put her away. Just honor and honor her. Divine Mother. You've got to worship her. Page 50. She is the veil, and at some point, she is Sita. Sita stands aside, on the jungle path, so Ram's brother can see Ram. Ram is God. Sita is Ram's wife. And Lakshman is Ram's brother. And they're going along a jungle path, and it is God who is Ram, and Sita behind him. And then the brother, Lakshman. And Lakshman can't see his brother who is God, because of this woman Sita who walks between them. Every now and then she just moves, just a little, to one side, so Lakshman can see God. Page 51. Divine Mother Kali. She is my mother. She is my father. She is my brother. She is my lover. She is my sun. She is my moon. She is my child. She is the grass. She is the dew. Look at how much she can teach. Her tongue dripping blood. A circle of skulls around her neck. a dagger in one hand, giving birth in the other. The whole process of nature, how exquisitely subtle. Remember Siddhartha, his journey, and the amount of time he spent in the garden of pleasure, with a woman who had much to teach. She always had a new thing to teach, she will always have a new thing to teach, always. Can anyone imagine that a woman as full and seductive as that is not going to teach something, is not going to continue to teach something? Page 52. If you think that something's happening, like, you're working, you're achieving, you're doing something worthwhile, there is much to do, or it's a little spot of color on her cheek, or it's a little bell on her toe, all of that is just a pendant in the ear of the Divine Mother. And when you meet a lover like that, sure you'll want to hang around and experience it. As long as we're greedy for experience, we're going to be around for quite a while. We're not going to elect to go on the crisp trip, because that's the end of the experiencer. Page 53. Her other face is the one you're trying to see. If she is the entire illusion, she is also that which is beyond illusion. And so, finally, when you have gone beyond her, and become free of her, and you go to beyond the beyond, and you finally cross the great ocean of existence, gate paragate, parasamgate, bodhi svaha, and you stand on the other side, and you're completely free. Who's there? The Divine Mother, welcoming you. That's the bodhisattva part of it. You have gone and you have gotten the liberation, and then you are right here, chopping wood and carrying water. Page 54. Making it sacred. This, chopping wood and carrying water, is karma yoga, the yoga of daily life. The way to do it is, do what you do, but dedicate the fruits of the work to me. That's the most esoteric way of saying it. Another way of saying it is, do it without attachment. Another way of saying it is total renunciation. Now that doesn't mean you go up to a mountain and live in a cave. It means that you renounce attachment even to your own desires. It means you do what you do because that's what the harmony of the universe requires. If I am a potter, I make pots. But who is making the pots? I am not under the illusion that I am making the pots. Pots are. The potter is. I am a hollow bamboo. Page 55. I am a doctor, a student, a dropout. All the same game. Don't let that offend you, but the external world is all the same. It's all the external world. People often say to me, I would really like to do sadhana, but I'm a teacher now. If I could only finish being a teacher, I could do sadhana. Baloney. You're either doing sadhana or you're not. Sadhana is a full-time thing that you do because there is nothing else to do. You do it whether you're teaching or sitting in a monastery, whether you're lying in bed, going to the toilet, making love, eating. Everything is part of waking up. Everything is done without attachment. Another way of saying it is, it's all done as consecrated action. It's all dedicated. It's all sacred. Page 56. In the old days, like many of you, I suppose, I was a good oral type person. You open the refrigerator and you can't stuff your mouth fast enough. Everything turns you on. The stimulus arouses the response. Here's a real sour pickle. I'll have a little of that. And there's some ice cream. And there's some coleslaw. That'll go good with the ice cream. To go with something. Oh boy. It's too much. Have a taste of flour. You can go on the oral trip about everything. I come right out of that tradition. I want you to know where I started from what depths. What depths? When I was an adolescent, I was so fat that all my clothes had to be specially made. We would go into a store and my mother would say, he wants to see the double Z with balloon seats. It took me at least $10,000 of my analysis to get rid of that. I'll tell you, so you can understand that I speak of the oral trip with a certain amount of empathy. And now suddenly, comes this new ruling sent down from above. All your acts will be consecrated. All your acts will be consecrated. Page 57. Wow, that's great. But what about food? Ah. Now in the West we have a thing. You see the Norman Rockwell cover, Thanksgiving Day. There's the turkey and everybody has his eyes closed saying grace and the kid's hand is already on the turkey. Okay. Let's say grace and eat quick. So in India I was taught this thing, to say to consecrate the food, and it was very funny. I'd been taught it, but I still had this old orality business. So I would say it, but I could not think it, and I could not stop long enough to experience it. At last I had to confront myself, and see where I wasn't. You've got to go at the rate you can go. You wake up at the rate you wake up. You're finished with your desires. At the rate you finish with your desires, the disequilibrium comes into harmony. At the rate it comes into harmony, you can't rip the skin off the snake. The snake must molt the skin. That's the rate it happens. Page 58. You meet another person and there are qualities in that personality which offend you, and there are qualities which attract you. Some qualities seduce you, some qualities repel you, some qualities sexually excite you, some qualities revolt you, some qualities interest you, some qualities fascinate you, some qualities bore you. It's only when you can see through all that veil, through all your own desires, beyond Sita walking in the path, that you can see beyond all that, to where the other being is. You will do that when you've gone inside, to see where you are, beyond the things in you which attract you and seduce you and excite you and repel you. The journey across the great ocean of existence is a journey inward, ever in deeper and deeper, and the deeper you get in the more you meet truth. Page 59. The Guru. It's hard to speak in words about the Guru, to speak of the difference between an UPA Guru and a Sat Guru. It's interesting that when I tell the story of my journey in India and tell of the Guru, I always speak of his miracles, although, from my point of view, they are not the essence of the matter at all, but they are that which is speakable of. It's a little like that Persian story where Nasruddin is looking for his house key under the street lamp, and others come to help him, and finally they ask him, "Where did you lose it?" And he answers, "In my house, but it's dark in there, and since it's light out here, this is the best place to look." I find myself talking about things that are talkable about. What can I say? Page 60. Can I say, with any meaning, that when I'm with the Guru, there's nobody home, or that I love him so thoroughly, that I would do anything he would ever ask of me, and the highest thing I could think of is being at his feet, and at the same moment, I don't care if I never see him again in this life? Can I say that? Can I say there is absolutely nothing special about him? He's just a little old man with a blanket. Can I say, he's right here now? Which one are you ready to hear? When I was around Maharaj-ji, there was always a constant stream of devotees who have much reverence, Vishwas, but not too much faith, Shraddha. And they were always asking Maharaj-ji for miracles, or to get them a job, or they wanted to use his divinatory powers and tell them about the future. And then, when he would ask me what it was I wanted, I couldn't think of anything. I just felt he was inside of me. How do you ask your inner self for something? You are already it. What is it that you could give to yourself? Give yourself presents. It's all wrong. At first I didn't trust it, so I'd have to come into his presence, and the minute I'd get there I'd feel, yeah, and I'd look at him and my eyes would get all swimming with tears. And I'd just laugh and I'd feel silly. I would really be silly. It's hard to get me speechless. Page 61. My teacher Hari Das Baba is essence. The guru taught me nothing in form. He never explained anything. He'd laugh at me and twirl my hair, and hand me an orange and say things like, "You make many people laugh in America." And I'd say, "Yes," and he'd say, "That's good. That doesn't teach you much, that's just hanging out." The teacher on the other hand was all spit and polish. All business. He is a pure Brahmin, and he has work to do and he is going to teach me. And it was all no nonsense. He would be making me a rope to go around my waist with 7 strands. And he would be explaining each strand, and I honor him and love him, and wish to serve him. One of them is in the world for me, and one of them is not. The relationship to the guru has nothing to do with worldliness. With the worldly. Page 62. By guru I don't mean a specific guru. In my head there is a universal guru, a level of consciousness, a frequency of vibration, a connection to another plane. I spent all last winter, and the year before at the temple just making love to Maharaj-ji, in every way, being opened wider, and was just so awed by the pure. He was right here, laughing, and being here, not more than half an hour or maybe an hour, and most of that was superfluous. I needed to see him in the flesh, only because my faith was not pure, and what love of a being that there was no place for my paranoia. Yet everywhere I turned there it was, and no place for it, because I only saw the man in the flesh probably 8 times. It's amazing, and all but 2 times for all the time. Oz me is the people who have been sharing this journey with me these past few years, who have, because of their purity, made direct contact with the guru in themselves, through the purity of their love. Jesus said, "Because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are they that have not seen, and yet have believed." Page 63. The way bhakti works. You just love, until you and the beloved become one. Page 64. I've reflected on the difference between a teacher and the guru. The guru is the way. The closer you come to the Tao, to the way, the inner place, the Atman, into this perfect center, to going into Samadhi, the closer you come to making contact with the guru. It's as if the guru is an airplane hovering over a landing field, and there's just too much ground traffic for the plane to land. Cars all over the runway, looking for a guru. He just circles and circles, doing a holding pattern, waiting for you to clear your runway so he can land. He's sitting up there, in here, all the time. Maharaj-ji is not further away from you at this moment than the thought you're thinking now, and, if you were capable of completely stopping this thought, or transcending it, or being centered from the inside behind it, he and you would then be one. Page 65. You dig that my special relationship to him, if indeed he is living in Sat Chitananda, cannot conceivably be special. There's no meaning to that. Specialness can only be in each person's karma. It's not an interpersonal relationship with a being that is not interpersonal. People say, "You've got something going with the guru." That's absurd. I just have what I have going with my own karma. Each person is as close to the guru at every moment as he is close to the guru at that moment. And people say, maybe the guru would intervene and take on my karma. But from a guru's point of view, he just understands how it all is in eternal time and space. Page 66. He has no attachment, either to life or death. And, if he takes on your karma, it is your karma that he should take on your karma. Simple as that. You see, you are the guru. That's what's so far out. You are your own guru. I am my own grandpa. And that's what you finally know when you are hanging out with one of these guys. You hang out with yourself, because there's nobody at home there, at all. So to the extent that there's hanging out, in the interpersonal sense, all you can be seeing are your own desires. He is a perfect mirror. Since there's nobody here. Page 67. The chicken sees. When I met my guru who knew everything, in my head, I realized that he knew everything in my head, whether I liked it or not. He knew it. Page 68. And there would be times after a particularly beautiful darshan with him when he'd say to me, "Oh, you gave much money to a lama." And I'd say yes, and he'd say, "You're very good. You're coming along with your sadhana," and I felt so good, and then I'd go back to the temple and think, boy, I'm going to be a great yogi. I'll have great powers. What am I going to do with them? And I'd start to have these horrible thoughts, and all my impurities would rise to the surface, and they would really be, and then I'd go to bed and have all kinds of sexual fantasies, and I'd think, look, you're being a yogi and you see the absurdity of that situation you're in, but I'd still have the thought. And then, in the course of it, I'd have a thought. I'd be going through my shoulder bag and come across a note I'd written to myself, "Remember to visit Lama Govinda," and I'd think, I must visit Lama Govinda while I'm in India. And the next morning at 8 o'clock there is the messenger with instructions. The guru said you're to go visit Lama Govinda. Now, there isn't a message saying, cut out those sexual thoughts, but he must obviously know them. Do you think he just picked up on the Lama Govinda thing? Can I assume the probabilities are he only tunes in every time I have a positive thought? And then I come before him, and now I'm freaked, because I know he knows it all, and I walk in, and he looks at me with total love. And I think, how can he do it? This guy must be nuts. He's loving this corrupt, why isn't he? You see the predicament I was in. And then, what I understood was, he was loving that in me which was behind my personality and behind my body. Not, I really love Ram Das. It wasn't interpersonal love. It wasn't possessive love. It wasn't needful love. It was the fact that he is love. Page 69. Where he saw me, he looked at me, and he saw that place in me which is. And, here in love, we are love. That's the world he lives in. And once I appreciated that, and could see that he could look at this corrupt, impure, ugly being, and he could love it that much. Nobody had ever done that. Before, everybody had said, I'll love you if. And he just said, where you really are and where I really am, we are love. And when I was around him I was in love. Page 70. Now, once I had tasted of that universe, where we are all us, this place, that's the sea of love. Boy, I'm going to live in it. I'm going to be it. I'm going to submerge myself in it. You gotta protect yourself. From what? Love. Once you know there's no place to hide, then anyway, you wonder who are you hiding from. There's a Sikh story about a holy man who gave 2 men each a chicken, and said, go kill them where no one can see. One guy went behind the fence and killed the chicken. The other guy walked around for 2 days and came back with the chicken. The holy man said, you didn't kill the chicken. The guy said, well, everywhere I go, the chicken sees. Page 71. Sahaj Samadhi. The guru is on an endless wave, just hanging out in that place. He's hanging. Where does he reside? He resides in this really interesting place. He resides right in that place, where the Divine Mother merges into herself. He's right between the 2 sides of the coin. He's right at that place. He goes into one with it all, into the void, and he comes back into form, in order to love it all, and then, through his love he goes back into it again. It's like making love to somebody, and you pick your face up from your lover in order to come down, to experience, aren't we having a ball? And then you go back into oneness. Such a Zen being does that with every breath. Between each breath, 1. And then the breath of, 2. He is eternally in that place. He's in what is known as Sahaj Samadhi, page 72. He's right at the edge. He stays at that edge. And that's why he stays in his body. If he just stayed in the void, the body, after 21 days, just falls away. There's no ego left to hold it together. That's the rule of the game. If you're wondering what happens, some beings do that. They go into samadhi, and they've finished with their bodies and they just leave them. And then there are others. There are some very far out stories in India. There are others who leave a thin, very, very thin thread of ego. There's one being who for 20 years was locked up in a cave, and every year his devotees opened the cave. Once a year they'd go in to have his darshan. There was no food, nothing, and he looked like a corpse except that his hair kept growing and his nails kept growing for 20 years. He was not hanging out with much. He was just leaving a subtle thread to keep in contact. Page 73. Those of little faith need long fingernails and long hair to believe it's happening. Lest ye see miracles, ye will not believe, said our buddy. Everything he said was straight. You understand? All that stuff in the Bible is really straight. Look what happened to Saul of Tarsus. For God's sake, there he was, riding along on the desert on his horse or camel or something, and a voice said to him, "Why are you persecuting me?" He was out in the hot sun and he flipped out. He went flying off his horse and fell on the ground. "What do you want of me? Start my church. Go to the next town and you'll be instructed." That's what he heard, and he went the whole trip, and that's an astral trip. A very groovy astral trip. Page 74. And that's what the Bible is. An astral story. A very groovy astral story. At one level, I can feel the horror in somebody. He's saying, it's a good astral story, but illusions are illusion. It's here, in the sound of the tambura. In sound, in the beginning was the word. Page 75. Ready. It's a combination of things that make you ready to see the Guru. There are many people who come to see Maharaj-ji, and they just see a little old man with a blanket. Can you imagine the horror? This happened to 2 people who heard me and figured out where the Guru must be through logical deduction, and went to India and went rushing to his feet and found a little old man in a blanket, who threw them out. Imagine what that must feel like. Because you can see the difference in their minds and what it was they had a model of. The model was what they searched for. It was their own thought process which kept them from seeing. Page 76. 2 things are required. One is Vairagya, the falling away of worldliness, the return of innocence. That means you're starting to have enough of all that. You see that everything you're going to experience through your senses, and everything you're going to know through your thinking mind is not going to be enough, and worldly things begin to appear, like dross instead of gold, not totally just. It begins to happen. It's falling away. My teacher said, the veil falls away like the skin of a snake, the ego thins like clouds, until only a transparent layer remains. The other thing that's required is the pure seeking. The purity of the faith. There is as much faith in you, here in us at this moment, as anywhere in India. Page 77. Where there is faith, there is the presence of the Guru. He is it all. He is all your impurities. He is all your corruption. There he is smiling at you through them, saying, and this too, he sees. He understands. Total compassion. Total compassion means, you are the universe. You are all form. You are the breath. You are the river. You are the void. You are the desire. To be enlightened. You are enlightened. Page 78. That's who he is. That's what a guru is. So any concept you can have of any relation to a guru, obviously is a hype. How can you relate to something, which is already you, and everything you've ever related to, or could relate to? How are you going to talk about it? I met him who? What? I'm going to look for the guru. How absurd. You are it. It's really just another cop-out. To be searching for the guru. He's your fingernail. Just bite your fingernail, and you're eating him alive. When you know how to listen, everybody is the guru speaking to you. It's right here, always. Page 79. Here and now. I keep doing this because I don't think people thoroughly grok the fact that here is where it all is. After you finished the whole thing and you've vibrated your spine for years and done your pranayam and meditated for years and sat in a cave and here ants have eaten your arms and legs, you're right here again. And what blows your mind is you were here all the time, and it's such a cosmic joke. It's so funny you're struggling so to get here. Page 80. At this moment, if you set the alarm to get up at 3:47 this morning, and when the alarm rings and you get up and turn it off and say, "What time is it?" You'd say, "Now here. Now where am I?" Here. Then go back to sleep. Get up at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Where am I? Here. What time is it? Now. Try 4:32, 3 weeks from next Thursday. By God. It is. There's no getting away from it. That's the way it is. That's the eternal present. You finally figure out that it's only the clock that's going around. It's doing its thing, but you're sitting here. Right now. Always. Page 81. Nobody is going anywhere. Nobody is coming from anywhere. We're all here. We're all here. In eternal time and space. We're always going to be here. We're just doing Lila Raza. The divine dance we're dancing. And dancing and dancing. Dance after dance. In one body. In another body. And we're all here. We're all staying right here. Page 82. Nothing to do. There is nowhere to go. And there is nothing to do. And we're going to keep coming. To know one another. More and more free of being identified with any veil. We're going to see more and more of other beings. Less identified with their veils. As you find the light in you, you begin to see the light in everyone else. As you find God in yourself, there is God everywhere. Such a simple, obvious sequence of stuff to do. Somebody says, "Oh, I try meditating and I can't, and I'm afraid I'm not ready and I've got to go." Great, sure man, go ahead, of course. What else is there to do? Going back into the world, it's called. It's a good step. Am I going backward or forward? I can't do either or them. I can't go backward and I can't go forward. And I can't stand still. All of it is irrelevant. Page 83. We're all just caught in the delusion. All of us caught in the illusion. Being aware of it as illusion. And yet so much in it. If you have ever watched a beautiful Zen monk, a very old monk who is really there, or here, really here, whichever, you watch him. He's cooking food. He's lifting stones. He's moving. You watch him walk and it's like nobody's walking. The legs are going. And the whole thing is happening, but nothing is happening. No matter what is happening. And that's what blows your mind when we get out of the kinds of heads we've got going that don't allow us to really understand how this can be. Page 84. Return to the roots. You live out your karma. The best I can tell you about karma is, if you are pure spirit, you are not matter, you are that eternal spirit. Well, if each of us is that very old being, and not this young body, or this body that is going through this life, why don't we remember? Why don't we remember it all? Why can't we read the entire Akashic record? Because of our attachments to the physical plane of reality, because of the power of our identification with our own body senses and thoughts. Page 85. If you could go into a meditation room, close up your ears, sit down, center, go in, further in, oh much further in, oh you've just begun. Keep going back in. Don't linger to smell the pretty sunflower. Don't linger to hold on to the ecstasy of bliss. Keep going in behind the senses, behind your thoughts. And if you can go back in far enough, you will see everything you've identified with him. You will see your own personality, your own body, your own life drama. It's very awesome. The point is we have gone out and out and out, and we have sought and found much. But it hasn't been enough. And now by merely turning the process inward, you go in and in and in, until you come to the place where Guru Rinpoche sits. Page 86. And what is this place? Hindus call it the Atman. And what is the Atman? The Bhagavatam, one of the holy books of India, says, the Atman or divine self, is separate from the body. It is one, without a second, pure, self-luminous, without attributes, free, all-pervading. It is the eternal witness. Blessed is he who knows this Atman, for, though an embodied being, he shall be free from the changes and qualities pertaining to the body. He alone is ever united with me. This is the place of pure being, that inner place where you dwell. You just be. There is nothing to be done in that place. From that place, then, it all happens. It manifests in perfect harmony with the universe. Because you are the laws of the universe. You are the laws of the universe. Page 87. This is what man's journey into consciousness is all about. This is OM, home. It's going OM. This is the place. Becoming one with God, returning. It's the return to the roots that the Tao talks about. It is the stillness, the calmness, the fulfillment. When you make love and experience the ecstasy of unity, that's the place. When you experience a great achievement, and you feel a moment of exhilaration, that's the place. When you see a moment of poetry in a flower, or in words, or in art the way it's supposed to be, this is the place. Right here. It's Buddha consciousness. It's Christ consciousness. Jesus says, I and my Father are one. When Buddha says, you give up attachment and you finish with the illusion, this is the place. Page 88. Still, you do your thing. Live your life in the world. The water goes on down the stream. You chop the wood and carry the water. You do your thing, your mind does its thing. Your senses their thing, but you are not attached. Because you sat in front of the candle flame, until there was just you and the candle flame. And then finally, you extricated yourself from the attachment, to your own thoughts, to the tyranny of the drunken monkey, even to the thoughts of I and candle flame, not so that you would never think again. I mean, few people who knew me don't appreciate the fact that I think, and I have keen discrimination, and I have not lost my mind, and I am a sophisticated aware being, and yet, behind every word, and behind it all, is a mantra, going inside my head, in which I am sitting, calmly watching this whole drama unfold. Page 89. My thinking mind is a perfect servant and a lousy master. I am watching he who speaks, I am watching they who listen. I am watching thinking thoughts are clouds. The entire process from this place inside is always calm, a place in which the flame never flickers. And as I learn to live in this eternally calm place, it gets deeper and deeper and calmer, and wiser, and lighter, and I am more love, and I become more and more like the sun. Just the process of calming, centering, calming, extricating myself from the drama. So long as one feels that he is the doer, he cannot escape from the wheel of births and deaths. This doesn't mean that I'm lying in bed doing nothing. That's drama. As much as this book is drama. Page 90. Drama is drama is drama is drama. Desire is drama. Thought is drama. Breathing is drama. Emotions are drama. All form is drama. It's all part of the drama. I have no scruple of change, nor fear of death. I was never born, nor had I parents. What does that mean? What it means is, when you clear away all the underbrush, when you go back and back, not for the fun of it, or for the powers involved, but to go back to be who you really are. Who you are turns out to be spirit, turns out not to be matter at all. No matter, never mind, no mind, never matter. Either way it works. Page 91, round trip. Mind creates matter. The causal plane is the world of ideas that creates the universe. Right at the top of the causal plane is what we call the Godhead. It's the first place into the universe of form. It's the first world of form. It's the place where the mind, that is God, manifested into the universe. His thought manifested into all the lower levels of the causal plane, all the astral planes and the physical plane. And when you go back, you go to that place where you become one with the Godhead. You are God. You are the idea that lies behind the universe. You are literally it. You're not making believe you're it. You are it. Page 92. And the funny thing is, you're still not finished. And as far as the Buddhist is concerned, you haven't even begun the trip. You're still hung up on form. Because he says, baby, it's all illusion. No matter how groovy it gets, the physical plane is obviously an illusion, all a dream. You go to bed at night and dream at the point of pure ideas. Sometimes very high physicists or poets touch pure idea. Sometimes music, art, a vase, a hieroglyph, or something gets so essential, you feel you are touching God. You notice about your dreams, they're very real, and yet they don't have any substance. On the physical plane, that's the astral plane, you're dreaming on the astral plane by being in connection with that piece of art, because it's pure idea. It's the idea of vaseness. It's causal plane. The mind, at the causal plane, created that vase, that place of pure idea. It's the place where yin and yang manifest. It's the place where duality exists, the first place into form from the immanent duality in the unmanifest. From the formless you come into that place where there is energy becoming form. Page 93. In order to become a fully realized being, you must delight in the exquisiteness. At every single level, you must take joy in your maleness or femaleness. At the same moment that you realize that you are both male and female, it's that far out, but then you go through the final door, and you go from form into the formless, into the void, into the beyond, when you have crossed the ocean of samskara, the ocean of illusion, the ocean of attachment, call it what you will, it's the same ocean. When you have crossed through all form, you enter the state of formlessness. It is eternally quiet. It is eternally quiet. It never was. Page 94. Push far enough into the void, hold fast enough to quietness. And of the 10,000 things, none but can be worked on by you. I have beheld them whither they go back. See all things howsoever they flourish. Return to the roots from which they grew. This return to the roots is called quietness. Quietness is called submission to fate. What has submitted to fate becomes part of the always so. To know the always so is to be illumined. Not to know it means to go blindly to disaster. So says Lao Tzu in the Tao Te Ching. To go you've got to go the whole trip, all the way to the back, before you get to the place where you see that behind all this, there is all this in its in its unmanifest form, always, eternally. You perceive that nothing is really happening at all. Nothing ever happens. Nothing is going to happen. There's nothing you've got to do. There's no doer to do it anyway. Page 95. And then, you're in the void. Then the Buddha nature sees. There are many beings whose veils are very thin, and you can come back and teach them through your being. That's the Bodhisattva role. Because you finally understand that, though It is all illusion, it never was and never will be at every level at which you exist you're part of everybody else. Because, it's all one being, really, that's the bodhisattva problem. So, what happens is, you go all the way out, and then you come back to, here. He who clings to the void and neglects compassion does not reach the highest stage, but he who practices only compassion does not gain release from the toils of existence. He however, who is strong in the practice of both, remains neither in samsara nor in nirvana. He neither remains in the void nor in the world. Page 96. The final place that the game leads to is where you live consciously, in all of it, which is in nothing. You are eternal, you have finished perishing. There is no fear of death because there is no death. It's just a transformation, an illusion. And yet, seeing all that, you still chop wood and carry water. You still do your thing. You flow in harmony with the universe. You are beyond morality, and yet your actions are totally moral, because that's the harmony of the universe. You see that to do anything with attachment, with desire, with anger, greed, lust, fear, is only creating more karma, which is keeping you in the game, on the wheel of birth and death. Once you see through that, desires can't help but fall away. Page 97. Watch it. But at first when you see, you want to run down the streets, shouting, spreading the good news. Run down the aisles of churches, yelling, listen to those words. You're singing. It's really here. They're all true. You're singing about it all. Just like the book says. Don't be psychotic. Watch it. Watch it. Page 98. That psychosis business is an interesting business. If you go through the doorway too fast, and you're not ready for it, you're bound hand and foot and thrown into outer darkness. You may land anywhere and lots of people end up in mental hospitals. The reason they do is they went through the door with their ego on and, wow, I've been invited to the wedding feast. I mean, dig me, Sam Jones. Sam Jones in heaven. Sam Jones. Standing on the right side of the Lord. There's the Lord and there's Gabriel and there's Sam Jones. They don't understand that you gotta die to be born, that only when you have been born again do you enter the kingdom of heaven. So, they've gone in on the first round, and what happens is they go on a huge ego trip, and it's called the messianic complex. It's called paranoia, delusions of grandeur. Page 99. I have a relative who is in a mental hospital. He thinks he is Christ. Well, that's groovy. I am Christ also. But he doesn't think I am Christ. He thinks he is Christ because it happened to him and he took his ego with him. So he says, I'm special, and when I say to him, sure man, you're Christ. And I'm Christ too, he says, you don't understand. And when he's out he steals cars and things like that because he needs them because he's Christ, and that's alright. So they lock him up. He says, I don't know me. I'm a responsible member of society. I go to church. Me. They put in a mental hospital. You're free. You've got a beard. You wear a dress. You sure, because as far as I'm concerned, we are all God. That's the difference. If you really think another guy is God, he doesn't lock you up. Funny about that. Page 100. You've got to be really pure. You can't just make believe you're pure. Anything less than total purity back into outer darkness. That's what you learn after a couple of hundred psychedelic trips. I might as well go straight, because I'm beginning to feel like a yo-yo. I keep going up and coming down, up down, up down, up down. But when the king came in to behold the guests, he saw there was a man who had not on a wedding garment, and he said unto him, friend, how camest thou thither not having a wedding garment? And he was speechless. Then the king said to the servants, bind him hand and foot and cast him into the outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth, for many are called but few are chosen. Page 101. As long as there is an up-down in your head, outer darkness. As long as you're in the world of yin-yang, outer darkness. It takes a lot of purification. Purification of what? Purification of thought, purification of body, freedom from attachment. And after a long time of going up and down without understanding why I was going up and down, or how to stop it, slowly it dawned on me. Now why did I keep trying? The answer is very simple and almost all of you know the answer already. The answer is, once the seed has been planted, once you have been born again, you don't have any choice. Page 102. The next message is where you are when you hear the next message. Whenever you're ready you'll hear the next message. The interesting thing is there's always a next message and it's always available to you. Now, that's a hard one. The handwriting is always on the wall, saying, Magic Theater, for madmen only, price of admission, your mind, always there. Question is, can you see it? Page 103. Funny thing about all the secrets of the East or the secrets of mysticism, they're not secret. Nobody's saying, don't tell him. They're telling you. They're yelling it. They're saying, except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. That's a secret. Think of how many times you've heard that and you say, yeah, that's really interesting. That's great. That's the minister talking. He's doing his thing. He's got a living to earn. He's a good guy. The secret is a secret to you. Because of where your head is at, your receiving mechanism isn't tuned for that particular frequency. Page 104. In my case I kept reading the books but I didn't understand them. They were yelling the secrets. But I couldn't hear them because I was looking at them from the wrong place. That was my problem. And I couldn't get my head into the right place. I still wanted to know. I knew. See, I was still Western rational man. So I went and looked, and looked and looked, and as long as I looked, like a rational man, looking I didn't find anything. I just found my own shadow. All the time that's all you ever find. Yourself. You only read to yourself. You only talk to yourself. You only ever know yourself. That's all there is. Strangely enough, page 105, I saw that my whole game didn't work. It gave me all the rewards that seemed to be offered but it didn't work. There was a place in me that knew it wasn't working. I knew there was something else. But I couldn't get to it. At that point, I gave up. And then I was ready for the next message. When I went through the doorway I thought, wow, it isn't like I thought at all. I mean, if I am going to spend my life manipulating this puny ego through a set of power games and sensual gratifications, what's the payoff? The end is that it's going to end anyway, because it's all in time, and suddenly I dig who I am at that moment when I'm stoned high. I am out of time. I am out of space. But boy, does it feel valid. Does it feel real? It feels like the first real thing that's ever happened to me. Everything else had a certain hustle, like quality to it, except my suffering. Page 106. Am I he? I was really into my suffering. You can really get into your suffering. Self-pity, that's real. Everything else may go. But boy, you've got to suffer. It's the same for all of us. We're just coming out of the dark night of the Protestant ethic. Suffer, baby. That's the only way you'll be good. It feels so good to hurt so bad. We've all been on that trip. Suffering is great. It's like straightening by fire. It's purifying. It's very good, but a funny thing, want another paradox? This trip requires total suffering, but it's got to be suffering. That is no suffering. You've got to go the whole suffering trip. But you can't be the guy who is suffering. Page 107. Do you think that when Christ is lying there, and they're nailing the nails in, he's saying, "Oh man, does that hurt"? He's probably looking at the guy who's nailing him, with absolute compassion. He digs why the cat's doing it, what he's stuck in, how much dust covers his eyes, why he's got to be doing it. That's the way it is. He said the night before, "Well, tomorrow is the big trip. Yeah right, these are the nails. Wow, look at that. Am I he who is being pained?" No, that's the thing. Once you know that, then, pleasure and pain, loss and gain, fame and shame, are all the same. They're all just happening. Page 108. You're standing on a bridge, watching yourself go by. Wow, look at that. HRI. Cookbook for a Sacred Life, dedicated to those who wish to get on with it. Introduction. We offer this book with humility and a compassionate awareness of our own predicament, and yours. We are all on the journey towards enlightenment, and at each stage must share what has been discovered with those who will listen. The sharing is part of the work. The listening is part of the work. We are all on the path. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Lao Tzu. But where do we begin? The answer is simple. You begin just where you are. If thou but settest foot on this path, thou shalt see it everywhere. Hermes Trismegistus. Then you become aware of the inevitable process of the evolution of consciousness, that daily, slowly, the cloud of illusion becomes thinner and thinner until, at last, there is light. This manual concerns no more or no less than the living of daily life. At first you do sadhana, work on the spiritual path, within certain time and space boundaries, such as going to church on Sunday mornings, or getting high on Saturday nights, or meditating each morning. Eventually, it turns out that sadhana is everything you do. Warning: if you don't have room in your living room for an elephant, don't make friends with the elephant trainer, Sufi mystic. This manual contains a wide variety of techniques. Everyone's needs are different and everyone is at a different stage along the path. But, as with any recipe book, you choose what suits you. If you listen to your own inner voice, it will tell you where you are now, and which method will work best for you. In your evolution towards the light, may the long time sun shine upon you, all love surround you, and the pure light within you guide your way home. The Incredible String Band. Readiness. Potent quotes. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. Ecclesiastes. Who hath ears, let him hear. Jesus. Dislodging a green nut from a shell is almost impossible, but let it dry and the lightest tap will do it. Ramakrishna. Is it then not a mistake to precipitate the time of awakening? He himself has given the answer. He wants to know. As to the rest of the way, not the greatest master can go even one step for his disciple. In himself he must experience each stage of developing consciousness. Therefore he will know nothing for which he is not ripe. The Lubiks. You can't teach a hunter it is wrong to kill. Hari Das Baba. I found that the chief difficulty for most people was to realize that they had really heard new things, that is, things that they had never heard before. They kept translating what they heard into their habitual language. They had ceased to hope and believe there might be anything new. Ouspensky. But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him, neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. Paul of Tarsus. If he wants to work on himself, he must destroy his peace. To have them both is in no way possible. A man must make a choice. But when choosing, the result is very often deceit, that is to say, a man tries to deceive himself. In words he shows his work, but in reality he does not want to lose his peace. Such submission is the most difficult thing there can be for a man who thinks that he is capable of deciding anything. Ouspensky. I wish I could join the solitaries instead of being superior and having to write books. But I don't wish to have what I wish, of course. Abbot John Chapman. It can be said that there is one general rule for everybody. In order to approach this system seriously, people must be disappointed, first of all in themselves, that is to say, in their powers, and secondly in all the old ways. A man, if he is a scientist, should be disappointed in his science. If he is a religious man, he should be disappointed in his religion. If he is a politician, he should be disappointed in philosophy. If he is a theosophist, he should be disappointed in theosophy. If he is an occultist, he should be disappointed in occultism. And so on. Gurdjieff, by Ouspensky. It is time now for us to rise from sleep. Saint Benedict. The eternal world or the external life is not a valley of suffering for those who enjoy it, but only for those who know of a higher life. The animal enjoys animal life, the intellect the intellectual realm, but he who has entered into regeneration recognizes his terrestrial existence as a burden and prison. With this recognition he takes upon himself the cross of Christ. Jacob Boehme. Most truly I say unto you, unless anyone is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Unless anyone is born from water and spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. What has been born from the flesh is flesh, and what has been born from the spirit is spirit. Jesus. We are born into the world of nature, our second birth is into the world of spirit. Bhagavad Gita. Except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Jesus. I have brought you this far, and I have been your leader. Right here I'll take off the cap of authority, which was a crown of thorns for the person I remember myself to be. Far within me, where the memory of what I am is still unclouded, a little child is waking up and making an old man's mask weep. A little child looking for mother and father, looking with you for protection and help, protection from his pleasures and his dreams, and help, in order to become what he is without imitating anyone. Dalmel. But I had seen myself, that is, I had seen things in myself that I had never seen before. There could be no doubt about it, and although I afterwards became the same as I had been before, I could not help knowing that this had been, and I could forget nothing. Ouspensky. As soon as a man is fully disposed to be alone with God, he is alone with God no matter where he may be, in the country, the monastery, the woods, or the city. The lightning flashes from east to west, illuminating the whole horizon and striking where it pleases, and at the same instant the infinite liberty of God flashes in the depths of that man's soul, and he is illumined. At that moment he sees that though he seems to be in the middle of his journey, he has already arrived at the end. For the life of grace on earth is the beginning of the life of glory. Although he is a traveler in time, he has opened his eyes for a moment in eternity. Merton. Ask, and it shall be given to you, seek, and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you, for everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. Jesus. Guru. Question. I have read in many holy books that you need to have a guru, a spiritual guide, to realize an enlightened state. If this is true, how do I go about finding one? Answer. At certain stages in the spiritual journey, there is a quickening of the spirit which is brought about through the grace of a guru. When you are at one of the stages where you need this catalyst, it will be forthcoming. There is really nothing you can do about gurus. It doesn't work that way. If you go looking for a guru and you are not ready to find one, you will not find what you are looking for. On the other hand, when you are ready, the guru will be exactly where you are at the appropriate moment. All you can do is purify yourself in body and mind. Each stage of purification will make you sensitive to new levels of perception. Finally you arrive at a level where the Guru is. There is no one who is ready for the grace of the Guru who does not receive it at that very moment. Question: does everyone have a Guru? Answer: yes. However, you may or may not meet your Guru on the physical plane in this lifetime. It isn't necessary, since the relation between a Guru and Chela, disciple, is not on the physical plane. The Guru can act upon you from within yourself. You may meet him through dreams or visions or merely sense his presence. However, it is only after much purification that you will honor these meetings rather than rejecting them in favor of the more gross manifestations. There have been many saints who realized enlightenment without ever meeting their Guru in a physical manifestation. Question: how will I know how to purify myself without the guidance of a Guru? Answer: relax. You are being guided. In fact, the next message you need in the treasure hunt is exactly where you are when you need it. The message may be in the form of a teacher or a lover or an enemy or a pet or a rock or a chemical or a book or a feeling of great despair or a physical illness or the eyes of a person you pass on the street. Question: what is the difference between a teacher and a Guru? Answer: a teacher points the way. A Guru is the way. In the course of your awakening you will have thousands of teachers. Throughout all of this teaching, the Guru waits, beckoning from beyond. Question: there are many beings who profess to be Gurus. Should I follow one of them? How do I choose from among them? Answer: you can't choose to follow a Guru. It doesn't work that way. If you are in doubt, don't. When the correct manifestation of the Guru for you appears, you'll know it with all your heart. It is surrender which is no surrender. It is inevitable and totally compelling. Now, it is possible that a being who is ultimately to be known to you as your Guru comes forward and says, I am your Guru, and you hold back. That's because you are not yet ready. You can't honestly do otherwise. Don't worry. When you are ready, he'll be back. Just relax and trust the process. Question: what kind of teachers should I study with? Answer: listen to your inner being. If you are at the point where you sense you need instruction in calming your mind or getting your body in shape, then you will become sensitized to available teachers who can instruct you concerning the specific practices required. Often you will find a teacher who knows the specific information although he doesn't elicit in you a great love or trust. Honor him as your teacher, learn what you can, and then move on. Trust the messages coming from your heart and intuition. This journey is an inner journey. The charisma of an impure being such as a Hitler would not be of influence on another person were that person totally honest with himself and totally true to his inner voice. There is a place in each human being where at all times he knows exactly where it is at. So, if in doubt about the next step, just listen. And if still in doubt, wait. When it's time to move, you'll know. Exercises. 1. Purification exercise with Guru Rinpoche. Consider a being of pure light and love, whom you can name Padmasambhava, the lotus evolved one, if you would like, who is sitting in the midst of a lake on a lotus flower in front of you. He is seen as being in front of you and slightly above you, so that you look up to him at about a 30-degree angle. He will come into your heart when you have sufficiently purified yourself. 1. Closing your left nostril, breathe 3 deep breaths out of your right nostril. Visualize the air being ejected as dark red and consider it to be all of your bodily diseases and attachments. 2. Close your right nostril. Now breathe out 3 deep breaths through your left nostril. Visualize the air being ejected as a blue-gray and consider it to be all your mental obstacles and anger. 3. Now breathe out 3 deep breaths through your mouth. Visualize this air as purple and consider it as the sloth that impedes your progress, the inertia. Breathe it out. 4. now visualize that from the ajna, the point between the eyebrows, of Padmasambhava directly to your ajna there is a piercing beam of white light, which, as it burns into you, rids you of bodily sins and wrongs. The sound connected with this is Om. 5. Now visualize a red beam from the throat chakra, point of energy, of Padmasambhava directly to your throat center. This beam rids you of lapses, of speech, of untruths. The sound connected with this is Ah. 6. Now visualize a blue beam of light coming from the heart of Padmasambhava to your heart. This beam purifies you of wrongs done in ignorance, wrong thoughts, i.e., thoughts which maintain the illusion. The sound associated with this beam is Hum. 7. Now allow that blue beam to become a broad blue avenue of light. Then, you will see Padmasambhava come down that avenue and come directly into your heart. Here he will sit in your hridayam, spiritual heart. His mantra is Om Aham Vajra Guru Padma Siddhiham. This means 3 in 1, the unmanifest, immanent manifestation, and manifestation, lightning, bolt Guru, of unbearable compassion and infinite power who resides in my heart. To say, his mantra is to keep him in your heart until finally you and he become one. 2. The 4 Bodhisattva vows, say 3 times. 1. I resolve to become enlightened for the sake of all living beings. 2. I will cut the roots of all delusive passion. 3. I will penetrate the farthest gate of Dharma. 4. I will realize the supreme way of Buddha. Potent quotes. Guru, God, and Self are one. Ramana Maharshi. Silence thy thoughts and fix thy whole attention on thy Master, whom thou dost not see, but whom thou feelest. Blavatsky. The influence of the Guru is obstructed by mental activity, by reliance on one's own exertions and by every kind of self-consciousness and self-exertion. Satya Sai Baba. What is the nature of Guru's grace? It is beyond thought and word. Then how can it be said that the devotee realizes his true being by virtue of the Guru's grace? It is like an elephant waking up on seeing a lion in a dream. Just as the appearance of the dream lion is enough to wake the elephant, so also the glance of grace from the Master is enough to waken the devotee from the sleep of ignorance to the knowledge of the real. It is sure and certain. Ramana Maharshi. Disembodied Guru to disciple. Child, you must meditate more. Your gaze is not yet faultless. I was fairly extinguished in the ether by the agitation of your restless mind, Babaji. I beseeched him fervently thus, it is my great desire that I should actually experience your gracious wisdom. Kindly fulfill my desire. In those days Sri Ramana was not speaking much. Still he spoke kindly as follows, is it the body in front of me which desires to obtain my grace? Or is the awareness within it? If it is the awareness, is it not now looking upon itself as the body, and making this request? If so, let the awareness first of all know its real nature. It will then automatically know God and my grace. The truth of this can be realized even now and here. Ramana Maharshi Magazine. Rain water falling upon the roof of a house flows down to the ground, through spouts shaped grotesquely like a tiger's head. One gets the impression that the water comes from the tiger's mouth, but in reality it descends from the sky. In the same way the holy teachings that come from the mouths of godly men seem to be uttered by those men themselves, while, in reality they proceed from God. Raman Krishna. The grace of the Guru is like an ocean. If one comes with a cup he will only get a cupful. It is no use complaining of the niggardliness of the ocean. The bigger the vessel the more one will be able to carry. It is entirely up to him. Ramana Maharshi. Renunciation. You might think of renunciation in terms of some external act like a New Year's resolution, or leaving family and friends to go off to a cave. But renunciation is much more subtle than that, and much harder, and much more continuing. On the spiritual journey, renunciation means non-attachment. To become free of attachment means to break the link identifying you with your desires. The desires continue, they are part of the dance of nature. But a renunciate no longer thinks that he is his desires. What is the necessity of giving up the world altogether? It is enough to give up the attachment to it. Raman Krishna. A sadhak, someone doing sadhana, sees clearly that his craving is creating his own veil of illusion. At this point desires start to fall away of themselves. This process is called the onset of vairag, the falling away of worldly desires. As each one falls away, more subtle forms of desire arise. These too must be given up. Eventually the only desire is for bliss. Then that one must be thrown away. As long as any desire pulls or pushes you, you are like a flame which flickers in the winds. But as you come to your center, as you break the identification with desire, you become calm, like a candle in a niche where no wind comes. Remember, you can't do away with desire or give it up or try to get rid of it. However, with increased wisdom and preoccupation with your sadhana, desires will just fall away. You can't rip the skin from the snake. It will shed its skin when it is ready. Hari Das Baba. And as you extricate yourself from your attachments and become quiet, you will be able to know more and more clearly how it all is the way. And the more clearly you hear, the more your actions will be in harmony with the way, with his will. Then you will truly understand. Not my but thy will, O Lord. Potent quotes. Desire is a trap. Desirelessness is moksha, liberation. Desire is the world. Desire is the creator. Desire is the destroyer. Hari Das Baba. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Jesus. If a pickpocket meets a holy man, he will see only his pockets. Hari Das Baba. Everywhere I look I see only my own desires. Hari Das Baba. Wheresoever the body is, thither will the eagles be gathered together. Jesus. On the hat of poverty 3 renouncements are inscribed: quit this world, quit the next world, quit quitting. Sufi poet. When you got nothing to lose. You're invisible now, you got no secrets to conceal. Bob Dylan. The fly that touches honey cannot use its wings, so the soul that clings to spiritual sweetness ruins its freedom and hinders contemplation. Aurobindo. He consciously moves with the cosmic current. In moving he loses nothing but his limitations. He can take with him in essence all the experiences and understanding that he has gained. Collins. The essence of civilization consists not in the multiplication of wants but in their deliberate and voluntary renunciation. Gandhi. Lay it down, drop it, let go, sing it out, throw it out. Going all the way is holy, but alas some linger on the path to see and smell the pretty golden sunflower, or hold hands with eternity, or practice ecstasy bliss, or circulate the light, or reach neither perception nor non-perception but lingering. Anywhere you might get stuck for kalpas. You can't go forwards or backwards or stand still. Move, move, move. Bhagwan Das. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? Jesus. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Jesus. By letting it go it all gets done. The world is won by those who let it go. But when you try and try, the world is then beyond the winning. Tao Te Ching. Tapasya. The simplest and most direct type of renunciation would seem to be to just give up the satisfying of one's desires. That is, if one is preoccupied with eating and oral gratifications, just fast. If one is obsessed with sexual concerns, just give up sex. And so on. This technique is known as tapasya or straightening by fire. If a man gives way to all his desires, or panders to them, there will be no inner struggle in him, no friction, no fire. But if, for the sake of attaining a definite aim, he struggles with the desires that hinder him, he will then create a fire which will gradually transform his inner world into a single whole. Ouspensky. The struggle that comes through imposing austerities upon oneself as a systematic part of one's sadhana is a powerful form of inner confrontation. It certainly shows you where you are not. For example, if you usually get up at 8 a.m. as everyone else does, try getting up at 4 a.m. every morning. Buddha and other high beings have noted that the best time of day to work on oneself is between 4 and 7. Or perhaps you like sleeping in a really comfortable bed. Start sleeping on a thin mat on the floor. But there are two warnings to be kept in mind with regard to any austerities. 1. Austerities can be performed in ways to enhance or strengthen the ego. Pride in how much one is suffering and masochism are two examples. Another thing that people must sacrifice is their suffering. No one who has not sacrificed his suffering can work. Nothing can be attained without suffering, but at the same time one must begin by sacrificing suffering. Ouspensky. 2. Austerities that are excessive, in relation to the degree of spiritual development of the individual, are merely demonstrations of ego will, and as such can harm the body or the mind in such a way as to make further sadhana in this lifetime difficult or even impossible. And even in his corrections, let him act with prudence, and not go too far, lest, while he seeketh too eagerly to scrape off the rust, the vessel be broken. Rule for the Abbot, ch. 64. 2 examples. There is a method of meditation in which a sadhak sits in the lotus position in the desert and looks directly into the sun without blinking from sunrise to sunset. Now it is obvious that if most people were to try this they would blind themselves through burning their retina. This particular exercise is only safe to do when one has evolved to such a point that his mind is totally one-pointed, and thus he can keep his eyes open and directed at the sun without ever even once looking at the sun. Pranayam, which utilizes control of breath in order to control pran or life force, involves in its advanced forms the stopping of the breath for extended periods of time. One arrives at these very delicate forms of pranayam only after considerable purification of body and mind, for they require that the breath stop although the sadhak feels no experience of holding his breath. One overzealous aspirant injected chemical agents to strengthen his will and override his body's warning system and then forced himself into deeper and deeper pranayam. He died, and leaving the body this way entails ego and is thus a subtle form of suicide which leaves him with more work to do, but no body to do it in, until next time. Such warnings make a person really want a nice, wise, paternal type teacher to impose discipline, but waiting for such a teacher is usually a cop-out, for at this point practically everything a teacher would say to us we already know. There are many ways on our own that we can get on with it. Later, when we have progressed on the path of purification and really need a teacher, he will appear. In undertaking any tapasya, one is usually overwhelmed by the amount of ego that creeps in. Pride, self-pity, wanting to stop because it all seems meaningless or confusing or is too slow, all of these ego demons and many more drop around to foil any such undertaking. 1,000 times they will succeed and you will give up your program in disgust. But 1,001 times you will return to your efforts because you see how it all is. That's just the way it is. As many times as you trip and fall, i.e., give in to a desire, just get up. There is a tendency when we fall for many of us to sit around and feel guilty and wallow in self-recrimination. However sinful a person may be, if he would stop wailing inconsolably, "Alas! I am a sinner, how shall I attain liberation?" and casting away even the thought that he is a sinner. If he would zealously carry on, he would most assuredly get reformed. Ramana Maharshi. Such self-recrimination is just more of the ego dance. Let it go by and get on with it. After all, if you were finished, you wouldn't need to begin. Just accept where you are in the here and now and proceed full speed. And so for those who can undertake austerities without feeling that they are too austere, perhaps even proceed joyfully, here are some suggested exercises. Exercises. 1. Get in the habit of remaining silent for a few hours a day. This is most easily done when one is at home or around people who understand what you are trying to do. In India, if you are silent, everyone immediately says, "Ah, Mauna," and honors you. In the West, people either interpret silence as a sign of your hostility towards them or as a physical illness about which they feel pity. Either of these reactions makes your work more difficult. At first you may want to remain by yourself during these few hours. Later you will be able to be around people comfortably without having to speak. Soon you may feel that you are ready to undertake one day of silence a week. Some spiritual communities have incorporated a day of silence into their program for the entire group. Many communities take meals in silence. 2. If you wish to undertake longer periods of silence, you may wish to work with a chalkboard. A piece of light slate about 4 inch by 5 inch can be worn on a piece of twine or rope around the neck, with a piece of chalk also attached to the twine. You can convey any necessary messages of practical import. This device, although somewhat cumbersome, is an excellent technique for showing a person his own verbosity. To have to write down every communication quickly leads one to convey the essence of the communication without all the redundancies and amplifications. With such a device, Hari Das Baba has carried on much worldly work for 15 years. Without speaking, the effects of this very modest tapasya will very quickly be manifested in the forms of more calmness of mind and more energy and the ability to hear more around you. Other exercises of tapasya are included in other sections of this cookbook. Potent quotes. Conserve your powers. Daily renewed sense yearnings sap your inner peace. They are like openings in a reservoir that allow vital waters to be wasted in the desert soil of materialism. The forceful activating impulse of wrong desire is the greatest enemy to the happiness of man. Roam in the world as a lion of self-control. Don't let the frogs of sense weakness kick you around. Sri Yuk swore. I realized in this place that people feared silence more than anything else. That our tendency to talk arises from self-defense and is always based upon a reluctance to see something, a reluctance to confess something to oneself. Directly a person is quiet himself, that is, awakes a little, he hears the different intonations and begins to distinguish other people's lies. Ouspensky. The more you talk about it, the more you think about it, the further from it you go. Stop talking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you will not understand. Sengtiesin. Drown all sound in my silence to hear my word of words. Meher. Baba. The whole world is tormented by words. And there is no one who does without words. But in so far as one is free from words, does one really understand words? Saraha, Treasury of Songs, v. 88. To reconnect consciousness with the unconscious, to make consciousness symbolical is to reconnect words with silence, to let the silence in. If consciousness is all words and no silence, the unconscious remains unconscious. N.O. Brown. I said I will take heed to my ways, that I sin not with my tongue. I have placed a watch over my mouth. I became dumb and was silent, and held my peace even from good things. Saint Benedict. Quietness is master of the dead. Tao Te Ching. Those who know do not talk, and talkers do not know. Tao Te Ching. He who tells the truth says almost nothing. Porkia. Do not squander your treasure. Exuberance is a good stimulus towards action, but the inner light grows in silence and concentration. Ephrem the Syrian says, "Good speech is silver, but silence is pure gold." Way of a Pilgrim. I did not eat, so they said I was fasting. I did not speak, so they said I was Mauni. Ramana Maharshi. O Lord, thou shalt open my lips, and my mouth shall declare thy praise. Bible. Sleeping. Exercises. As you get further on the path, you will need less and less sleep. Start from where you are. Get as much sleep as you seem to need. However, it is helpful in facilitating your transformation to a. Go to bed early and get up early. Most people in the West fill their evenings with activity and stimulation. As you get into a yogic way of life, those activities such as hanging out, movies, TV, making out, etc., cease to exert such a strong influence over you. Then the change in schedule becomes easy. If you have the opportunity to live away from electricity for a period of time, it is easier to notice the sunset and sunrise and to adapt your schedule to the natural order of things. If you think you are matinal or nocturnal, don't worry about it, just slowly bring your schedule into harmony. B. Sleep on a firm surface, perhaps a mat on the floor or a thick mattress. At first this may be uncomfortable if you are unaccustomed to it, but quickly you adapt and find that the patterns and nature of your sleep change markedly as you change the surface upon which you sleep. C. It is good to sleep on your back or upon your side. The left side is often recommended for reasons concerning which nostril it is most useful to breathe through during the night. Most of the time you breathe through one nostril dominantly. There is an evolved science in yoga concerning the effects of breathing through one nostril or the other. The nostril opposite the side you are sleeping on stays open. D. Sleep without a pillow or with a small pillow under your neck. It is good to keep your spine as straight as possible. E. Meditate for a few minutes before lying down to go to sleep. Patterns of sleep. When you first lie down, relax your body progressively from feet to top of head. Experience the relaxation at each point along the way. Get out of the habit of thinking about things when you are going into sleep. Clear your mind. If you work with mantra, it is good to repeat your mantra and let all else fall away. As your sadhana proceeds, you will be able to remain more conscious through the period of transition from your normal waking state into the states of sleep. You will witness these transitions in planes of consciousness from the vantage point of the calm niche created by your mantra. Witnessing vantage point. During the first part of your sleep you will be in a state of deep sleep. This is a dreamless state in which you merge once again into the unity of the One. Through this reuniting you tune in on much pran and become refreshed. Parallels are often made between this state and Nirvikalpa Samadhi and the first bardo. Only when you have evolved far along the path will you remain conscious throughout the period of deep sleep. At that stage you no longer sleep but merely pass the night by going into deeper states of samadhi. Once your being has been sufficiently refreshed through deep sleep, you begin to re-enter through various planes of consciousness, finally coming to the physical plane, at which point you usually say that you have awakened. The various planes you pass through prior to returning to the physical plane are generally referred to by most laymen in the West as the dream state. Actually, what we refer to as dreams are merely experiences which we are having on planes other than the physical plane. Such experiences are going on all the time, but usually our awareness is attached to the physical plane and we are oblivious of any other information coming from these other planes. Most of us have had the experience of being awakened by an alarm clock and being in the middle of a dream. Sometimes we are able to finish the dream without going back to sleep. That is, we keep in mind that the alarm has gone off, but we stay in the state of half awake / half asleep in order to finish the dream. Many people are trained to do this in psychoanalysis. It is possible almost immediately upon embarking on one's sadhana to become aware in the same way during the process of dreaming. Once you know how to center through mantra, witness, etc., it is easy to observe your dreams running on. With very little practice you will find that, by sleeping on a hard surface you sleep more lightly, which allows you to awaken into your dreams almost immediately upon coming out of deep sleep. It is useful to keep a mantra going while the dreams pass. Although you may be an actor in your dream, if you identify with your mantra or witness, you can still watch your dreams in the same way as you might watch a movie, watching yourself as one of the actors. This is a technique for learning a great deal about who you are on planes other than the one with which you are familiar. The major advantage of some familiarity with other than the physical plane of consciousness is that it helps you to see that what you call your waking state is little more than another plane of consciousness, no more and no less. Once you know this and live this knowledge from moment to moment, then such exercises with dreams are unnecessary, for they merely clutter your head with more illusion. At that stage it is good as soon as you come out of deep sleep and become aware again to get up immediately and go into meditation, keeping as free from any thoughts as possible. Eating. Our body is our temple where we live and where we do the work of becoming enlightened, just as certain external environments are more conducive to increased awareness than others, at least in the early stages of awakening, so it is with the inner environment, the body itself. It can be a clean, well-lighted place. We are what we eat may be an oversimplification, but it contains a grain of truth. What we eat affects the nature of the body cells and organs and the way they function. At another level, you could say that the vibrations of anything you put into the organism modifies the vibrations of the total organism. At the outset of sadhana, you cannot radically change your eating pattern without damage to the physical body, but what you can do is to attend to what and how you eat. Basically, there is a program of diet for the sadhak. 1. Don't eat too much. The traditional way of saying this is that at the conclusion of a meal, a yogi's stomach should be half full of food, 1/4 full of water and 1/4 full of air. 2. Eat light, healthy, unadulterated foods which are easily digestible. It would be desirable if we could find one agreed upon diet that would be optimal for sadhana, but it is apparent from the many controversies that rage concerning which foods are good and which are bad, that no single diet is universally considered desirable. Such a welter of conflicting information may confuse a beginner, but such confusion may be constructive if it precipitates closer scrutiny of diet and a search for what is the essence of the matter behind all diets. Much of the controversy is the result of a failure to realize that a sadhak needs different kinds of foods at different stages of his journey. When he is first shedding his habitual meat diet, he may wish to substitute whole grains, such as brown rice, and whole wheat, along with vegetables, some fish, fruit, honey instead of sugar, nuts and dairy products. Later, he may find as he further purifies his body that certain of these foods interfere with his sadhana by producing mucus or vibrations which made meditation more difficult. He may eventually find, if he is leading a contemplative life, that fruit and nuts are enough. Even such a sparse diet as that is merely a step upon the path. At the conclusion, one is capable of living upon light alone. We, as separate entities, could be characterized as energy transformers. We take in energy, pran, in certain forms, transform this energy and then emit it in other forms. Beings whose consciousness is totally attached to the physical plane consider food, water and air as the major sources of their energy. As a being progresses along the path, he comes to understand that there are other sources of energy available to him. Finally, he arrives at the stage where he is able to transmute everything in the universe into useful energy. In modern Western science, the relationship between mass and energy as set forth by Einstein reflects this truth. That is, what appears to us to be mass is merely huge amounts of bound energy. If and when the mass can be broken down, there is a release of energies. From this came the splitting of the atom. 3. Abstain as much as possible from strong, hot, spicy, or pungent foods. Also go light on stimulants such as coffee, tea, and spirits. Certain spices are useful in digestion, and these may be used in moderation. In order to go the spice trip, you have to alter your model of why you eat. Most Westerners are very sensual and spend large amounts of time in titillating their palates with variety and subtlety in tastes. The gourmet represents the epitome of such a value. The sadhak, however, realizes that all sense gratification is merely perpetuating the enslavement to desire, so he attempts, early on, to surrender the taste trip in favor of his spiritual goal. But this is not necessarily required. At the early stages of work, it is useful to simplify one's diet, even to the taking of the same menu every day, making it as tasty as possible with mild and healthful spices. This repetition and blandness may be distasteful at first, but soon one develops new sensitivities in taste and new feelings of lightness in mind and body which more than compensate for what has been given up. 4. Be concerned with the vibrations associated with the source, preparation, and eating of foods. Most of us are so gross in our sensitivity that we can hardly even appreciate this point, but those of us who have been doing sadhana for a period of time, or who have lived with very pure beings, find these rules to be obvious. A. Any food which entails violence, killing, in its source is not to be taken. At one end of the continuum is meat, the preparation of which obviously includes the killing of an animal which has a rudimentary self-consciousness. It thus experiences fear and releases into its system adrenaline and other chemicals from the endocrine glands which are not helpful for meditation. At the other end of this continuum are fruits which fall from trees, given as a gift for our needs. Which of the foods in the middle of the continuum involve some violence to the natural order of things in order to obtain them, e.g., vegetables, milk, is a much debated question. In this manual, we can only recognize the existence of such a continuum and bring it to your attention. B. Food which entails cooking in its preparation should only be eaten when it has been cooked with mantra and/or love. The vibrations of the person preparing the food enter into food cooked over fire. A Sanskrit mantra, which can be used for preparing food, is Om Manam Brahma Raso Bishmar Bhakta Debo, Janardanahi Awam Jayantwa to Yo Bhunktan, Das Horn Lipiate, which means, food is Brahma. Its rasa, juice, is Vishnu. The whole world, life being, is its user. Having this thought makes ineffective the evils connected with this food. C. There is a state of mind suitable for taking of food, calmness. There is a Sufi saying, if a person eats with anger, the food turns to poison. 5. Finally, consecrate the food you take. Such food is called prasad. Consecrating food means to offer the food up. Another way of saying this is that the taking of the food should be considered as part of one's spiritual work of. In the West we sometimes say grace before meals. This is one form of consecrating the food. All you have to do now is continue to say grace, but now listen to it. A Sanskrit consecration of food taken from the Gita is as follows. Brahmapanam, Brahma Havayar, Brahmani, Brahman Ahota, Brahmai, Tan, Gani Bayam, Brahma, Karma, Samadina. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru, Davo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat, Param Brahma Tasma Ee, Shri Guru Ve Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Translation: This ritual is Brahma. The food is Brahma. He who offers the food is Brahma. The fire, hunger, is also Brahma. All is Brahma. He who knows this may go to Brahma. I offer this food to the Guru who is the Creator, the preserver, and the agent of change, to the Guru who is also all energy and who is the sun beyond all. I touched the lotus feet of the Guru. Om, peace, peace, peace. Just before Om, Shanti, 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 you may wish to inject silently some additional beings whom you wish to honor by offering the food. It is true that food offered with a pure heart is received in essence. In a short story by J.D. Salinger called Teddy, a young boy who is a very high being describes how he first realized in this lifetime how it all was. I was about 6 years old and was watching my little sister in her high chair drinking milk. Suddenly I saw it was like pouring God into God. If you know what I mean. Perhaps you would find it a meaningful mantra to merely think upon. Pouring God into God, if you know what I mean. Potent quotes. And God said, Behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed, which is on the face of all the earth, and every tree yielding seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has the breath of life, I have given every green plant for food. Genesis. When you are at table, speak to none, keep your eyes lowered and think of the heavenly table, of the food that is served thereon, which food is God Himself, and of the guests at this table, who are the angels. Street Teresa of Avila. Complaint of the stomach. One day there had been feasting at the ashram. Many had been upset by the large quantity of rich food. Someone quoted the following complaint about the stomach by the Tamil poet Avayar. You will not go without food even for 1 day, nor will you take enough for 2 days at a time. You have no idea of the trouble I have on your account, O wretched stomach. It is impossible to get on with you. Bhagwan immediately replied with a parody giving the stomach's complaint against the ego. You will not give even an hour's rest to me, your stomach. Day after day, every hour, you keep on eating. You have no idea how I suffer, O troublemaking ego. It is impossible to get on with you. Osborne. Ravana's gigantic brother, Kumbhakarna, obtained as a boon from Brahma that whenever he had satisfied his voracious appetite the slumber of repletion might be the longest and deepest, and he might only wake to eat. Again, Ramayana. Study. Study, like mantra, is a technique for bringing you close to the higher, more conscious ideas of higher beings. As a member of a culture which dotes on collecting knowledge, you may first set out on the path wanting to read what is written about higher consciousness. You might get books about the history of mysticism, the lives of the prophets of the great religions, the curricula of obscure schools of thought, the writings and sayings of great mystics, the implications of mysticism for modern man, and books on methods. This reading provides a context for your personal experiences. It demonstrates that throughout the history of man there have always been mystics, that what can be said about the mystical experience from an external observer's point of view is relatively trivial, and that though the words differ from one mystic to another, the communality of experience is amazing. There are 4 categories into which these writings can be placed, in terms of the author's own state of development. 1. Realized or enlightened beings. For the most part they have written very little, often their words, e.g., Gospels, have been recorded by disciples. 2. Spiritual seekers who are very much on the path and are sharing their insights, methods, etc. 3. Pundits, intellectuals, scientists who evolve highly intellectually sophisticated subtle models and explanations of the mystical experience. The veil for many of these writers is still heavy, though often they have had some mystical experience of their own on which to anchor their writings. 4. Professional writers who write objective, superficial, and quite external accounts of mysticism. They seek the facts. After you have completed the first superficial reading overview, it becomes apparent that if you are to change your way of thinking about the universe, it would be a good idea to hang out with A. Those who know, and B. Those who are seriously working on themselves. Thus your reading quickly narrows to the first two categories of authors listed above. The second stage of study is often called reflection. It is described in the following passage from Autobiography of a Yogi, by Yogananda. The scene was a forest hermitage in eastern Bengal. Dabro Bolov had gathered his disciples around him in the sylvan solitudes. The holy Bhagavad Gita was open before them. Steadfastly they looked at one passage for half an hour, then closed their eyes. Another half hour slipped away. The master gave a brief comment. Motionless they meditated again for an hour. Finally, the guru spoke. Do you now understand the stanza? Yes, sir. One of the group ventured his assertion. No, not fully. Seek the spiritual vitality that has given these words the power to rejuvenate India century after century. Another hour passed in silence. Daily exercise. Working with one of the books containing the words of a realized being, e.g., the Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching, the words of Jesus in the Gospels, sayings of Ramana Maharshi or Ramakrishna, the I Ching, etc. Take one passage, perhaps a phrase, certainly no more than a page. Read and reread, and reread it. Then let your thoughts work around it. Paraphrase it. See how it applies to others and to yourself. Note if and how it differs from the way in which you usually think about things, different assumptions, etc. What are its implications regarding your own journey? Read it again. What laws of nature is it reflecting? Then, sitting quietly, let your mind associate to the passage. And then be quiet. Certainly a half hour a day is not too long to spend on this exercise. Asanas. Let a man though living in the body, so treat his body that, with right effort, right watchfulness and right concentration he will overcome the sorrow that is produced by the sensations that arise in the body. Damnapada. The word asana is sometimes translated as easy, comfortable, and sometimes as seat. It concerns a comfortable seat in which one can remain for long periods of time. To remain motionless for a long time without effort is an asana. Yoga. Darshana. The aim of the bodily posture is secured when the physical reactions of the body are eliminated and the mind dissolves into the infinite. Danielu, quoting from Yoga Darshana. You work with your body for some very obvious reasons. First, it is the environment in which you dwell in this incarnation on the physical plane. Second, unless you can cool out your body, it keeps on capturing your attention over and over again and thus distracts you from the one-pointedness of mind that you are seeking. Third, to work with body energies and to be able to move such energies up the spine requires sensitization to nerves in the body of which most people are unaware. Until you can hear your body, you cannot bring it under voluntary control in such a way that it helps you rather than interferes with your sadhana. And fourth, a yogi realizes that the message of his being is reflected in all his manifestations and he seeks the power of the one-pointedness that comes from having his body as well as his thoughts directed towards the state of realization, just as bringing the hands together in prayer, or challenging someone with a raised fist have associated with them various thoughts and feelings, so it is with the total body. At any moment it is making its statement, and as you come to hear such statements you bring the messages of your body in line with the messages of your heart and head. 4. A realized being, every movement is a perfect statement. It is well in undertaking work with the body, Hatha Yoga, to keep in mind these reasons. If in your head you undertake Hatha Yoga as a form of exercise or bodybuilding, you will end up with just what you reached for, a more beautiful body. On the other hand, if you undertake Hatha Yoga as a form of yoga, then it will, in a relatively short time, bring about a profound metamorphosis in your body, calmness, sensitivity, and lightness, all of which will facilitate your sadhana. In undertaking asanas, it is desirable to have a teacher who can demonstrate the correct positions and correct any bad habits that develop in your performance of the asanas. It is useful at the beginning to take an introductory course or set of lessons in Hatha Yoga if it is available to you. These lessons will start you on the right path. Even if a qualified teacher is not available, a friend who has had a teacher can point out errors in your asanas which will help you. A note of caution, however. Teachers of Hatha Yoga who teach only Hatha Yoga often mistake the shadow for the substance. Although they may be able to point out correct postures and procedures, many of these teachers do not themselves comprehend the implications of the term yoga, that is, they are not doing asanas as a means of union with the One. A student who works with such teachers runs the risk of profaning the undertaking in the very beginning by developing a poor mental set towards this work. With this caution in mind, however, it is possible for you, if you understand the reasons, especially the one concerning the use of body positions as a form of prayer, for doing asanas, to learn specific methodology from a teacher who himself does not understand these reasons. If a teacher is not available, it is still possible for you to undertake the regular practice of asanas profitably. Under these conditions, however, you must move slowly and gently. Don't force your body. Listen very carefully to the information that your body gives you. By proper centering, you will, in fact, be calling upon an inner teacher who will guide you. Asanas are positions. Once you have gotten into the position and made the statement connected with that position, you are there. You become a statue in each asana. The statue image is a useful one. No matter how unusual the position of the asana may seem to you, once you are in the position, then you become totally centered in that position. Your body, comes to be a position of rest, as if you were always in that position, as a statue. Your state of mind is of paramount importance in asanas. Don't identify with the ego who is doing the asanas. Merely watch the body move into the appropriate position. Stay in a place inside yourself where nothing is happening at all. When the body has gotten into the asana as perfectly as it is able without forcing, just firm pressure, then go into neutral with the body so that it becomes perfectly relaxed and stable in the position of the asana. There are 84 main asanas which an advanced yogi works with. Of these, about 12 or 15 are sufficient until one arrives at a very advanced stage of sadhana. The following are a set of instructions for carrying out these simple asanas. 1. Find a quiet place to work. It is best to be alone. The surface on which you work should be flat. A blanket or thin mat on the floor is suitable. 2. Your clothing should be light and very flexible, leotards, or very loose. Asanas may be done naked, although men sometimes find a loincloth or athletic supporter preferable. 3. Success of asanas is dependent upon your being relaxed and calm and centered. It's going to start by relaxing yourself, just with breathing. Spread your arms wide, take in a breath, and then bring your arms across your chest. And let the breath out. Let the breathing happen naturally, becoming deeper as you relax your arm movements more. Arms across your chest and then out. And then across your chest and then out. Breathe through your nose. Continue for a minute or two. Another relaxing exercise is the turning, twisting of the body. Stand straight with arms extended straight out to the sides from your shoulders. Now twist the upper part of your body to the left so that your right arm comes out in front and the left arm is behind. At the same time, throw your left leg over to the right in front of your right leg. This forces the lower part of your body to turn in the opposite direction from the upper part. Then reverse the whole process, so that the left arm and right leg are extended out in front, across your body. Do this in a relaxed swinging fashion to limber up your body. Now lie down on your back for another loosening up exercise. Pull your knees up to your chest and embrace them with your arms. Then roll back and forth with great relaxation, just as if you're a ball, and with abandon, total abandon. Just roll, roll, back and forth, side to side. This is just to relax your back and loosen you up. 4. Breathing pointers. When your head comes forward towards your feet, your body jackknifes, you let out air. When your body straightens out or stretches backwards, you take in air. It's like a bellows. When you have gotten into an asana that involves bending or stretching, and you wish to go into it a little further, use small breaths to help. If the asana requires forward bending, take in a little breath, and then as you let it out, let your body go just a bit further forward, and then another tiny breath, and so forth. 5. Do asanas at your own rate, calmly maintaining your center throughout the entire session. Savasana, corpse position. Lie flat on your back and relax. Legs out straight, feet together and your hands by your sides. Relax your feet, calves, thighs, pelvis, abdomen, chest, arms, neck and head. 2. Paschimottanasana, head-knee position. Extend your arms very slowly over your head until they are stretched out, straight behind you. Slowly sit up, bringing your arms and head up together, and keeping your heels on the ground. Bend at the waist. Smoothly proceed forward until you touch your toes. Keep your legs straight. If you can, hold your feet with your hands, pulling your feet towards you and bending your elbows until they are touching the ground on either side of your legs. Make sure you are bending from as low in your back as possible. Don't strain. Get into the asana as far as possible. Then take small breaths and with each exhalation go a little further. Now stop and become aware of your entire body. Note the pains and the stretching muscles and the tight places. Just be for a moment. Now gently raise your arms and return to a prone position, inhaling as you do. Work up daily until you are doing about 30 of these. Some may be started from a sitting position with hands extended over your head. Remember to avoid thinking, I am doing an asana. Just experience the asana happening. Working with your eyes closed will help. 3. Janusirasana, head-knee position. Sit up with your legs stretched out in front of you. Now bend your left leg, and place the sole of your left foot against the inside of the thigh of your right leg, which is still straight. Maintain that position. Raise your arms over your head and bring them slowly down towards your right foot. Bend as low in the back as possible. Bring your head down until it is just to the left of your right knee. Then, after a pause for the eternal moment, gently raise the upper part of your body, until your hands are once again extended over your head. Work up daily until you are doing 30 of these. 4. Janusirasana, head-knee position. Now change legs so that the left leg is extended and the right is bent. Repeat the asana as above. You may also modify these two asanas by putting the foot on top of the thigh instead of next to it. During the first few weeks you will probably experience pains and aches, as well as the presence of muscles you never knew you had. Just be gently persistent. You will also notice dramatic improvement at first. Don't get hung up measuring improvement. Just quietly and calmly do your asanas each day. Work at your own rate. Bhujangasana, cobra position. Roll over on your stomach and lie flat with your legs together and your hands by your sides. Bend your arms until your hands are flat on the floor next to your chest. Very gently start to push up with your forearms, thus raising the upper part of your body. Raise your head first, then your neck, and then slowly raise lower and lower parts of your spine. At the same time you are raising the upper part of your body, press down into the ground with your pelvis. When the asana is done properly, you will finally feel the pressure at the tip of your spine. Keep your head up. It is helpful to keep your eyes open and to keep trying to look further and further over your head. When you have reached the point that you can reach comfortably, stop and remain in that position for about 15 seconds and then gently starting at the base of your spine, lower the upper part of your body to the ground. The head touches down last. Remember your breathing. As you go up, breathe in. As you return, breathe out. Do about 3 of these. You can also work with the moving cobra. Proceed as above until you have raised yourself as far as possible. Then, instead of returning to the ground, bend your knees until you are sitting back on your calves with your arms still stretched out before you. This forces you to curve your back towards the ground, then keeping your head and upper part of your body very close to the ground, glide along the ground until you are again out straight and then start to raise the head and on down the spine. This moving cobra is one continuous serpentine movement. 6. Matsyasana, fish position. Sit up and cross your legs. If you are able to get into the lotus position, that is, with the top of the foot resting upon the opposite thigh, do so. Don't strain. You can adopt any cross-legged position that is comfortable. Place your hands behind you and slowly let yourself back down until you are resting on your elbows. Then lower your head until the top of your head touches the ground. Arch your back. Rest the upper part of your body on the top of your head and the lower part of your body on your cross-legged seat. Now place your hands lightly on top of your thighs, or feet if you are in the lotus position. Remain in the position for about 15 to 30 seconds and then slowly return to a sitting position. If you wish, at this point you can continue forward until your head is on the floor and your shoulders are resting on your thighs, or feet if you are in the lotus position. Then holding the wrist of one arm with the hand of the other behind your back, slowly raise your arms behind you as high as you can. Then bring them down and relax. 7. Dhanurasana, bow position. Roll over on your stomach. Behind your back, take hold of your ankles with your hands, firmly. Now push away with your feet, attempt to extend your legs. This will bring your head and chest up. Keep lifting in this fashion until your thighs are fully off the ground. Look straight ahead. When you have gotten up as far as you can without strain, then remain in that position calmly for 15 to 30 seconds. Gently return to the ground. Do this asana 3 times. If you wish, when you are in the asana you can rock back and forth like a rocking chair. 8. Ardhyatsana, twist position. Sit up straight with your legs out straight before you on the floor. Bend your left knee and put your left leg under your right leg so that the left heel is to the right of, and pressed firmly against, your right buttock. Now bring your right leg up by bending it at the knee and place the right foot flat on the ground to the left of the left knee. Raise your left arm and twist the upper part of the body to the right until your left armpit is directly over your right thigh. Now turn your left forearm in such a fashion that you can pass it back through the triangle made by the bend in your right knee. At this point your left armpit is almost resting on top of the right thigh. Reach around behind you with your right arm until your right and left hands can grip each other. Turn your head so that you are looking behind you, over your right shoulder. Without straining, twist as far as possible. Then, hold the position for about 15 to 30 seconds and return to a straight sitting position. Now do the twist to the left, reversing all the above instruction. 9. Simhasana, lion position. Assume a kneeling position. Place your hands on your knees so that your fingers are extended outwards and you are leaning slightly forward. Extend the tongue outward as far as possible and turn the eyes upward and towards the middle of the forehead. Exhale the breath as much as possible, and contract the throat muscles. Make the entire body as taut as possible, as if you were a lion about to spring. Stop, return, and then relax. Repeat this asana about 4 times. X. Talangalasana, balance position. Lie on your back. Raise your legs off the ground and spread them, keeping them straight. Then raise the upper part of your body to form a V with the point of contact with the ground being the tip of your spine. Stretch your arms forward between your spread legs. Remain in this position for 30 seconds. Don't strain. Return to a relaxed position. 11. Sarvangasana, neck stand. Lie flat on your back. Very gently, in one smooth movement, lift your legs off the ground, keeping them straight, and raise them until they are at a 90 degrees angle to your torso. Then placing your hands behind your back, slowly lift your hips off the ground and more of your back, until only your head and neck are on the ground. Your back is supported by your hands, which should be as high up, close to the neck, on your back as possible. Elbows are on the ground. Remain with legs and body straight up for 2 minutes. 12. Halasana, plow position. Starting from the neck stand, gently bring legs overhead, still keeping them straight, until your toes touch the ground behind your head. Keeping your legs straight, attempt to bring your heels to the ground and to walk in towards your head. When you have gotten as close as possible without straining, then stop for 10 seconds. 13. Karna Pitasan, ear knee position. Starting from last position, now bend your knees until they touch the floor, next to your ears. Remain in that position for 10 seconds. Then gently retrace your steps, one by one, until you are back on the ground resting on your back. You can sense how limber your spine is as you come down from the neck stand. As you lower your body, press each vertebrae against the ground from the neck down. You should hear clicks along the way. 14. Savasana, corpse position. Return to corpse position and remain there for 5 minutes. Mantra. The major obstacle at every stage of the path of enlightenment is our own thoughts. Thoughts keep us separate. Even the thought of unity is far different from unity. And the thoughts keep coming, each one making its bid for our attention and identification. Are all thoughts part of the illusion? Yes. Are some thoughts better than others? Just diving into the water is aided by a springboard, and crossing the great ocean is aided by a raft, so certain thoughts are useful along the way. At the final moment, of course, even these thoughts must be transcended. What are the steps of the process of calming the mind? Think of a lake in whose depths lies hidden what you seek. You try to see down into the lake, but you can't because the surface is covered with waves going in all directions, choppy water, thoughts coming from all directions, from your senses, from your memory, habits of thought learned unconsciously, running off mechanically, the causes of which are too subtle for your analytic mind to grasp. Now, create an artificial wave, consciously add a new component. Choose a single thought and consciously set about making that thought dominant, so that a continuous sequence of even waves all coming from one direction overrides all the choppy water, as an ocean wave absorbs all the eddying waters at the shoreline. Now each wave is that same thought over and over again. No other thought can capture your attention, which remains fixed upon the single thought. Does this mean that other thoughts stop? No. Thoughts continue as a natural process in nature, but you run them through on automatic, base brain. The same way most people drive an automobile, that is, without attending to each movement of the accelerator or steering wheel. We function under the fallacy, cogito ergo sum, that we are our thoughts and therefore must attend to them in order for them to be realized. To break your identification with your own thoughts is to achieve inner freedom. So you identify with this new thought you have added, until you and that thought become one and all other thoughts are passing just like clouds in the sky. When you have arrived at the point where that one thought is the dominant one for you at all times, when going to sleep or waking, when walking or sitting, when talking or eating, then all of your life is on automatic. Then you are free of all but that one thought, and then, through deep meditation, you leave that thought aside too. Which thoughts are useful to repeat? There are different kinds of mantras, phrases. Different mantras take you to different planes. Some seed, beej. Mantras resonate within in such a way as to open one of your chakras, energy centers. There are power mantras to strengthen your will, and other mantras to open your heart in such a way as to deepen your compassion. For example, with a beam of love I touch the heart of my brother, sister, father, mother, beloved, Herman Rednick, Aditya Ahridyam Punyam, Sarv Shatru Bena Shanam. All evil vanishes from life for him who keeps the sun in his heart. Ramayana. Some mantras are useful to help you accept the divine plan without feeling you have to act or do anything about it. For example, let it be, McCartney, and that too, tat twam asi, that thou art. Also helpful in getting you to listen carefully in order to understand the part you play in the sacred dance is the mantra, not my but thy will, O Lord. Then there are special mantras used at special times of the day or for certain acts, for taking showers, toileting, washing clothes, cooking. The use of such special mantras is to help you see the act you are performing or about to perform in such a way as to prevent your identifying with the doer of the act. Example, when taking a shower you place water in your left hand, then with your right fourth finger you touch the water and then touch in succession your mouth, nose, eyes, ears, forehead, and heart. The simple mantra is Om Vishnu Om Vishnu Om Vishnu, Om Wak, mouth, Om Pran, nose, Om Shakshu, Om Sratram Om Shira Om Hridyam, Om Om Om, and then continue to chant Om during the entire shower. This mantra reminds you that all is part of the one. A mantra to be used while going to the toilet. Adishthanta Sura Suru Yex. Gandharv Kinnara Pisachagahyakash. Shev Mal Mutram Karomiaham. And a mantra for taking dope. Om Shiva Shankara. Hari Hari Ganga. You can make up other mantras for other daily acts to bring to consciousness your center so that you break the identification with an ego, who is performing the act. And then finally there are general mantras which can be used by anyone and which move you from whatever stage you are at to the next stage, until you finally arrive at the doorway at which even mantra must go. For example, Om, Rama, Hari Krishna, Gate Gate Paragate, Parasam Gate Bodhi Svaha, beyond, beyond, beyond the beyond, to thee, homage. Om Mani Padme Hum. See Lama Govinda's Foundations of Tibetan Mysticism for discussion of this mantra. Om Tat Sat. Om Namah Shivaya, to Shiva, I bow. Does a mantra have to be invested for it to work? Not in the usual sense. That is, not necessarily on the physical plane. Investing of a mantra means that it is passed in the spirit. That is, if I am working with a mantra and the mantra is so deep within me that when I repeat it, it takes me into the spirit, then I can hand it on to someone else. Whether he will be able to use it will depend upon how much faith he brings to it. If he brings little faith or commitment to it, then he will get little return. If he brings much faith he will get the highest returns. Many teachers who invest mantras will do so only when they know the student to be ready to receive the mantra, having sufficient faith to use the mantra profitably. Mantras which are purchased or which come from a source in which the student does not have full trust do not work unless the student is so advanced that he can transmute negative energy. The power and the effect of a mantra depend on the spiritual attitude, the knowledge and the responsiveness of the individual. The sabda or sound of the mantra is not a physical sound, though it may be accompanied by such a one, but a spiritual one. It cannot be heard by the ears but only by the heart, and it cannot be uttered by the mouth but only by the mind. Lama Govinda. Can I use a mantra that I read in a book? If you feel that the author of the book is pure in his intent in transmitting the information, and if you sense that the book is in the spirit, i.e., it gets you high to read it, then you can find profit in working with the mantra. Get high, and then start working with it. An excellent book is The Way of a Pilgrim, translated from Russian, in which the mantra is the Jesus Prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, used by the Greek Orthodox Christian mystics. Why are we using mantras that are in the Sanskrit language? Wouldn't it be better to use English? No. Sanskrit is the root of the Indo-Aryan languages, of which English is a part. It is a language that was evolved consciously, i.e., each sound syllable resonates in a specific chakra. Thus use of a Sanskrit mantra not only affects the user through the rational medium, the meaning of the mantra, but through the sound of the mantra as well. Often the investing of a mantra includes the pronunciation as well. However, if a person works with a mantra with sufficient purity to be able to hear, he will come to hear the mantra outside/inside of himself, in the Akash, or ether, and he will come to say the mantra in unison with these voices which he hears. What is japa? Japa is mantra, which is the name of God. Rama is such a mantra. To repeat the name of God over and over brings you closer to oneness with the divine. How do you do mantra? Don't do mantra. Let it happen to you. 4. Example, if you feel the desire to work with the mantra Rama. 1. Consider who Ram was historically. Ram was the avatar in the Sat Yuga, the purest period. At that time most of the people in the world were in the spirit, so they recognized and honored the avatar. The story of the Ramayana tells of the life of Ram. He is pictured as the perfect son, husband, brother, father, king, that is, a perfect karma yogi. He represents living daily life as an act of worship. He is a beautiful dark being of great light, love and compassion, wisdom, and power, in perfect harmony. Ram is the essence of who you are when you realize your true self, the Atman. 2. Consider Ram as a spiritual being. He is another statement of eternal perfection reflected in the form of a human being. He is pure light, love, energy, compassion, wisdom, power. Like the sun, he emits light and warmth, and life force. He is as real at this moment as you have faith to allow him to be. 3. Start to pronounce his name silently. It is 2 syllables, Ra and Ma. However, the A of Ma is sounded silently. Listen inside until you can hear the name and then begin to let it come outside, as if you were speaking along with the inside voice which is whispering it. Then keep saying it. 4. After some time you will notice that though you are still repeating it with your tongue, the mantra is moving, perhaps first to a subvocal point and then to your brain. Finally, if you have done the mantra long enough, it will start to sound in your heart. 5. You should keep doing it consciously until it has become a strong habit. Take a walk and say the mantra all the time you are walking. Notice everything but keep the mantra going. Keep realizing that God is it all. And therefore everything you look at is part of Ram. Everyone you meet is Ram who has come to teach you something. You are continually meeting and merging into perfection. 6. Make yourself like Hanuman, the monkey in the Ramayana, the perfect servant and lover of Ram. 7. If you wish to use an external aid to help keep the mantra in your awareness, you might obtain a mala. This is a string of 108 prayer beads plus a guru bead. In the West it is usually called a rosary. These beads you can pass between the thumb and fourth or third finger. The index finger is not used because in India it is used for pointing an accusation of your right hand. Bead by bead, repeating the name of Ram with each bead. In using a mala, you proceed up to the guru bead and then turn the beads and go the other way. You do not complete the circle. The beads are moved towards you. After a period of usage your beads will begin to have an investment of the pran or spiritual force which your doing of japa has brought to them. 8. Get in the habit of coming out of sleep into mantra. 9. Get in the habit of having every strong emotion, positive or negative, serve as a reminder to bring you back to your mantra. 10. Get in the habit of cutting through your own thought prisons by just dissolving it all back into the mantra. 11. Do mantra with others who are in the spirit. Do mantra when you are high. 12. Do not discuss the mantra with anyone who is less into the spirit than you. If you can't make that discrimination, then don't discuss it with anyone. For every time you run your mantra through the head of someone who doubts, or is cynical, their doubt or cynicism will resonate with the places in you where your own faith is not enough. That is why mantras are often invested secretly. 13. Some practices with mantra require that at the outset one work with the mantra only about 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes in the evening. If you prefer, you may follow this system and then let the mantra expand out into your life as it naturally will. If you try to make the mantra work, or force it as an act of egoic will, then you will lose it, though it can be regained. So it is good to keep in mind that in truth the mantra is doing you. You are not doing the mantra. Let it pull you towards itself as you are ready. Be a passive instrument in its hands. Potent quotes. When the mind perceives an object, it is transformed into the shape of that object. So the mind which thinks of the divinity which it worships, istadevata, is at length, through continued devotion, transformed into the likeness of that devata. By allowing the devata thus to occupy the mind for long, it becomes as pure as the devata. This is the fundamental principle of tantric sadhana or religious practice. Woodruff. World comes into play only when one forgets the Lord. By constant remembrance of God, one while living in the world among friends and relations is yet not of the world. Persian Divine. I do not feel that I am walking at all. I am only aware of the fact that I am saying the prayer. When the bitter cold pierces me, I begin to say my prayer more earnestly, and I quickly get warm all over. When hunger begins to overcome me, I call more often on the name of Jesus and I forget my wish for food. I have become a sort of half-conscious person. I have no cares and no interests. The fussy business of the world I would not give a glance to. The one thing I wish for is to be alone, and all by myself, to pray without ceasing, and doing this I am filled with joy. Way of a Pilgrim. After no great lapse of time I had the feeling that the prayer had, so to speak, by its own action passed from my lips to my heart. Further, there came into my heart a gracious warmth. Way of a Pilgrim. None of these things made me feel at all cast down. It was as though they happened to someone else, and I merely watched them. The prayer brought sweetness into my heart and made me unaware, so to speak, of everything else. Way of a Pilgrim. If the enemy cannot turn us from prayer by means of vain thoughts and sinful ideas, then he brings back into our minds good things we have been taught, and fills us with beautiful ideas, so that one way or another he may lure us away from prayer, which is a thing he cannot bear. It is called a theft. From the right-hand side, he taught me therefore not to admit during times of prayer even the most lofty of spiritual thoughts. And if I saw that in the course of the daytime had been spent more in improving thought and talk than in actual prayer of the heart, then I was to think of it as a loss of the sense of proportion or a sign of spiritual greed. Way of a Pilgrim. Everywhere, wherever you may find yourself, you can set up an altar to God in your mind by means of prayer. Way of a Pilgrim. Free from sensual passions and absorbed in devout affection to Rama, the soul disports itself like a fish in the ambrosial lake of his beloved name. Tulsi Das. Place the name of Rama as a jeweled lamp at the door of your lips, and there will be light, as you will, both inside and out. Tulsi Das. Any wretch who invokes his name is able to cross the vast and boundless ocean of existence, and you are his messengers. Have then no fear, but with Rama's image impressed upon your soul, concert your plans. Tulsi Das. Devi, imagine the Sanskrit letters in these honey-filled foci of awareness. First as letters, then more subtly as sounds, then as most subtle feeling, then, leaving them aside, be free. Reps. Transmuting energy. The entire cosmos, at every plane and in every form, is energy. This energy is known as pran. Your body is a form of pran, so is your thought and feeling, and so is light. These forms of pran differ from one another in terms of the rate and amplitude of their vibrations. Solids are pran in a grosser form, light in a finer form. The finest form of pran, the tiniest quantum of energy, is the universe, the highest plane of form, as opposed to formless, from which all other planes are derived, is the clear white light, a homogeneous light field which includes everything. Every quantum of energy is interchangeable with every other one, and there is continuous change, continuous transformation of energy from one form to another. Thus everything in the universe is interrelated. At the level at which there is only pure pran, a number of labels are interchangeable. This plane could also be called pure light or pure consciousness as well as pure pran. The implications of this are far-reaching, for it means that the universe is consciousness. It follows that when you have succeeded in fully breaking the identification with your body, senses, and thoughts, then you merge into pure consciousness, universal consciousness. What you thought was your consciousness turns out to be only a part of a consciousness caught in the illusion of separateness. A person who has severed all attachments and has thus become one with consciousness is said to be in Sat Chit Ananda, total existence, total knowledge, total bliss. This is the highest form of samadhi. Short of this state, however, there are many intermediate steps in which you become free of attachments to the grosser forms of pran and function in more rarefied planes. Input of energy. Until the final state of Sat Chit Ananda, an individual keeps his separate identity, and this separate being is a conduit through which energy passes. This separate entity is able to receive pran at a vibration similar to the plane at which there is still attachment. Thus, if you are attached to your body, you receive pran in the grossest form, that is, through food, water, and air. Some of this pran is expended in gross muscle activity in reproduction, while another part of the pran is transformed into a finer form which is usable as thought, feelings, or, in the highest form, as the experience of the spirit or pure consciousness. This highest form of pran is called ojas, the lower form is known as bindu. For a person who has broken his identification on the gross physical plane, pran is available to him at a higher vibration. He is able to transform this pran, which can come from thoughts, sights, etc. into finer vibrations as before, or into more gross vibrations. Thus, he is able, as was Teresa Newman, to feed his body directly with light, alleviating the necessity for taking in food. Such powers are of course unnecessary in most cases. It is more usual to evolve to the point where one eats what one needs with enjoyment, though without attachment. The sun emits the higher vibrational forms of pran which most of us can only use when it has gone through a vibrational step down through the medium of plants, etc. If you have broken your attachments at the physical plane, then you have available to you energy at a vibrational rate of a subtle or astral plane as well as the gross physical energy to which you are accustomed. Therefore, as you proceed with purification, you experience considerably greater energy. Of course, the end of the path is the point at which you become all energy. However, even at the early stages of the journey, the additional energy poses certain problems. All of your habits of reaction are based on your usual input of energy. As you feed in more energy, it is like feeding in a 220 current into a home that is wired for 110. Unless the electrical fixtures in the home are suitably adapted, you will burn out all the appliances. You might try to carry on business as usual, only with greater intensity and duration, physical activity, sexual activity, talking, etc., but you soon find that these channels are not adequate. What you must do is develop a framework of new habits of thought as to A. Who you are, and B. How to use energy. There are two strategies that you can pursue once you realize this. The first is to avoid the fulfilling of the still active desires, using the energy instead for specific acts of purification. The second alternative is to use the energy to fulfill the desire once again, but simultaneously to be conscious of the entire process, that is, use the experience to get finished with the desire. This second method, called Ban Marg, or the left-handed path, is very risky. Most people who attempt to use it are not successful and succeed only in creating more karma. However, it is such a seductive route that most Westerners prefer it and wrap their subsequent failure in layers of rationalization. What is required is the surrender of the model of a finite ego. But that model dies hard, for it is the model that keeps the dance of nature mechanically proceeding, and the ego would be only too happy to have under its control all this additional energy to gratify its own desires. Such use, however, turns out to be short-lived, for using powers in the service of the ego creates new karma and new attachment which ultimately lead to the loss of the power. That is, one gets reattached at the grosser plane and loses the new resource of energy. However, the using of increased amounts of energy to fulfill old desires has another effect. One finally uses up the desire. It's like having a craving for peanut butter and then getting a large amount and eating it directly out of the jar. Finally you arrive at the point where the desire for peanut butter is satiated. If you keep eating it beyond satiation, because you are still living out the old thought pattern, I desire peanut butter, you ultimately arrive at a point where the experience is so negative that you may permanently lose desire for peanut butter. As this happens with more and more desires, that is, as they fall away, you at first experience loss, emptiness and despair in your life, a deadened meaninglessness. At that point you may try to resurrect old desires, but it really doesn't work. It's at this point of despair that you are truly ripe to begin to tune in to the next level of consciousness. Now you can see the pros and cons of using the new energy to fulfill old desires. On the one hand you are satiating and finishing with these desires. On the other hand you are getting more deeply enmeshed because every time you satisfy a desire you strengthen the habits connected with it, and every desire, no matter how perverse it may seem, is an attempt to get to the light. The devil knows not for whom he works. Further clarification. Here is another way of stating your predicament. You have some activity going on in the first 4 chakras, centers. Survival, sex, power, and compassionate oneness with other beings all bid as motivators of your perceptions and behaviors. If all of your energy were localized in the second chakra, for example, your life would be relatively simple. You would be primarily motivated and preoccupied with sexual gratification. You would notice and be attracted to possible sexual partners, and your actions with these people would all be directed toward sexual gratification. If your energy were all localized in the 3rd chakra, then it would still be simple, all power. You would see each person only in terms of whether that person could be used to enhance your ego. You would experience fear and hatred of those who held power over you. Your behavior would be subservient or officious, or benignly paternalistic. You would be unable to see another human being as a peer but only as superior or inferior to you in one dimension or another. In those dimensions where you are equal, you would not notice the other person. If you had crossed the first great barrier, between the 3rd and 4th chakras, so completely that all your energy were localized in the 4th chakra, then you would experience only the compassionate feelings of the brotherhood of the spirit with all other beings. Whether in a sexual embrace, or in a business or social contact, the only feeling towards the other person would be one of usness, of brotherhood. Since you would no longer have any investment in yourself as a separate entity, all of your actions would be in perfect harmony with all the forces acting in the field at that moment. You would be living in the Tao. but your predicament is that you are simultaneously involved in all of these chakras. So if you try to seduce someone as if the second chakra is what it's all about, you suddenly find your sexual desires fluctuating as you experience waves of compassionate love interspersed with lust. Or if you join with someone in prayer or singing the praises of God, you become aware of sexual desires towards that person or desires to control him. Many of the relationships to spiritual teachers have components of power and sex in them. At the outset, it is necessary to acknowledge where you are in your development. All of these forces are present. Denial will not help. What will help? As you come to understand fully that you will be finished with human suffering only when you are living in the fourth chakra, or higher, and you become strongly committed to getting on with it, then the method is straightforward. Keep converting every relationship into one of compassion. Keep a compassionate model uppermost in your consciousness at all times. Every time you slip back into one of the lower chakras, don't pity yourself or damn yourself. Merely redefine the situation in terms of the fourth chakra, in terms of compassionate love for all beings. If you find you are in a relationship with someone which is gratifying to him, you because of the power you have over them, consider that you and he are both manifestations of the one. Look him in the eye until you both see clearly where power stops and where love begins. Once you have seen through that veil, then you have transmuted the energy from the third to the fourth chakra. This is the divine work, making the profane sacred. What is the risk? By working with energies associated with the lower chakras, you are arousing all the habits which keep you stuck in those chakras. If your will is not strong enough, i.e., your desire to get on with it, you may end up just strengthening the illusion and increasing your karma. The safest strategy is to keep as far away from the fires of the lower chakras as possible. When you have to get near them, then transmute the energy. The riskiest strategy is to seek out stimuli which arouse the lower chakra energies, and then attempt to transmute those energies. Keep in mind that most people who attempt this high-risk strategy stay caught in the illusion of separateness for their entire lifetime. Between these two extremes is the path that most Westerners who are on the path follow. They design their life in such a way as not to be inundated by stimuli connected with the lower chakras. At the same time, they do not avoid such stimuli. When one comes along, they do their best to transmute the energy. They accept their own limitations, feel no guilt about getting caught again, and yet slowly and gently they learn to transmute the energy. This is the middle path, living life joyfully and as consciously as possible. Pranayam. Exercises. One of the manifestations of pran, or life force, in the human body is breathing. By working with your breath you are able to tune into the larger energies of the universe. Furthermore, there is an intimate relationship between thought and breath. When you calm your breath, there is simultaneous calming of the mind. When you succeed either in stopping the breath altogether or in stopping all thought, then you are in a state of samadhi, or superconsciousness. The two are so intimately related that to stop one is to stop the other also. Pranayam is the control of vital force or energy or pran through a series of disciplined breathing exercises. The actual stopping of the breath is only possible for advanced yogis who have done much sadhana. However, there are some beginning exercises which are almost immediately effective in calming you down. In addition, these exercises are preparatory to the more advanced breathing retention exercises by which the kundalini is aroused, energy moving up the spinal column to the head. For the advanced exercises, supervision is important, in addition to bringing about a calmness and a sense of peacefulness. Throughout the day, these exercises also alter the constitution of the blood, through oxygen exchange, and lead to more shallow breathing throughout the day. You will notice that advanced yogis all have very gentle breath and never get out of breath. These breathing exercises can be done anywhere from 1 to 4 times in 24 hours, depending upon the intensity of your sadhana. They must be done on an empty stomach, at least 3 hours after taking food and 1 hour after taking liquid. Most people will find that doing pranayam as part of the early morning purification is ideal. A second suitable time is at sunset, before the evening meal. While it is good to learn deep breathing, these particular exercises limit breath to the thoracic cavity rather than the abdominal cavity. During the remainder of the day you should be using deep breathing, that is, breathing, which involves the lower abdominal cavity as well as the upper thoracic cavity. 1. Sit upright. If you can sit in the lotus position, do so. On the other hand, you can sit in a chair as long as you keep your head, neck, and chest in a straight line. 2. Close the mulband. This means to pull in and up on the anal sphincter and genitals. At first you will find this very difficult to maintain. With a little practice, however, it will become easy to retain this closed position during the entire set of exercises. If you wish, you can make a small ball of cloth, about the size of a golf ball, and sit on it so that it presses up on a spot midway between the anus and the genitals. This will help. 3. Pull in slightly on the udayana band. That is, pull in your gut slightly. Contract your abdominal muscles. Keep them that way throughout these exercises. Do not raise your shoulders or tighten your body when doing these exercises. Exercise 1, SHETL, also called Siddhali. Extend the tongue out of the mouth as far as possible. Form it into a U shape with the sides high and middle low, like a trough. If you don't think you can do this, look into a mirror and get as close to that position as possible. Then breathe in through the mouth as deeply as is comfortable with the abdominal muscles slightly contracted. Then retract the tongue into the mouth and breathe out through the nose. During the inhalation, imagine that you are bringing into your body pure pran or life force or light or consciousness. Throughout the exercise, focus on the point between the eyebrows so that you experience bringing the pran to that point. As you breathe out, imagine breathing out impurities of body and mind. Initially do 5 of these the first day. Increase by 1 each day until you are doing 50 a day. Continue at that rate. Exercise 2, Bhastrika, also called Kapalabhati or bellows. This breathing involves a rhythmic shallow breathing through the nose only. There is no pause between inhalation and exhalation. You start slowly in order to keep the in-breath and out-breath of equal intensity and duration. Once you have equated them, then you can increase the rate and intensity. Ultimately, the breath is short and staccato in nature with a definite feeling of impact at the points between the in-breath and the out-breath and in-breath. During this exercise, focus on the inside of the tip of the nose at the point where the air hits the nasal passage during exhalation. Do this exercise for about 30 seconds. Stop, rest, then do it again for about 30 seconds. Later, if you wish, you can increase the number of these 30-second units to 3 or 4 at a sitting. If you are doing it properly, at the end of 2 to 4 weeks you will notice that at the end of this exercise you smell a new and pleasantly sweet smell at the tip of your nose at the completion of this exercise. Exercise 3, Nari Sadhan. Place the right hand so that the third finger is resting between the eyebrows. The thumb is by the right nostril, and the fourth finger is by the left nostril. Close the right nostril with the thumb and inhale slowly and evenly through the left nostril, about 4 seconds. Then hold the nose by closing both nostrils for about 2 seconds. Then remove the thumb and exhale slowly and evenly through the right nostril, about 8 seconds. Then after a second or 2, inhale through the right nostril, 4 seconds, hold 2 seconds, and exhale through the left nostril, 8 seconds. In other words, you change nostrils before each exhalation. As you take in the breath through your left nostril, imagine a charge of energy going down the ida, a nerve on the left side of your spine. As you then hold the breath for the 2 seconds, imagine that charge of energy crossing from the left to the right side at the base of your spine. Then as you exhale through the right nostril, imagine that charge of energy coming up the pingala, a nerve on the right side of the spine. As your total purification program proceeds, these imaginings will be replaced by actual sensations in your spinal column. Start with 5 of this exercise on the first day and increase to 50 a day, and continue at that rate. If you experience hiccups or pain from doing these exercises, stop at once and concentrate on other forms of yoga for a year or 2 before attempting pranayama again. Potent quotes. Human endeavor must always remain short of perfection, besides no one will ever weed out the tendencies innate in his particular nature. The point is to change their force into life power. Ouspensky. Just as hunger, not greed, has a legitimate purpose, so the sexual instinct has been implanted by nature solely for the propagation of the species, not for the kindling of insatiable longings. Destroy wrong desires now, otherwise they will remain with you after the astral body has been separated from its physical casing. Even when the flesh is weak, the mind should be constantly resistant. If temptation assails you with cruel force, overcome it by impersonal analysis and indomitable will. Every natural passion can be mastered. Sri Yukswar. Fire animates man, a sexual fire reproduces him. These 2 fires are one. At their source, man can either drain this fire for his pleasure, or he can sublimate it into a divine force. The Lubais. Sexual energy. There are 7 focal points of psychic energy in the body. These points are called chakras. Each center is associated with a different vibrational expression of the energy, from the first chakra which works with the grossest form of this energy to the 7th chakra which works with the energy in its finest form. Just as a personality profile can describe an individual's dominant personality characteristics, so a person can be described in terms of the chakras in which his energy is received and dissipated. There are certain labels which can be affixed to these chakras to define the dominant concern of an individual whose primary energy expression is fixed at that particular level. Thus the first chakra is associated with survival, a jungle or animal mentality. The second chakra is associated with reproduction and sexual gratification. The third chakra concerns power and mastery. These 3 chakras are the focal points for most of the energy presently used by man in his worldly endeavors. These 3 chakras are primarily concerned with the use of energy for the maintenance and enhancement of the ego. It is only when we arrive at the 4th chakra, the heart chakra, that we enter into a realm which starts to transcend the ego. This 4th chakra is primarily concerned with compassion. The 5th is concerned with the seeking of God. The 6th, located between the eyebrows, is concerned with wisdom. The 3rd eye, and the 7th, with full enlightenment or union. The spiritual path can be conceived, from an energy point of view, as the path up the spine, that is, the movement and transformation of energy, from the lower to the higher chakras, the purification of energy. With this definition in mind, it is apparent that any use of energy which further strengthens the hold, or intensity, of the lower chakras interferes with the spiritual progress. The experience and habits associated with lust are the domain of the 2nd chakra. Freud was the master spokesman of the person who is fixated in the 2nd chakra, just as Adler was the spokesman for the 3rd chakra, and perhaps Jung the spokesman of the 4th. In our Western culture there has been such an investment in the models of man associated with the 2nd and 3rd chakra, sex and power, that we have developed strong and deeply held habits of perceiving the inner and outer universe in these terms. Though we may realize intellectually that the spiritual journey requires the transformation of energy from these preoccupations to higher centers, we find it difficult to override these strong habits which seem to be reinforced by the vibration of the culture in which we live. Thus it seems normal to have certain ego needs with regard to sex and power. It is difficult for us to comprehend that what is normal for a second chakra preoccupied person is hardly normal for a fourth chakra person. A second chakra person, as so well described by Freud, thinks of everything as sexual in nature. A pencil is phallic, political power is sexual, potency, etc. Freud describes religion as sublimated sexuality. A third chakra person sees it all in terms of power or mastery. Even his sexual activity is seen in that light. All takes of the universe in terms of the first, second and third chakra are profane. That is, they maintain and enhance man's illusion of separateness. Every time you live out and act in terms, habits of thought, of a lower chakra, you strengthen the hold of that chakra. There are two strategies with regard to the very powerful energies localized at the level of the second or sexual chakra in human beings. You can avoid arousing these energies and simultaneously work from within to transmute these latent forces into spiritual energy. This requires sexual continence and is called brahmacharya. The alternative is to continue to arouse the second chakra energies and to attempt to direct these now manifest energies into spiritual realms. This technique is known as sexual tantra. Brahmacharya, sexual continence, is a specific process of taking energy you might otherwise use in second chakra acts and moving the energy up the spine into the higher chakras. The purpose is to generate or collect energy, which you can use in the service of becoming enlightened. Most brahmacharyas are converting and moving the energy up to the higher centers so effectively that they experience little of the sexual frustration that someone who is celibate in the usual sense might. They experience higher energy of the specific nature that is useful in breaking through in meditation into the state of Sat Chit Ananda. The techniques involved include primarily pranayam, mantra, diet, and the avoidance of second chakra stimuli. From a habitual Western vantage point it looks as if such a person is giving up something and must be suffering. But the true brahmacharya is not only not suffering, but is often experiencing far higher and more permanent states of bliss than can be experienced through the lower chakras. Sexual tantra. In bhakti yoga, the yoga of devotion, the highest form of the method, as reflected in the story of Krishna and the gopis, is the relation of devotee to God as lover to beloved. The gopis, milkmaids, are in love with Krishna, the young handsome boy with the flute. On autumn evenings by the full moon he would play his flute by the river bank and call the gopis to him, and there he would manifest himself in 16,000 forms, one for each gopi, and proceed to make love to each in the way most desired by her. This brought all the energy contained in the desire for merging that exists between a lover and the beloved, as two, i.e., dualism, into the service of union in total love with God. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, "Do what you do but dedicate the fruits of your acts to me," all acts, and the act of sex is no exception. To practice sexual tantra, total truth and total trust are required. You and your partner must both consciously understand that you are working together as an act of purification to burn away all impurities so that you may become one. You have agreed to share karma. This has nothing to do with any specific acts either now or later. It only implies that there is no holding back or unwillingness to accept how it is at this moment. It is totally here and now. All fantasies are shared and brought to the here and now. Thoughts must be fully openly, shared until the paranoia attendant to lust has been replaced by the luxurious warmth of love. The practice starts with meditation together and after perhaps the sharing of a cardamom seed. Slowly the dance evolves, the dance in which every breath, touch, movement, even thought is totally savored, compassionately understood, by the one consciousness that you are sharing. You are both man and you are both woman, and there is an act in which two bodies are involved, but the act, like two hands clapping, is a unity, experienced by a single consciousness. The body of the partner becomes the body of Ram or the Divine Mother. Each touch or kiss is an act of devotion to that sacred being. The entire experience is the act of worship, and the orgasm itself ceases to be of paramount importance. The difficulty with this method, of course, is the tendency to get lost in the personal sensual gratification which draws you and your partner apart and casts you back into a second chakra dance which merely once again perpetuates the illusion of separateness. There are numerous specific techniques which reduce the risk of losing your center. An example is the Mathuna position, in which the woman sits astride the man. This position slows down the arousal process and the orgasm, thus allowing the partners to remain conscious throughout the entire practice. None of us who are collaborating in the preparation of this manuscript are sufficiently evolved in the use of this method to present this section in a more definitive fashion at this time. A woman once came to Mahatma Gandhi with her little boy. She asked, "Mahatma-ji, tell my little boy to stop eating sugar." "Come back in 3 days," said Gandhi. In 3 days the woman and the little boy returned, and Mahatma Gandhi said to the little boy, "Stop eating sugar." The woman asked, "Why was it necessary for us to return only after 3 days for you to tell my little boy that?" The Mahatma replied, "3 days ago I had not stopped eating sugar." Cities. And in the 4th watch of the night Jesus went unto them, walking on the sea. And when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, "It is a spirit," and they cried out for fear. But straightway Jesus spake unto them, saying, "Be of good cheer, it is I, be not afraid." And Peter answered him and said, "Lord, if it be thou, bid me come unto thee on the water." And he said, "Come." And when Peter was come down out of the ship, he walked on the water to go to Jesus. But when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid, and beginning to sink, he cried, "Lord, save me." And immediately Jesus stretched forth his hand, and caught him, and said unto him, "O thou of little faith, wherefore didst thou doubt?" And when they were come into the ship, the wind ceased. Matthew. Levitation, astral travel, mind reading, parting the Red Sea, withering the fig tree, moving mountains. What role do powers play in the spiritual journey? As one purifies one's mind and body, i.e., increases the one-pointedness of mind, one gains more and more powers, cities. At each stage there is the option to use or not to use a newly gained power. If you are interested in powers, you'll get them. That's the trouble. Along with each step of purification, i.e., with increasing ability to bring the mind to one-pointedness, all of the powers you've either read about or thought about become available to you. These are like the lions at the gates of each successive inner temple. The lions become more and more ferocious. If you have a desire other than the desire for enlightenment, at each stage of your work you become increasingly capable of gratifying that desire. If you want wealth, wealth will be yours. If you want a beautiful lover, why, a beautiful lover will be yours. The problem, of course, is that every time you direct your attention to the gratification of a specific desire, you create more thoughts about that desire and thus strengthen its hold over you. Thus, you slow down your own journey into the light. Since you already realized that the gratification of that desire is going to be finite and ultimately not enough, the new power has in fact sucked you into another cul-de-sac. And so it goes for most people until they truly see each new power as one more seductive enticement of Maya. Some people, when they become aware of having gained a new power, justify their use of the power in terms of social good, i.e., the welfare of their fellow man. However, to the extent that they are attached to doing good, their desires affect their perception and they, in fact, cannot truly see what is best for the welfare of their fellow man. Often, in their zeal to do good, they only increase man's illusion and make perception of the truth more difficult. These days most people put their faith in man's intellect and his power of reason. Consequently, those few who have powers which transcend the rational mind are in an unusual and extraordinary position. It becomes tempting for them to want to experiment. There are many stories in India of yogis who in the course of very intense sadhana have developed certain powers which they use either for fame or wealth or more subtle forms of ego enhancement. They read minds, change their physiological processes such as heartbeat, body heat, reaction to cold, etc. As an example of a misuse of power, one sadhu lifts a 100-pound bag of sand with his penis. The simple rule of the game, repeated in the most profound mystical texts, reminds us that it is not my but thy will, O Lord, not my trip but thy trip. Quite simply, if you are wondering whether to use a power, don't. If, on the other hand, in the unfolding of your karma, some power is required, it will appear and serve. The only thing that will hold back your evolvement is the use of power in the service of the ego. With each new level of surrender and purification, and of faith to give up your present control and power, you achieve new powers. Finally, when you have given up all of your position and power, you end up having all powers. When Jesus said, "Had ye faith ye could move mountains," he was speaking literal truth. The cosmic humor is that if you desire to move mountains and you continue to purify yourself, ultimately you will arrive at the place where you are able to move mountains. But in order to arrive at this position of power you will have had to give up being he who wanted to move mountains so that you can be he who put the mountain there in the first place. The humor is that finally when you have the power to move the mountain, you are the person who placed it there, so there the mountain stays. One can only stand in total awe of such a divine plan, and experience much compassion about the poignancy of one's petty concerns about power. Satsang. Ramankrishna points out that when a tree is very small we protect it by surrounding it with a fence so that animals do not step on it. Later when the tree is bigger it no longer needs the fence. Then it can give shelter to many. So it is with the spiritual growth. At the outset, just after we have begun to awaken to the possibility of living in the Spirit, we are vulnerable, for our faith is shaky. At this stage in our development it is important that we surround ourselves with other beings who share our faith in the Spirit. This is called satsang, or sangha, the community of monks on the path. And it is for this reason that there are such things as monasteries or ashrams. During this stage it is well to be with people who wish to discuss only ways and means of realizing enlightenment. The progression is quite inevitable. After some time on the path of awakening, the type of associates you share time with changes. Finally you realize that except for existing karmic commitments, such as familial or societal commitments, there is no reason to spend time with anyone except as an aid to one's sadhana. So all new relationships, be they friendships, roommates, marriages, business partnerships, take on implicitly, and finally, explicitly, this contractual basis. When your center is firm, when your faith is strong and unwavering, then it will not matter what company you keep. Then you will see that all beings are on the evolutionary journey of consciousness. They differ only to the degree that the veil of illusion clouds their vision. But for you, you will see behind the veil to the place where we are all one. Potent quotes. Our friends found us becoming dull. Gurdjieff said, "There is worse to come. He is an interesting man who lies well, you have already begun to die. It is a long way yet to complete death, but still a certain amount of silliness is going out of you. You can no longer deceive yourselves as sincerely as you did before. You have now got the taste of truth." Ouspensky. Bad company is loss, and good company is gain. In company with the When the dust flies heavenwards, if it joins water, it becomes mud and sinks. Tulsi Das. When going through spiritual exercises, sadhana, do not associate with those who never concern themselves with matters spiritual. Such people scoff at those who worship God and meditate upon Him, and they ridicule piety and the pious. Keep yourself far aloof from them. Raman Krishna. I must now whisper very unceasingly, I was not born separate from you. GV. Getting straight. Your understanding of what the universe is all about changes as you proceed further along the path towards enlightenment. As your vantage point or perspective changes, you begin to understand more and more of how it is. With this greater understanding comes greater compassion and acceptance of how it is, an ability to see the divine plan in everything, even in your failings and the failings of others. In the course of your journey, it is most likely that your day-to-day companions or friends may change. Some may fall away as your interest in the spirit pulls you from the worldly interest which brought or kept you together, but new friends who share your current interests will appear. Of course, some of your existing relationships will move easily into this new domain, and the relationship will become deeper and calmer, coming to exist in the eternal present. This transition in traveling companions is a delicate and troubling matter. To find that someone whom you assumed shared all your values and interests over many years has no interest whatsoever in enlightenment or in becoming more conscious or coming into the spirit is a shock. You want to share this trip with him in the same way as you shared others in the past. That desire to proselytize, to turn him on, to show him, to bring him to the light is a reflection of your lack of wisdom. For only some people can hear. Only some can awaken in this lifetime. It's a little like seeing a friend drowning and being unable to catch his hand. You want so badly to do something, but in truth you can only be as straight and as open and as here as you can be, and if your friend can hear, he will hear. And if he cannot hear, he will turn away from you. No blame. What is important is that you get your house in order at each stage of the journey so that you can proceed. If some day it be given to you to pass into the inner temple, you must leave no enemies behind. The Lubiks. For example, if you never got on well with one of your parents and you have left that parent behind on your journey in such a way that the thought of that parent arouses anger or frustration or self-pity or any emotion, you are still attached. You are still stuck. And you must get that relationship straight before you can finish your work. And what, specifically, does getting it straight mean? Well, it means reperceiving that parent, or whoever it may be, with total compassion, seeing him as a being of the spirit, just like you, who happens to be your parent and who happens to have this or that characteristic, and who happens to be at a certain stage of his evolutionary journey. You must see that all beings are just beings, and that all the wrappings of personality and role and body are the coverings. Your attachments are only to the coverings, and as long as you are attached to someone else's covering you are stuck, and you keep them stuck in that attachment. Only when you can see the essence, can see God, in each human being do you free yourself and those about you. It's hard work when you have spent years building a fixed model of who someone else is to abandon it, but until that model is superseded by a compassionate model, you are still stuck. In India they say that in order to proceed with one's work one needs one's parents' blessings. Even if the parent has died, you must in your heart and mind reperceive that relationship until it becomes, like every one of your current relationships, one of light. If the person is still alive you may, when you have proceeded far enough, revisit and bring the relationship into the present. For, if you can keep the visit totally in the present, you will be free and finished. The parent may or may not be, but that is his karmic predicament. And if you have been truly in the present, and if you find a place in which you can share even a brief eternal moment, this is all it takes to get the blessing of your parent. It obviously doesn't demand that the parent say, "I bless you." Rather it means that he hears you as a fellow being, and honors the divine spark within you, and even a moment in the here and now, a single second shared in the eternal present, in love, is all that is required to free you both, if you are ready to be freed. From then on, it's your own individual karma that determines how long you can maintain that high moment. This getting straight not only applies to people but to things as well, such as favorite music, disliked foods, special treats, avoided places, all your toys, etc. Everything must be rerun through your compassion machine. You must revisit, at least in meditation, all your old attachments and re-see them in the light of the Spirit. As you do, they fall away, unless, of course, the attachment to them is so strong that you are not able yet to re-see them with pure compassion. To stumble in that way on the path merely indicates the work yet to be done. Thus it gives direction to your sadhana, which is work on those desires that cause you to stumble, by bringing them into the light of mantra or the witness until they fall away of their own. Truth. Truth gets you high. There is no doubt about it. Lies bring you down. To lie to another person you have to see them as him, or her, or them, i.e., as an object. Such distance that the act of lying creates turns out in the long run to cost more than the lie gained for you in the first place. Once you understand the workings of karma, you see that there is no escape from the effects, both short and long term, of your acts, i.e., acts done in the service of the ego. Reflect upon each of the following quotes. Then reflect upon some lie or half-truth you have attempted to perpetuate with regard to yourself or with others. Notice the corrosive side effects of the lie. Now consider how your life would be changed were the truth known. It is useful here to remember that your guru, even though you may not have met him in his manifest form, knows everything about you. Everything. And he understands why you do what you do, and he has compassion for your predicament. And you look him directly in the eye, and you suddenly know that it is all right to live in truth, for where it counts, in the matters of the spirit, you are not vulnerable at all. So how can truth hurt? This may take a great deal of reflection. Potent quotes. Moreover, son of Pandu, wert thou worst of all wrongdoers, this fair ship of truth should bear thee safe and dry across the sea of thy transgressions. Bhagavad Gita. Indeed, we are running away all the time to avoid coming face to face with our real selves, and we barter the truth for trifles. Way of a pilgrim. Our sins are created in secrecy. The moment we realize that God witnesses even our thoughts, we shall be free. Wisdom of the ages, from Sat Sandesh. What makes a man unworthy of the temple is the cowardice which prompts him to avoid the experience of shame, for this avoidance breeds oblivion. For shame accepted is the greatest treasure. The door will open before your eyes when you have understood this. The only thing that is humiliating is helplessness. The cause of such helplessness lies in ignorance of your errors. Awareness thereof, on the contrary, attracts you to the power of your God. If you deny the existence of your fault or error, it will strengthen its hold over you. If you recognize it, your awareness will destroy it. He who rejects this will never know the entrance to the temple. The Lubics. Illusions are like mistresses. We can have many of them without tying ourselves down to responsibility. But truth insists on marriage. Once a person embraces truth, he is in its ruthless, but gentle, grasp. Rabazar Tars. When she caught me stealing jelly beans in the kitchen one day, she grabbed my closed fist in her palm and held it up to the light. Open up your hand, child, she said, and don't be so prideful. It ain't nothing but stuff you got hiding there. A novel. Drop out/cop out. Can you undertake sadhana without defaulting in your social responsibilities? If you could stand back for but a moment, you could see that if man were more conscious from moment to moment, he could transcend most of the difficulties he now faces: poverty, war, pollution, neurosis, disease. Where does such consciousness come from? From you. Can he rectify false weight whose own scales are uncertain? Can you enlighten your neighbor while you yourself have no light? Raman Krishna. Man is presently caught in a plane of consciousness which is nourished by the workings of his rational mind, that is, the plane of polarities, of good and evil and left and right, of old and young, of us and them, and of man and woman. To be not caught means to be unattached. To be unattached does not mean to be uninvolved, it means to be involved without attachment. A conscious being is capable of making as many discriminations among components of the universe as anyone else, perhaps even more. However, he is not caught in them. Just because you are seeing divine light, experiencing waves of bliss, or conversing with gods and goddesses is no reason to not know your zip code. Keeping it together means keeping conscious at all levels, all planes, with no attachment to any of them. Let us consider an example of the relation of a group called hippies and a group called police. If a confrontation occurs during a protest, what is the result? If the hippies see the police only as them and the police see the hippies only as them, then the result is an increase in polarization and distance between the two groups. Each returns to its headquarters and plans an increase in its own strength to overcome them. Why does the distance increase? Because nobody wants to beat them. Everyone wants to beat us. And if you meet someone who sees you as him, or one of them, that meeting arouses in you all your paranoia, and you, in turn, see the other person as him or one of them. Such cycles get worse and worse until there is violent confrontation. What is the conscious alternative? It is not to avoid protest or confrontation, rather, it is for the participants to become more conscious. And what does that mean? It means that though you may be protesting against someone or some group, you realize that behind the ways in which you differ, you are the same. That is, you understand protest as a form of social communication among us. And that, where it counts, there is only us. US includes black and white, young and old, man and woman, American and Russian, rich and poor, saint and rogue. So the simple rule of conscious participation is: you may protest if you can love the person you are protesting against as much as you love yourself. You may disagree with all his values, but behind all of them, here, we are all manifestations of the Spirit. The effect of conscious protest is that it reduces the polarization and the paranoia, and thus allows each side to hear the other's concern more clearly, because there is less fear and anxiety. It's all so simple, and so difficult. There can be conscious revolution. Thus, the rule of the game that everyone work on himself in order to find the center where we all are, within himself, in order that he can meet with other human beings in that place, is the sine qua non, without which nothing of social responsibility. What about helping suffering people, starving Biafrans and such? Sure, do it. It's karma yoga. But do it without attachment. To be attached means that you identify with your role as the giver of help. This in turn casts the other person in the role of the receiver of help. Such identification with roles may fill bellies, but it increases human distance. A conscious being knows that there is neither giver nor receiver, there are only empty bellies. Storehouses of wheat and effort required to move the wheat from the storehouses to the belly. It is our wheat, our belly, our effort. And when all this energy has been transferred, a conscious being realizes that nothing has happened. Thanks are absurd. Does your left hand thank your right hand? To think that working on oneself requires dropping out of society is to miss the point. Certainly you must drop out, but the dropout is internal, not external. One drops out of one's attachments, one drops out of one's identification with the illusion of separateness. Those who think the dropout from one or another social institution is truly dropping out are naive. It is merely more of the illusion, for we can see that the dropouts almost immediately form new social institutions, new religions and priesthoods, new traps for keeping themselves in the illusion. Buddha says, as long as you think there is a doer, you are still caught in the wheel of birth and death. Does that mean that you should sit in bed and not do anything? Well, that's doing something. In fact, as long as you are in your body you must do things. So that couldn't be what Buddha meant. No, he meant something much farther out. He meant that you do what you do, but you do not identify with the doing of it. All doing is happening as part of the dance of nature. And though your body and mind speed about their business, you remain in your calm center, here, where we all are. Potent quotes. A man bound hand and foot in the endless chain of cause and effect cannot free another. Ramakrishna. Judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Or wilt thou say to thy brother, let me pull out the mote out of thine eye, and behold, a beam is in thine own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye. Jesus. He who has so little knowledge of human nature as to seek happiness by changing anything but his own disposition will waste his life in fruitless efforts. Samuel Johnson. The higher one climbs on the spiritual ladder, the more will he grant others their own freedom and give less interference to another's state of consciousness. Twitchell. Though I speak with the tongues of men and angels, and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass, or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries, and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. Charity suffereth long, and is kind, charity envieth not, charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Charity never faileth, but whither there be prophecies, they shall fail, whither there be tongues, they shall cease, whither there be knowledge it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then, face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, charity, these three, but the greatest of these is charity. Paul of Tarsus. Brunton to Ramana Maharshi. Will Maharaj-ji express an opinion about the future of the world, as we are living in critical times? Why should you trouble yourself about the future? You do not even properly know about the present. Take care of the present, the future will take care of itself. Osborne. Since the world points up beauty as such, there is ugliness too. If goodness is taken as goodness, wickedness enters as well. Tao Te Ching. By passion for the pairs of opposites, by those twin snares of like and dislike, Prince. All creatures live bewildered, save some few, who, quit of sins, holy in act, informed, freed from the opposites and fixed in faith, cleave unto me. Bhagavad Gita. If you call it a stick, you affirm. If you call it not a stick, you negate. Beyond affirmation and negation, what would you call it? Tai Hui. Thus saith he who formulate in darkness. I am Lord, not of light alone, but of darkness also, for I the one am all-pervading. Book of Tokens. I, the Lord, destroy with darkness. But with darkness do I also create. The wise discern this. Fools, deluded by outward appearance, create a demon out of the web of their folly. Book of Tokens. Take this word, grok. Its literal meaning, one which I suspect goes back to the origin of the Martian race as thinking creatures, and which throws light on their whole map, is easy. Grok means to drink. But a Martian would use grok even if I had named 100 other English words which we think of as different concepts, even antithetical concepts. Grok means all of these. It means fear, it means love, it means hate, proper hate, for by the Martian map you cannot hate anything. Unless you grok it, understand it so thoroughly you merge with it and it merges with you, then can you hate, by hating yourself. But this implies that you love it, too, and cherish it and would not have it otherwise. Then you can hate, and, I think, Martian hate is an emotion so black that the nearest human equivalent could only be called mild distaste. Grok means identically equal. The human cliché, this hurts me worse than it does you, has a Martian flavor. The Martians seem to know instinctively what we learned painfully from modern physics, that observer interacts with observed through the process of observation. Grok means to understand so thoroughly that the observer becomes a part of the observed. To merge, blend, intermarry, lose identity in group experience. It means almost everything we mean by religion, philosophy and science, and it means as little to us as color means to a blind man. If I chopped you up and made a stew, you and the stew, whatever was in it, would grok, and when I ate you, we would grok together and nothing would be lost and it would not matter which one of us did the eating. Heinlein. In the presence of a man perfect in ahimsa, non-violence, enmity, in any creature, does not arise. Patanjali. Money and right livelihood. Money is green energy, and any energy you work with brings with it its own vibrations. If you are sufficiently evolved to be able to transmute negative vibrations, then it makes little difference where the energy comes from. For most of us, however, we are affected for good or ill by the energy with which we interact. Also, the manner in which you obtain the energy from others affects them. Because we are all interrelated, what affects another person affects you. The method of gaining your livelihood must not, by its very nature, increase the paranoia and separateness in the world. A dishonest or exploitive venture would be a case in point. Most means of gaining livelihood do not, in and of themselves, increase the illusion of separateness. However, the beings who do the work do it, because of their own level of involvement, in such a way as to increase the illusion. When you are involved in such vocations, then it is your work on yourself which makes the particular vocation a vehicle for bringing man out of illusion and into yoga. Suitable right livelihood for any specific individual is determined by the totality of forces acting upon him. These forces, vectors, include social, cultural, economic, hereditary, and experiential factors. To hear the way in which the interplay of all these forces determines your right livelihood requires much calming of the mind. The quieter you become, the more you can hear. As you progress with your sadhana, you may find it necessary to change your occupation, or you may find that it is only necessary to change the way in which you perform your current occupation in order to bring it into line with your new understanding of how it all is. The more conscious that a being becomes, the more he can use any occupation as a vehicle for spreading light. The next true being of Buddha nature that you meet may appear as a bus driver, a doctor, a weaver, an insurance salesman, a musician, a chef, a teacher, or any of the thousands of roles that are required in a complex society, the many parts of Christ's body. You will know him because the simple dance that may transpire between you, such as handing him change, as you board the bus, will strengthen in you the faith in the divinity of man. It's as simple as that. Karma Yoga. If you were to follow the instruction of Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, you would do whatever you do, but consecrate the fruit of your actions to me. Every act you perform all day every day would be done as an offering to Krishna. If we recall that Krishna is synonymous with love, with highest consciousness, with the eternal witness, with the spirit, and that he is actually our innermost self, then we can understand that by consecrating an act, we are indeed offering our every action into the service of higher consciousness. Our every act becomes an act of waking up, using the stuff that makes up your daily life as the vehicle for coming to union is called Karma Yoga. It is a most available yoga for all, and at the same time a most difficult one. It is difficult because it starts with an action, which you are initially performing for an end of maintaining your individual ego, and it overrides or converts that motivation into one of service to the higher self which transcends ego. In order to perform Karma Yoga, there is a simple general principle to keep in mind. Bring a third component into every action. If, for example, you are digging a ditch, there is you who is digging the ditch, and the ditch which is being dug. Now add a third focus, say, a disinterested person who is seeing you dig the ditch. Now run the entire action through his head while you are digging. It's as simple as that. Through this method you would ultimately free yourself from identifying with him who is digging the ditch. You would merely see a ditch being dug. The difficulty with adding just any third party is that you might attribute to that other person certain motives or values. In order to avoid that, it is useful to pick the third focal point with an eye towards your goal of enlightenment. That is, pick someone who is already enlightened, such as Krishna or Ram or a Buddha or Christ. They see it all. They are beyond it all. They understand how it all is. As they watch you digging the ditch, they see the act in all its cosmic significance. It's the first and last digging of a ditch. They understand why you are doing it and all the thoughts in your head, all your history, and they even understand the future, how it is when the ditch is all dug. And from this vantage point they have total compassion, total appreciation for all that is involved. To run the act of you digging a ditch through one of their heads allows you to get free of the egocentric predicament, I am digging a ditch. There are a variety of techniques for introducing this third focal point into your life in a systematic fashion. It can be done in a devotional form through, as Krishna suggests, offering the fruit of each action to him. Thus you keep in mind some manifestation of God, some form of a guru, to whom you are offering in loving service your every act. He may be felt to reside in your heart or your head or atop your head or on your shoulder or out there. Or you can introduce as a third focal point the thought, in one form or another, that all forms and acts are part of the one, a continuing thought, such as, it's all the Divine Mother, or repeating japa such as saying over and over Om 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 or Rama Rama Rama, or Tat Twam Asi or Om Tat Sat. All of these mantras are designed to remind you over and over that it is all one and that it only appears, within the illusion, as if something were happening such as digging a ditch. Another systematic technique for introducing an additional focal point is the technique called self-remembering, which utilizes a device called the witness. The following is a description of this method. The witness. George Gurdjieff, a Russian philosopher-mystic, noted that if you set an alarm clock at night in order to get up early to get some work done, who you are in the morning when the alarm goes off is quite different from who you were the night before. In the morning you might even say, who the %x***. Set that alarm clock. A moment's reflection will show you that you play many roles in the course of a day and that who you are from moment to moment changes. There is the angry you, and the kind you, the lazy you, the lustful you, hundreds of different yous. Gurdjieff points out that sometimes one you does something for which all the other yous must pay for years, or possibly the rest of this life. Each of these yous reflects an identification with a desire, or a feeling, or thought. If, as we have seen, the work is to break these identifications, we can work effectively throughout each day by making each of these yous objects, i.e., by breaking the identification with each of them. This is not so easy. There is one technique which is known as adopting the role of the witness, and holding on to that role, ultimately to the exclusion of all other roles. Who is the witness? 1. It is a part of the rational mind. As such it is only useful up to a point. The point at which you go through the doorway. When you go through the doorway you merge with the One, the eternal witness. Buddha. Consciousness. We differentiate these two witnesses by referring to the small, rational mind, ego witness without the capital letter. 2. The witness could be thought of as an I, or I which sees, though it does not look. That is, it is not an active thing. It just sees it all happening. 3. The witness is not evaluative. It does not judge your actions. It merely notes them. Thus, if you perform an act because of desire, such as eating something that is not sattvic, helpful to your sadhana, and then you put yourself down for having eaten it, the witness, when it finally appears, would merely note, A. He is eating such, and B. He is putting himself down for eating such and such. Thus the witness has noted a you of desires and a superego you, two yous. This point is important. Most of the time the inner voices of most people are continually evaluative. I'm good for doing this, or I'm bad for doing that. You must make that evaluative role an object of contemplation as well. Keep in mind that the witness does not care whether you become enlightened or not. It merely notes how it all is. Appearance of the witness. At first the witness is adopted because of an intellectual understanding of the need to separate the self from the doer. You probably remember your witness only now and then, when you are in a calm dispassionate state of mind. The moment you get distracted you lose the witness. Later you come to and remember that you forgot. For example, you are walking down a street witnessing yourself walking down a street. You feel happy and witness feeling happy, and so it goes. Then you meet someone or see something that irritates you. Immediately you get irritated and forget all about the witness. The adrenaline pumps through you and you think angry thoughts. At this point, angry me is who you are. Only much later do you remember that you were attempting to witness. At that point you promise yourself that you won't forget again. Ah, how little you know about the subtleties of the seductions of the other yous. Again you are walking and again witnessing walking and so forth. This time, you meet with another situation which irritates you. Again you lose your witness, or center as it is called sometimes, and again your endocrine glands secrete and you think angry thoughts. But this time right in the middle of the entire drama you wake up, that is, you realize your predicament. But at this point it is difficult to get free of the angry you because you are already getting much gratification. It's like trying to stop in the midst of a sexual act. And so you use some rationalization such as, I know I should be witnessing, but after all he deserves to be punished, and with that you climb back into the angry you role with a certain amount of self-righteousness. And so it goes through thousands of such experiences. After a time, however long is necessary, you notice that although you still lose the witness, fall asleep, as often as before, you are starting to remember sooner. That is, you are getting to the point where the actual falling asleep is starting to wake you. This is a big step forward. Again, after some time, it all gets much more subtle. Now you are walking Down the street and again you are witnessing it all, and again an irritant presents itself. This time, as you are about to get angry, the witness says, "Ah, about to get angry, I see." This often short-circuits the energy the angry you was fueling up with, and it falls away. So now the lapse between being awake and being asleep is getting much smaller. Simultaneously, you begin to note that you don't fall asleep, i.e., fall out of the witness, nearly as often. Throughout the day you are remaining centered in the witness, watching the drama of life unfold. On the surface, this method looks like what psychologists call the defense mechanism of dissociation. A girl goes to a dance and no one asks her to dance, and she adopts a superior separateness, watching it all with the thought, "I couldn't be less interested in dancing." This response of separating herself from her desire arises because she so badly wants to dance. It must be differentiated from the adoption of a witness when you have finished with dancing, so to speak. The witness we are considering here is hardly an unconscious defense mechanism. Though they look alike on the surface, they are quite different, but only you know which is which. There is a side effect which occurs while you are developing the witness, which, though unpleasant, will soon disappear. It is the feeling that life has lost its zest as a result of keeping the witness going. It is difficult to fully get lost in the subtle sensual gratifications of eating when you are witnessing yourself eat. He is chewing, tasting, savoring, etc. It all seems so dispassionate. And truly it is. Here it is well to remember the oft-quoted stipulation that you must die to be reborn, or give it all up to have it all. Keep in mind that the loss of full sensory gratification is but a stage, and one of the more difficult ones at that, of your sadhana, and it will only be when you are living quietly and calmly in the dispassionate witness that you will be ready to permanently pass through the next doorway. You will also note that as you break identification with more and more of your roles and begin to live more calmly in the witness, that you begin to be aware of much more. You begin to see how the laws of the universe are manifesting in all aspects of nature, outstandingly those which you have so recently been involved with, such as your own body and personality. Now, you are beginning to live on the causal plane. This experience of seeing how it is a very heady feeling. It must be witnessed, too, or else you will get caught in a new ego game of playing the eye of God, while still being you. This is a sticking point for many intellectuals. They enjoy intellectual power so much that they cannot forego it by witnessing it, in order to go the final step in which they give up their separateness as an individual knower, to dissolve in the sea of knowledge. For the witness is always in the here and now. It lives in each instant of living. It is well to keep in mind that whatever device you choose as a third focal point, it is a temporary crutch. It is dualistic in nature. Once you have successfully broken identification with the doer, and are solely the witness or a servant of Krishna, or whatever, then you must go the final step in which servant and master, witness and that which is witnessed, become one. The goal is non-dualistic. The means is dualistic. Such a means is a sturdy vessel to get you across the ocean of samsara, illusion. Once you reach the far shore, you leave the boat behind. Potent quotes. Whatever you do, or eat, or give, or offer in adoration, let it be an offering to me, and whatever you suffer, suffer it for me. Thus you shall be free from the bonds of karma which yield fruits that are evil and good, and with your soul, one in renunciation you shall be free and come to me. Bhagavad Gita. In regard to every action one must know the result that is expected to follow, the means thereto, and the capacity for it. He, who being thus equipped, is without desire for the result, and is yet wholly engrossed in the due fulfillment of the task before him, is said to have renounced the fruits of his action. Gandhi. He who sees the inaction that is in action, and the action that is in inaction, is wise indeed. Even when he is engaged in action he remains poised in the tranquility of the Atman. Bhagavad Gita. But that state of supreme love and immortality is made possible only by giving up the objective reality of the world as it appears to the egocentric intellect and senses, and a consequent renunciation of attachment, by uninterrupted loving service. Narada Bhakti Sutras. To study Buddhism is to study ourselves. To study ourselves is to go beyond ourselves. To go beyond ourselves is to be enlightened by all things. To be enlightened by all things is to free our body and mind, and to free the bodies and minds of others. No trace of enlightenment remains, and this knot race continues endlessly. Dogen Zenji. If you observe well, your own heart will answer. The Lubics. An art of living which will enable one to utilize each activity, of body, speech and mind, as an aid on the path is indispensable. Tibetan Yoga and Secret Doctrine. How does the emancipated soul live in the world? He lives in the world, like a diver bird. It dives into water, but the water does not wet its plumage. The few drops of water which may possibly stick to its body are easily jerked off when it once flaps its wing. Raman Krishna. At first, whenever I fell back into sin, I used to weep and rage against myself and against God for having suffered it. Afterwards it was as much as I could dare ask, why hast thou rolled me again in the mud, O my playfellow? Then even that came to my mind to seem too bold and presumptuous. I could only get up in silence, look at him out of the corner of my eye and clean myself. Aurobindo. All the urges of the passions express vital natural impulses, and it is the animal in us which gives rise to them. The wise man is conscious of them, he knows how to give them their true name and to make use of them as you direct your donkey. But the wise man is rare, and egoism finds 1,000 reasons for giving those impulses legitimate motives and flattering names. The human passions are life impulses which have been perverted, and so skillfully perverted that it is very difficult to discover, beneath their complications, the almost divine power which is their source, the Lubics. What you receive depends upon what you give. The workman gives the toil of his arm, his energy, his movement, for this the craft gives him a notion of the resistance of the material and its manner of reaction. The artisan gives the craft his love, and to him the craft responds by making him one with his work. But the craftsman gives the craft his passionate research into the laws of nature which govern it, and the craft teaches him wisdom. The Lubics. But he learned more from the river than Vasudeva could teach him. He learned from it continually. Above all, he learned from it how to listen with a still heart, with a waiting, open soul, without passion, without desire, without judgment, without opinions. Hesse. As long as one feels that he is the doer, he cannot escape from the wheel of births. Buddha. If you can serve a cup of tea right, you can do anything. Gurdjieff. Ching, the chief carpenter, was carving wood into a stand for musical instruments. When finished, the work appeared to those who saw it as though of supernatural execution, and the Prince of Lu asked him, saying, "What mystery is there in your art?" "No mystery, your highness," replied Ching. "And yet there is something. When I am about to make such a stand, I guard against any diminution of my vital power. I first reduce my mind to absolute quiescence. 3 days in this condition, and I become oblivious of any reward to be gained. 5 days, and I become oblivious of any fame to be acquired. 7 days, and I become unconscious of my 4 limbs and my physical frame. Then, with no thought of the court present in my mind, my skill becomes concentrated, and all disturbing elements from without are gone. I enter some mountain forest, I search for a suitable tree. It contains the form required, which is afterwards elaborated. I see the stand in my mind's eye, and then set to work. Beyond that there is nothing. I bring my own native capacity into relation with that of The wood, what was suspected to be of supernatural execution in my work, was due solely to this. Chuang Tzu, Bhakti Yoga, the yoga which is most available to all people at all times in all situations is Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of love and devotion. It is the method of merging in ultimate union through the heart. The method of Bhakti Yoga is dualistic in the sense that one experiences love at first in relation to something separate from oneself. The goal and natural outcome of Bhakti Yoga, however, is non-dualistic in the sense that the ultimate state is one in which the lover and beloved merge in one. It is a delicate yoga to work with properly because it is only too easy to get so much reward, bliss, from the dualistic stages that one cannot leave the separateness to proceed to the unitive stage. An excellent example is presented in the life story of Ramakrishna, the Indian saint who was so in love with Kali, a manifestation of the Divine Mother, that he resisted breaking through into the oneness. Only after his guru forced him, did he do so. This yoga is difficult for us in the West to understand because we have used the term love in such a profound sense, that is, to reflect attachment to worldly objects or people. We speak of loving that food or drink or automobile or person often in the same sense. We are so action-oriented that we think of love as something to do. But most people have sadly found that you can't make love if love does not already exist. Meher Baba, a recent Indian saint who advocated love as the supreme vehicle, said, "Love has to spring spontaneously from within, and it is in no way amenable to any form of inner or outer force. Love and coercion can never go together, but though love cannot be forced on anyone, it can be awakened in him through love itself. Love is essentially self-communicative. Those who do not have it catch it from those who have it. True love is unconquerable and irresistible, and it goes on gathering power and spreading itself, until eventually it transforms everyone whom it touches. The specific object of love which concerns the bhakti yogi is the spirit or the manifestation of the divine, in anything and everything. It is the love for light or for love itself or for the life force or for truth or beauty. It is love for the purest manifestations of these abstractions. The roles through which this love may be expressed are many: the relation of worship or piety, the pure relationship of servant to master, the relation of friend to friend, the relation of wife to husband, parent to child, child to parent, the lover to the beloved, etc. Though the vehicles differ from role to role, the essence, the love, is the same stuff. In each instance what one is loving in the object of one's love is love itself, the inner light in everyone and everything. When we speak of falling in love, we might find that a slight restatement of the experience would help clarify our direction. For when you say, "I fell in love with him or her," you are saying that he or she was the key that unlocked your heart, the place within yourself where you are love. When the experience is mutual, you can see that the psychic chemistry of the situation allows both partners to fall in love or to awake into love or to come into the spirit. Since love is a state of being, and the divine state at that, the state to which we all yearn to return, we wish to possess love. At best we can try to possess the key to our hearts, our beloved, but sooner or later we find that even that is impossible. To possess the key is to lose it. Just as with every other method of coming to the light, if it works we get attached to the method, failing to realize that it is the goals and not the method which we crave. A relationship starting out as one that awakens love can only remain a living vehicle for love to the extent that it is continually made new or reconsecrated. That is, each partner in love must always strain to see through the veils of personality and body to see the divine essence within himself and his partner, and he must come to see the veils as Maya, the divine illusion, the divine mother and worship. Even the veils without getting trapped into thinking them real. Such ideas are reflected in the highest marriages, or for that matter in the highest form of any relationship. Play your role in the divine dance, but know it to be such. And worship its divinity. Song, dance, chanting and prayer have been throughout the ages traditional forms of bhakti yoga. There are many levels at which you can participate in these rituals. At first such rituals are matters of curiosity, and you are the observer. Then you arrive at the stage of peripheral participation, sing along. Then in time you become familiar with the routines and you start to identify with the process. As your identification deepens, other thoughts and evaluations fall away until finally you and the ritual become one. At that point the ritual has become the living process and can take you through the door into perfect unity. To know that these stages exist does not mean that you can jump ahead of where you are. Whatever stage you are in, accept it. When you have fully accepted your present degree of participation, only then will you start to experience the next level. Singing and music, most familiar to us is the use of song to open the heart. Hymns such as, Holy, 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 or We Gather Together to Ask the Lord's Blessing, or Mine Eyes Have Seen the Glory of the Coming of the Lord, Stand Up for Jesus, Amazing Grace, have touched the hearts of millions with the Spirit. In India, bhajan, the singing of holy songs, has been until recent times practically the only social function in the villages. Evenings the men gather, squatting or sitting on the ground in a circle with their chillums, pipes, and a harmonium, a set of tabla, drums, perhaps a sarangi or violin, stringed instruments, and cymbals, and they take turns singing the stories of the holy beings such as Krishna and Ram. Night after night they participate in this simple pastime, keeping themselves close to the Spirit. It is often startling to a Westerner to realize that it is not the beauty of the voice but the purity of the spirit of the singer that is revered by these people. It was only when music was profaned that it became a vehicle for gratification of the senses. Prior to that it was a method of communion with the Spirit. A special form of bhajan is called kirtan, which is the repetition in song of the holy names of God. Perhaps the most familiar of these in the West at present is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare can be translated as Lord, and Ram and Krishna are names of incarnations of God. The melody of kirtan is usually basically simple, and it is only after many repetitions that the process of coming into the Spirit starts to happen. Singing the same phrases over for 2 to 5 hours is not unusual for the true seeker. And you will find as you let yourself into the repetitive rhythm and melody, that you experience level after level of opening exercises. On the record that is included in the box from Bindu to Ajas, there are a number of examples of kirtan. Take any one of them and tape one single repetition of it onto a tape loop which you can run over and over through your tape machine. Then turn up the volume and join us. There are many records and tapes of kirtan available, and more appearing all the time. Work with a variety of these until they have worked deeply into your heart. When you have an opportunity to join with others in the singing of kirtan, even a group of amateurs, do it. Remember, it is inner singing, it is the spirit that you bring to it that counts. Potent quotes. God respects me when I work, but he loves me when I sing. Tagore. Love me, my brothers, for I am infinitely superfluous, and your love shall be like his, born neither of your need nor of my deserving, but a plain bounty. Blessed be he. C.S. Lewis. Bhakti, love of God, is the essence of all spiritual discipline. Through love one acquires renunciation and discrimination naturally. Ramakrishna. O thou who art trying to learn the marvel of love from the copybook of reason, I am very much afraid that you will never really see the point. Hafiz. to savor in our hearts in a certain manner and to endeavor to experience in our souls the power of the divine presence and the sweetness of heavenly glory, and this, not only after death but even in this mortal existence. This is most truly to drink of the gushing fount of the joy of God. Institution of the first monks. Love without attachment is light. N.O. Brown. God alone is real and the goal of life is to become united with Him through love. Meher Baba. If you have love you will do all things well. T. Merton. Love suffereth long, and is kind, love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, does not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not its own, is not provoked, taketh not account of evil, rejoiceth not in unrighteousness, but rejoiceth with truth, beareth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. Paul of Tarsus. Love in the world's great religions. Christianity. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God, and everyone that loveth is born of God, and knoweth God. He that loveth not, knoweth not God, for God is love. Confucianism. To love all men is the greatest benevolence. Buddhism. Let a man cultivate towards the whole world a heart of love. Hinduism. One can best worship the Lord through love. Islam. Love is this, that thou shouldst account thyself very little and God very great. Taoism. Heaven arms with love those it would not see destroyed. Sikhism. God will regenerate those in whose hearts there is love. Judaism. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and thy neighbor as thyself. Jainism. The days are of most profit to him who acts in love. Zoroastrianism. Man is the beloved of the Lord and should love him in return. Baha'i. Love me that I may love thee. If thou lovest me not, my love can no wise reach thee. Shinto. Love is the representative of the Lord. Meditation. The term meditation is used in such a variety of ways that it may mean anything from daydreaming or musing, to deliberating about a topic, to a specific discipline of working with the mind that can be so exact that every act of body and thought is prescribed. The way in which the term meditation is used in yoga is in the more formal and disciplined sense. As such it is distinguished from reflection or contemplation. It includes two processes: making the mind concentrated or one-pointed, and bringing to total cessation the turning of the mind. Vivekananda says, the human mind is like that monkey, incessantly active by its own nature. Then it becomes drunk with the wine of desire, thus increasing its turbulence. After desire takes possession comes the sting of the scorpion of jealousy at the success of others, and last of all the demon of pride enters the mind, making it think itself of all importance. As long as the mind is caught in the senses and you are caught in your mind, you remain in the illusion, since in the last analysis, your thoughts create your universe. Only when your mind has become completely calm will you reach Buddhahood or enlightenment. The soul has the means. Thinking is the means. It is inanimate. When thinking has completed its task of release, it has done what it had to do, and ceases. Vishnu Purana. Exercises. 1. The simplest instructions for meditation are given by Tilopa in the Song of Mahamudra. Do not with the body but relax. Shut firm the mouth and silent remain. Empty your mind and think of naught. Like a hollow bamboo, rest at ease your body, giving not nor taking. Put your mind at rest. The great way is a mind that clings to naught. Thus practicing, in time you will reach Buddhahood. 2. The Southern Buddhists, Theravada, practice a form of meditation, called Satipatthana Vipassana, application of mindfulness. It starts with the simple exercise of bare attention. All that you do is register thoughts, states, etc. in the present. This process slows down the transition from the receptive to the active phase of the cognitive process. You don't think about your thoughts. You merely note them. This produces peaceful penetration. You transcend conceptual thought. Instructions. A. Find a quiet and peaceful place where you will not be disturbed. If you wish to purify the spot first before you meditate in it, stir a glass of water with the fourth finger of your right hand while repeating the following mantra 3 times. Om Aputra Pavitorva, Sarva Wastang Gatapua, Yes Marat Pandari, Kaksham Sabaya, Bwantara Sachi. Then sprinkle the water around the spot you plan to sit in, moving in a clockwise fashion. This mantra is used by jungle sadhus in India to purify the ground. B. Get into a comfortable seat. It should be a position you can remain in for at least 30 minutes without moving or discomfort. It is desirable that the head, neck and chest be in a straight line. C. At first let your mind wander and just watch it. Just note how your mind works. Don't think about the thoughts. Just note them. Do this for about 30 minutes a day for a week. D. Then find a muscle in your abdomen, just below your rib cage, which moves when you breathe such that the muscle, rises and falls. Attend to it. Every time the muscle rises, think rising, and every time it falls, think falling, rising, falling, rising, falling. Let all other thoughts drift by and keep your attention focused on this muscle. Don't lose heart. At first the mind will wander frequently. Each time it does, follow it. Immediately upon becoming conscious of its wandering, note where it wandered to, and then immediately return to rising, falling, falling. Or if you prefer, you can substitute counting for rising and falling. Om, in breath. 1, out breath, Om. 2, Om. 3, etc. 2 or more syllable numbers can be divided into in and out breath, e.g., 14, etc. If you wish, you can set goals for yourself during the initial stages. Start with 250 and increase by 50 each day. Remember, your only task is to count that muscle going up and down. All other thoughts don't belong here. Don't try to suppress them, for that is just another thought. Rather, note the intruding thought, give it a label, and return to the task at hand. After about a month you will note a great calm and sense of peace from this exercise. After you get in the habit of merely noting each stimuli in the here and now without thinking about it, then add additional steps designed to further free you from illusion. Specifically, you add clear comprehension. This advanced practice involves describing the noted thought or state in terms of its purpose, its suitability, the way in which it relates to spiritual practice, and, finally in terms of its total impersonality. These descriptions, which are described in detail in a number of books on Buddhist meditation, are ritualistic in nature and help you to see the impermanence of thought, the way in which it perpetuates suffering, and the fact that it does not in any way imply the presence of an ego or I who thinks it. Great gains in meditative practice may be made without these advanced stages. The simple technique of bare attention is very powerful. With the advanced techniques available in the Buddhist texts you develop in time a totally dispassionate view of the thoughts which fill your consciousness. 3. Tratak. Set a candle at a distance of about 20 inches in front of you. The height of the flame should be at a level with a point between your eyebrows. When you are sitting up straight, sit comfortably, but with head, neck and chest in a straight line. If you are able to do so, close your mulban, that is, pull up at a point halfway between your genitals and your anus. This closes the sphincters and pulls energy up towards the upper part of the body. Don't strain to do this. With practice it comes naturally, starting with 5 minutes and increasing by about 5 minutes a day up to 1 hour. Just sit with the candle. Don't try to do anything. Just hang out with the candle flame. Let any thoughts that enter your mind pass by like clouds in the sky. See all thoughts and sensations as tiny insects hovering around the flame. Don't try to make the flame change or to focus or to see, just be with the flame. If your eyes Water it is all right. If your eyes hurt, then stop. After a period of time there will be just you and a candle flame. Note, you may do japa, mantra on name of God, simultaneously if you wish. 4. Nad Yoga. This is a yoga of attending to the inner sounds. It is extremely effective and powerful. Find a comfortable position where your head, neck and chest are in a straight line. You may lie down if reclining doesn't lead to sleep. You may wish to use earplugs if there is much erratic external noise. They are not necessary, especially if you can find a quiet place or time of night in which to do this exercise. Keep your eyes and mouth closed. Now tune in on any inner sound in your head that you can find. Narrow in on that sound until it is the dominant sound you are attending to. Let all other sounds and thoughts pass by. As you allow that sound to more and more fill your consciousness, you will ultimately merge with that sound so that you do not hear it any longer. At that point you will start to hear another sound. Now tune in on the new sound and repeat the process. There are 7 or 10 sounds, depending upon the number of discriminations you make. The 7 are described by Madame Blavatsky as follows. The first is like the nightingale's sweet voice, chanting a parting song to its mate. The next resembles the sound of silver cymbals of the dhyanis, awakening the twinkling stars. It is followed by the plain melodies of the ocean spirit imprisoned in a conch shell, which in turn gives place to the chant of Veena. The melodious flute-like symphony is then heard. It changes into a trumpet blast, vibrating like the dull rumbling of a thunder cloud. The 7th swallows all other sounds. They die and then are heard no more. Other descriptions include the buzzing of bees, the sounds of crowds in a large gathering place such as a railway station, drums, etc. You need not initially concern yourself with the order, for until the final stages there are some individual differences. You can think of these sounds as the vibrations of various nerves. Or you can think of these various nerves as tiny receivers for various planes of vibration. Later in your work you will find that each of the sounds is associated with specific visual and kinesthetic experiences. Each is a specific astral plane. This is a technique of climbing the ladder of sound. Notes: some of these sounds, such as that of the flutes, are very attractive, and may trap you in bliss. After a few days of such enjoyment it is well to get on with it. Following the highest sound, you may have a fever for 24 hours. This will only occur when you arrive at a very high level of purification. In meditation, perseverance furthers. At first a yogi feels his mind is tumbling like a waterfall, in mid-course like the Ganges. It flows on slow and gentle. In the end it is a great vast ocean, where the lights of sun and mother merge in one. Tilopa. Potent quotes. Right mindfulness snatches the pearl of freedom from the dragon. Time. Heart of Buddhist meditation. We are not trying to check the thought waves by smashing the organs which record them. We have to do something much more difficult, to unlearn the false identification of the thought waves with the ego sense. This process of unlearning involves a complete transformation of character, a renewal of the mind, as St. Paul put it. Isherwood. A system of meditation which will produce the power of concentrating the mind on anything whatsoever is indispensable. Tibetan Yoga and Secret Doctrine. There are no impediments to meditation. The very thought of such obstacles is the greatest impediment. Ramana Maharshi. The rational mind. Man's rational mind, the instrument with which he can think about things, has given him great power. This power he has used primarily to increase his potential for survival, to increase his pleasure or sensual gratification, and to enhance his ego through mastery or control of his environment. To visit one of the great cities of the world, to see a television image in your own home of the first man to set foot on the moon, to study the complexities of existing civilizations, cannot but fill one with awe as to the manifestations of the rational mind, and yet at the same time, to see the horror of urban living with its pollution and tensions, to see war and killing, to see the runaway imbalances in ecology, to study the statistics about neurosis and tranquilizers, and crime and highway fatalities, cannot but lead one to wonder whether man's rational mind is enough. The answer is that it is not. In an evolutionary perspective, the rational mind takes us a certain distance and no further, and we must be able to transcend it, to go on to other ways, other vehicles, if we are to cross the great ocean. A new type of thinking is essential if mankind is to survive and move towards higher levels. Einstein. If you sense the limitations of a specific tool, you do not necessarily throw the tool away. You first explore whether there is a way of using this very powerful tool in such a way as to develop a better tool or vehicle. That is, can you use the rational mind to transcend itself? The answer is yes. And the technique is known as jnana yoga, or the path of knowledge arrived at through reasoning and discrimination. As with the use of sexual energies in sadhana, using the rational mind is making use of great powers which can lead to freedom or to greater enslavement. To understand the risk involved in jnana yoga, you need to reflect upon the precise limit of the rational mind. The rational mind functions by separating subject from object, that is, the knower from the known. It works with data derived from the senses and the associative processes of the intellect, the memory. It works by analysis, a systematic processing technique that is based on the laws of logic. Its limitations are that it cannot handle paradoxical or illogical information, e.g., that points at the opposite ends of a continuum are the same point, or that something can be A and not A at the same time, and that it cannot know that which can only be experienced subjectively. It is interesting that in the autobiographical accounts of the great breakthroughs in man's understanding of the universe, the role of intuition, or some mysterious comprehension, led to the breakthrough rather than any systematic analytic process. I didn't arrive at my understanding of the fundamental laws of the universe through my rational mind. Einstein. William James, the philosopher, pointed to other types of consciousness, or ways of knowing which are A. discontinuous with our rational mind, and B. screened from us by the veil of our attachment to our rational mind, and he cautioned man against prematurely closing his accounts with reality before he had incorporated these other ways of knowing. Now if you very dispassionately understand all the above, as well as understanding the truth of yoga, or union, and if you understand the essence of the fundamental truth that it is attachment that keeps man caught in the illusion of separateness, you begin to understand more and more of the way in which the universe functions. And with such study comes further discrimination, a further understanding and transcending of your own desires, and thus a deeper and broader understanding of how it all is. This is known as the work of the causal plane and is connected with the sixth chakra, the energy focal center located behind point between the eyebrows. Finally you come to a point where you almost know it all. You are very wise. You are very pure except for the fact that you may well have gotten caught in the last trap, the desire to know it all and still be you, the knower. This is an impossibility, for all of the finite knowledge does not add up to the infinite. In order to take the final step, the knower must go. That is, you can only be it all, but you can't know it all. The goal is non-dualistic. As long as there is a knower and known, you are in dualism. There is only one God, and none else besides. Old Testament. Many of the greatest minds in history have gotten caught in this trap of wanting to be God and at the same time to retain their separate identity. They are caught because they still have energy attached to the third chakra, the desire for ego power. And to be God is obviously the ultimate power trip. In order to avoid this pitfall associated with jnana yoga, tremendous discipline is necessary. In Zen Buddhism, the relationship of the koan, the exercises in thought which confound the rational mind, to zazen, formal meditation, is an example of such discipline. Exercises. One of the techniques used extensively in India was expounded by Ramana Maharshi and is called Vikara Atma, who am I? It is a method for turning the mind in upon itself to first know its true nature and then to be its true nature. The method is technically simple, though extremely difficult to execute. 1. You ask yourself, who am I? Then step by step, in a systematic fashion, you proceed to dissociate yourself from all the elements you previously identified as I. 2. You answer, I am not my torso or body. Then you attempt to experience yourself as separate from your body. It is helpful to some people at the outset to place the I in the middle of the head and then see it as separate from the other parts to be set forth. 3. Then you say, I am not the 5 organs of motion, the arms, the legs, the tongue, the sphincter, the genitals. As you say each of these, experience your I as separate from that part of the body. 4. Then you say, I am not the 5 organs of sense, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth, the skin. Again, stop with each and experience it as separate from I. 5. Then say, I am not the 5 internal organs, the organs of respiration, digestion, excretion, circulation, perspiration. Again you stop with each of these sets of organs, attempt to experience the organ or to imagine its functioning, and then proceed to experience I as separate from that organ. 6. If you have carried out the above instructions exactly, the only thing that is left are your thoughts. And, thus, the final step is to say, I am not these thoughts. Now the exquisite difficulty at this point is that the thought of I, which you originally placed in the middle of your head is also, and, specifically, a thought which you are not. So even the thought of I must go. It's a little like climbing out on the farthest branch of a tree and then cutting off the branch. The inert body does not say I. Reality consciousness does not emerge. Between the two, and limited to the measure of the body, something emerges. As I. It is that is known as Chit Jatagranthi, the knot between the conscious and the inert, and also as bondage, soul, subtle body, ego samsara, mind, and so forth. Ramana Maharshi. If you have sufficient discipline of mind to carry this exercise through to completion, you have entered into the realm of Sat Chit Ananda. Reality consciousness, your true self, where there is only one. Potent quotes. What can't be said, and it can't be whistled either. Ram. Tirtha. All that the imagination can imagine and the reason conceive and understand in this life is not, and cannot be, a proximate means of union with God. St. John of the Cross. Because the mind of the flesh is enmity against God. Paul of Tarsus. All that is made seems planless to the darkened mind, because there are more plans than it looked for. So with the great dance. Set your eyes on one movement and it will lead you through all patterns and it will seem to you the master movement, but the seeming will be true. Let no mouth open to gainsay it. There seems no plan because it is all plan, there seems no center, because it is all center. Blessed be he, C.S. Lewis, Paralandra. Kill therefore with the sword of wisdom the doubt born of ignorance that lies in thy heart. Be one in self-harmony, in yoga, and arise, great warrior, arise. Bhagavad Gita. Have patience, candidate, as one who fears no failure, courts no success. Fix thy soul's gaze upon the star whose ray thou art, the flaming star that shines within the lightless depths of ever-being. Blavatsky. Allegiance to the void implies denial of its voidness. The more you talk about it, the more you think about it, the further from it you go. Stop talking, stop thinking, and there is nothing you will not understand. Return to the root and you will find the meaning. Pursue the light, and you lose its source. Look inward and in a flash you will conquer the apparent and the void. All come from mistaken views. There is no need to seek truth, only stop having views. Seng San. A student once asked Joshua, "If I haven't anything in my mind, what shall I do?" Joshua replied, "Throw it out." "But if I haven't anything, how can I throw it out?" The student continued. Said Joshua, "Well, then, carry it out. Reps. Our existence as embodied beings is purely momentary. What are 100 years in eternity? But if we shatter the chains of egotism, and melt into the ocean of humanity, we share its dignity. To feel that we are something is to set up a barrier between God and ourselves. To cease feeling that we are something is to become one with God. Gandhi. Cease to seek after God as without thee, and the universe and things similar to these. Seek him from out of thyself and learn who it is, who once and for all appropriateth all in thee, unto himself, and say, my God, my mind, my reason, my soul, my body, and learn, whence is sorrow and joy and love and hate, and waking though one would not, and sleeping though one would not, and falling in love though one would not. And if thou shouldst closely investigate these things, thou wilt find him in thyself, one and many, just as the atom. Thus finding, from thyself, a way out of thyself. Manoimus the heretic. Make your will one. Don't listen with your ears, listen with your mind. No, don't listen with your mind, but listen with your spirit. Listening stops with the ears, the mind stops with recognition, but the spirit is empty and waits on all things. The way gathers in emptiness alone. Emptiness is the fasting of the mind. It is easy to keep from walking, the hard thing is to walk without touching the ground. Chuang Tzu. If therefore thine eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light. Jesus. That which sees through the eye but whom the eye sees not, that is the Atman. Mundaka Upanishad. The self is the witness, all-pervading, perfect, free, one, consciousness. Actionless, not attached to any object, desireless, ever tranquil. It appears through illusion as the world. Ashtavakra Gita. If it is said that liberation is of three kinds, with form or without form, then let me tell you that the extinction of the three forms of liberation is the only true liberation. Ramana Maharshi. Who realizes what? That is realization. Hari Das Baba. May all beings realize the ecstatic transparency of their own minds. Karma Lotsu. Time and space. Exercises. 1. Ask yourself, where am I? Answer, here. Ask yourself, what time is it? Answer, now. Say it until you can hear it. 2. Set alarm clocks or design your day or put up notes on the wall so that a number of times during the day when you are in the midst of various occupations you confront yourself with the questions. A. Where am I? And then answer, see answer below. B. What time is it? And then answer, see answer below. Each time you do this, try to feel the immediacy of the here and now. Begin to notice that wherever you go or whatever time it is by the clock, is always here and now. In fact, you will begin to see that you can't get away from the here and now. Let the clock and the earth do their thing, let the comings and goings of life continue. But you stay here and now. This is an exercise to bring you to the eternal present where it all is. 3. For specific periods of time focus your thoughts in the present. Don't think about the future. Just be here now. Don't think about the past. Just be here now. 4. Reflect on the thought that if you are truly here and now, A. It is enough, and B. You will have optimum power and understanding to do the best thing at the given moment. Thus when, then, the future, becomes now, if you have learned this discipline, you will then be in an ideal position to do the best thing. So you need not spend your time now worrying about then. 5. Reflect on the fact that you can plan the future in the here and now as long as when then is now, you are fully here and now. Seem paradoxical, Of course. Keep reflecting. 6. Think that you are not yet begotten, think that you are in the womb, that you are young, that you are old, that you are dead, that you are in the world beyond the grace. Grasp all that in your thought at once, all times and places. Hermetica. Answers. A. Here. B. Now. Potent quotes. The Oversoul is before time, and time, father of all else, is one of his children. Emerson. Thought is time, and time creates fear. How are we to know that the mind has become concentrated? Because the idea of time will vanish. The more time passes unnoticed, the more concentrated we are. All time will have the tendency to come and stand in the one present. So the definition is given, when the past and present come and stand in one, the mind is said to be concentrated. Vivekananda. A Zen student must learn to waste time conscientiously. Suzuki Roshi. If we could feel the idea of time itself, of all our life lying in time, the momentary eye of passing time would not have the same hold over us. Nickel. Psychedelics AS and UPAYA method. There are many paths that lead towards enlightenment. Some of these paths lead all the way, while others take a pilgrim only a little way. Some paths are steep and dangerous, others slow and gentle. You will notice that as you come to meet more and more pilgrims, you will find that they are attached to the particular method they are pursuing at the moment. That attachment is because the method is giving them a return of some greater light or bliss or knowledge or sense of being than that to which they are accustomed. In India, the trap of becoming attached or addicted to any particular method, be it pranayam or devotion, or whatever, is well known. As a safeguard against this, there is a time schedule in a sadhana. The first 20 years of life are for study. The second 20 years are for worldly participation and family. The third 20 years are for religious study and the pursuit of various intense methods of sadhana. In the last 20 years, however, the sadhak forgoes all methods. He becomes a sannyasi and wanders, without ties to family or temple or method, having given up all attachment. Psychedelics as an upaya at first seem to hold infinite promise. But as one works with them further, one comes to realize the possible finiteness of the method. At this point, however, the individual may have become so attached to the experience of getting high that he doesn't want to continue on his way by finding other methods. At this point he is being dishonest with himself, conning himself. Such a tactic is a short-term strategy at best and usually produces negative emotions. A man who has attained certain powers through medicines, or through words, or through mortification, still has desires, but that man who has attained to samadhi through concentration is alone free from all desires. Vivekananda. But when the king came in to look at the guests, he saw there a man who had no wedding garment, and he said to him, "Friend, how did you get in here without a wedding garment?" And he was speechless. Then the king said to the attendants, "Bind him hand and foot, and cast him into the outer darkness. There men will weep and gnash their teeth, for many are called, but few are chosen." Jesus. What are psychedelics? They are a group of chemicals which can expand consciousness. Included are such chemicals as LSD, marijuana, peyote, mescaline, psilocybin, DMT, DT, hashish. These vary in the degree to which they contain other than psychedelic components. Some have side effects of euphoria or agitation or nausea or lethargy. What use are psychedelics in this work? The pros of psychedelics are as follows. 1. For a person deeply attached to any finite reality which he takes to be absolute, the psychedelics can, under proper conditions, help him to break out of the imprisoning model created by his own mind. Of course, there is a paradox here. If he wants to take a psychedelic in order to break out, he already knows of another possibility and thus could proceed without psychedelics. If, on the other hand, he takes psychedelics for kicks or for other reasons without seeking to know another reality, the experience may help his spiritual work. The shock may be quite dramatic. To a few sincere seekers such as yourself, LSD may have served as a means to arouse that spiritual longing which has brought you into contact with Baba, but once that purpose is served, further ingestion would not only be harmful but have no point or purpose. An Indian correspondent. 2. The use of psychedelics can provide experiences which in the short term strengthen your faith in the possibility of enlightenment sufficiently to pursue systematic purification, which ultimately will, of course, include giving up psychedelics. They often serve this function even though the glimpse they give may only be of a low astral plane. 3. Carefully programmed psychedelic sessions can have significant therapeutic value in providing new perspectives for areas of strong attachment. That is, for a person who is caught, for example, in strongly learned oral or sexual habits, a psychedelic session can provide a moment of transcending these habits, and thus experiencing the possibility of alternative reactions. This experience will be temporary, for you are merely overriding the desires which feed the habits in the first place. However, the experience may give leverage to your work with these strong drive areas. 4. The deepest psychedelic experiences allow one to transcend polarities, and thus get beyond fears of death, or entrapments in the guilt created by attachment to the polarity of good and evil. 5. The milder psychedelics are used by many sadhus in bhakti yoga. They smoke in order to release emotion and allow them to commune with God, with open hearts. This is true of many wandering sadhus in India. Smoking is looked down upon by most temple and ashram residents in India. The cons of psychedelics are as follows. 1. You still come down. The experience is not permanent. Coming down brings despair. 2. Because the psychedelic agent is external to yourself, its use tends to subtly reinforce in you a feeling that you are not enough. Ultimately, of course, at the end of the path you come to realize that you have been enough all the way along. 3. The intensity with which the psychedelics show you more makes you greedy to be done before you are ready. This attaches you to the experience of getting high, which, after a period of time, becomes a cul-de-sac. The goal of the path is to be high, not get high. 4. Many people who use psychedelics primarily experience astral planes, where their ego is present. Thus they often attempt to use the powers that are available in such an astral plane in the service of their own ego. This creates additional karma for them, for it is action which comes out of attachment. Many messianic trips are of this nature. Sometimes such individuals get stuck at one or another astral plane and lose contact with the gross physical plane. In the West, such beings are usually hospitalized until they find their way back to the physical plane. Of course, what in fact has happened is that they have not gone far enough, for the psychiatrist is attached to the physical plane, denying the reality of other planes, in the same way that the patient is attached to the astral plane, denying the reality of other planes including the physical. The only true reality includes all these planes and is beyond them, all at the same time. This is known as the paradox of Mahamudra, the paradox of 2 in 1. 5. Using violent methods as one's upaya, such as strong psychedelics or Kundalini yoga *, severe fasts, etc., lead to an unevenness in the individual's vibrations. This creates waves in the environment because the person is not quite able to keep it all together. You should be able to remember your zip code even as you drift in intergalactic ecstasy. Keeping it all together is hard. 6. Psychedelics are, for the most part, illegal. This means that in order to use them you must break the law. Breaking the law involves risks which create anxiety and paranoia. Anxiety and paranoia are not good states of mind. in which to pursue one's sadhana. Furthermore, breaking the law means that you must function within the polarity of we and them. Only a very advanced being can do this without attachment. 7. There is at present no conclusive evidence that psychedelics are damaging to the physiological organism. The research on chromosome damage has been largely political in nature. There may be energy depletion and subtle physiological effects not yet measured. Most of the physiological reactions are psychological in origin and usually are the result of fear or anxiety. Kundalini Yoga is a powerful method, and should be undertaken only under the guidance of a competent teacher. The course of sadhana. Doing sadhana can be as much of a trap as any other melodrama. It is useful to have some perspective about the path in order to keep yourself from getting too caught up in the stage in which you are working. These pointers may help. 1. Each stage that one can label must pass away. Even the labeling will ultimately pass. A person who says, "I'm enlightened," probably isn't. 2. The initial euphoria that comes through the first awakening into even a little consciousness, except in a very few cases, will pass away, leaving a sense of loss, or a feeling of falling out of grace, or despair. The Dark Night of the Soul by St. John of the Cross deals with that state. 3. Sadhana is a bit like a roller coaster. Each new height is usually followed by a new low. Understanding this makes it a bit easier to ride with both phases. 4. As you further purify yourself, your impurities will seem grosser and larger. Understand that it's not that you are getting more caught in the illusion, it's just that you are seeing it more clearly. The lions guarding the gates of the temples get fiercer as you proceed towards each inner temple. But of course the light is brighter also. It all becomes more intense because of the additional energy involved at each stage of sadhana. 5. At first you will think of your sadhana as a limited part of your life. In time you will come to realize that everything you do is part of your sadhana. 6. One of the traps along the way is the sattvic trap, the trap of purity. You will be doing everything just as you should, and get caught in how pure you are. In India it's called the golden chain. It's not a chain of iron, but it's still a chain. You'll have to finally give up even your idea of purity if you expect to do it all in this lifetime. 7. Early in the journey you wonder how long the journey will take and whether you will make it in this lifetime. Later you will see that where you are going is here and you will arrive now, so you stop asking. 8. At first you try. Later you just do your sadhana because, what else is there to do? 9. At certain stages you will take your sadhana very seriously. Later you will see the wisdom of the statement of Jesus that to seek the Lord, men need not disfigure their faces. Cosmic humor, especially about your own predicament, is an important part of your journey. 10. At some stages you will experience a plateau, as if everything has stopped. This is a hard point in the journey. Know that once the process has started it doesn't stop, it only appears to stop from where you are looking. Just keep going. It doesn't really matter whether you think it's happening or not. In fact, the thought, it's happening, is just another obstacle. 11. You may have expected that enlightenment would come zap, instantaneous and permanent. This is unlikely. After the first, experience, the unfolding is gradual and almost indiscernible. It can be thought of as the thinning of a layer of clouds until only the most transparent veil remains. 12. There is, in addition to the up and down cycles, an in and out cycle. That is, there are stages at which you feel pulled into inner work and all you seek is a quiet place to meditate and to get on with it. Then there are times when you turn outward and seek to be involved in the marketplace. Both of these parts of the cycle are a part of one's sadhana. For what happens to you in the marketplace helps in your meditation, and what happens to you in meditation helps you to participate in the marketplace without attachment. 13. What is happening to you is nothing less than death and rebirth. What is dying is the entire way in which you understood who you are and how it all is. What is being reborn is the child of the Spirit for whom things all are new. This process of attending an ego that is dying at the same time as you are going through a birth process is awesome. Be gentle and honor him, self, who is dying as well as him, self, who is being born. Potent quotes. On the way of true development, something old must die and something new must be born in him. Collins. How to get rid of the lower self. The blossom vanishes of itself as the fruit grows, so will your lower self vanish as the divine grows in you. Ramakrishna. Lakes in the dry season, drop by drop their depths are diminished, like as the enlightened gradually lose all notions of self. Ramakrishna. The soul flees just at the very moment when we seem to hold its gleaming splendor in our hands, and all we are left with is one more dead butterfly to add to our moldering collection. Krishna Prem. All of a sudden the progress will stop one day, and you will find yourself, as it were, stranded. Persevere. All progress proceeds by such rise and fall. Vivekananda. Every individual existence is brought into rhythm by a pendulum to which the heart gives type and name. There is a time for expanding and a time for contraction. One provokes the other and the other calls for the return of the first. Never are we nearer the light than when the darkness is deepest. Vivekananda. But first the disciple must pass through the complexity in order to exhaust the various possibilities until the awakening of the consciousness which leads toward simplicity. Would he be able to bear the intermediate phase between his dream and reality? The Lubics. Wipe out the delusions of the will, undo the snares of the heart, rid yourself of the entanglements to virtue, open up the roadblocks in the way. Eminence and wealth, recognition and authority, fame and profit, these six are the delusions of the will. Appearance and carriage, complexion and features, temperament and attitude, these six are the snares of the heart. Loathing and desire, joy and anger, grief and happiness, these six are entanglements of virtue. Rejecting and accepting, taking and giving, knowledge and ability, these six are the roadblocks of the way. When these for six is no longer seethed within the breast, then you will achieve uprightness. Being upright, you will be still. Being still, you will be enlightened. Being enlightened, you will be empty. And being empty, you will do nothing, and yet there will be nothing that is not done. Chuang Tzu. When crystallization is achieved, renunciations, privations, and sacrifices are no longer necessary. Then a man may have everything he wants. There are no longer any laws for him. He is a law unto himself. Ouspensky. Having, therefore, ascended all these degrees of humility, the monk will presently arrive at that love of God which, being perfect, casteth out fear, whereby he shall begin to keep, without labor, and as it were naturally and by custom, all those precepts which he had hitherto observed through fear, no longer through dread of hell, but for the love of Christ, and of a good habit and a delight in virtue, which God will vouchsafe to manifest by the Holy Spirit in his laborer, now cleansed from vice and sin. Rule of St. Benedict. I know, and that I don't know, but I forget. I see that I am blind, and I see the blinding light in everything, but I forget. I see what I know. I think I know what I see, but sometimes I forget. And this is the way it should be. At the end of every forget, I remember. Lonnie Brown. Setting. As you begin to calm your mind through meditation or mantra, you become increasingly aware of the forces acting upon you, forces within as well as outside your body. Previously you sought continuous stimulation, but now you gravitate toward situations in which there is less and less stimulation. For some well advanced upon the path, the cave, the traditional haunt of yogis, is sought, for here the rock is insulation against many of the subtle vibrations which are distracting for those who have become sensitive. where there is fire, or in water or on ground which is strewn with dry leaves, where there are many ant hills, where there are wild animals, or danger, where four streets meet, where there is too much noise, where there are many wicked persons, yoga must not be practiced. Vivekananda. For most Westerners embarking upon their sadhana, a cave is neither a desirable or even a possible alternative, not desirable in the sense that their karma still requires commerce with worldly stimulation. Under such conditions, the seeking out of a cave and attempting to pursue a sadhana such as that of the Tibetan renunciate, Milarepa, can start out and remain a subtle ego trip. It would seem wiser to start your sadhana from exactly where you are, and then let any changes occur in your style of life and environment in a slow and natural fashion, for it is true that at the early stages, any waves you make in carrying out your sadhana merely created more karma. Let your inner pull towards enlightenment lead you, so to speak. Let the light pull you towards itself, like a moth to a flame. You will finally seek more and more pure environments because you have to, because it's the only thing you can do, not because you think you ought to. Where you are at this moment is the first thing to assess. Married or single, children, parents, existing contracts with other beings, social, vocational, economic, religious, national, familial, etc. Available opportunities. Perhaps the most appropriate initial step in view of your present predicament is to continue with your daily life in the customary manner with the simple addition of a mantra. Such a mantra can initially be used for 15 minutes in the morning and evening as suggested by Maharishi Mahesh in his program for transcendental meditation. You can set up a corner of your room for this purpose. Create a quiet corner in your home, an OM home, a launching pad to the infinite, a meditation seat, a shrine. Bring to it that which is simple and pure, a mat, perhaps a candle, maybe a picture of a realized being whose life has turned you on, Buddha, or Christ, or Ramankrishna, or Ramana, Maharshi, possibly some incense. Create a seat in which you can sit comfortably with spine straight out and turn off your body. Those who have developed the triangular seat of Padmasa, full lotus, Siddhasa, half lotus, or even Sukhasa, the easy pose, remember, no suffering. In this corner establish a regular ritual for purification, for reflection, for calming the mind. Just as water wears away stone, so daily sadhana will thin the veil of avidya, ignorance. At quite the opposite end of the continuum is the total moment-to-moment discipline of each thought and act required in a monastery or ashram. Here is but one example, presently functioning in the United States. It is Tassajara, a Zen Buddhist center in California. The Zen Center. Bell ringing at 4 a.m. You get up immediately. Han, block of hard ash wood struck with wooden mallet, starts at 4:05. 15-minute Han, 3 rounds. You should be in the Zendo by end of second round. Zazen, sitting meditation, starts at 4:20, 40-minute period. Rashi makes a round of the Zendo in the beginning, people bowing as he approaches. Actually, Gaso NG, hands together and bow. Bell sounds after 40 minutes. Kinhin, walking meditation, begins. Kinhin, for 15 minutes. Hands on chest, walking very slowly in a line, about a half step with each breath. Second period of Zazen, 40 minutes. Service at 5:50, consists of bowing to the floor 9 times, reciting the Heart Sutra 3 times, bowing to floor 3 times, lasts about 20 minutes. With bells and large wooden drum. Study period, 1 hour. In large room with fire if it's cold. Kerosene. Lamps. Tea is served. Warmth often makes you drowsy. You read various texts. Short chant at beginning and end of period. Han for breakfast starts at 7:10. Breakfast is served in the Zendo. You sit on cushions in meditation posture. Each student has an oryoki, set of 3 bowls, spoon and chopsticks, a scraper, setsu, stick with cloth end, and 3 cloths, for napkin, bowl wiping, and cloth, in which entire oryoki is wrapped, folded and tied in prescribed manner. Ritual way for untying and removing bowls. Bowls are placed on an eating board in front of each student. Complicated oryoki ritual helps to focus attention. Meals are a sort of meditation, in silence, with as little noise as possible. Chanting precedes meal, in English at breakfast, Japanese at lunch. After short chant, students set up their oryokis. Chanting resumes and servers enter. As server stops before student, they bow to each other. Server kneels and dishes food into bowl, they bow again and server goes on to next student. There is chanting while food is served, reciting names of Buddha and Bodhisattvas. When servers leave there is more chanting. We should be mindful of where this food comes from and whether our practice deserved it. Meal is eaten. When meal is finished server enters with hot water and there is a short chant. Hot water is poured in large bowl. Bowl is cleaned and water poured in second bowl, bowl wiped with cloth, and so on until the bowls are cleaned. Water is drunk, with a little bit saved and collected at the end. It's taken out and poured on a plant. Oryokis are tied up and put away, placed by the side of each student. Clackers and bow at the end of meal. Rashi and priests leave, then students leave. As students file out of zendo they exchange bows with the cook. Short period, about 20 minutes, in which you change into work clothes. Take care of toilet, etc. Work drum sounds at 8:40. Students assemble for work meeting. Short, informal meeting to make sure each student knows what he's doing, has some task assigned to him, and jobs are coordinated. Work period until Han 11:10. Gardening, carpentry, masonry, roofing, garbage collecting, cleaning, sewing, etc. Han at 11:10, 20 minutes to clean up, change into robes and get to zendo. There is a 15-minute Han for this, so one can gauge his time. Zazen, 40 minutes. Service, bowing and reciting Heart Sutra. Lunch, same procedure as breakfast. Usually soup, bread, and vegetable. After lunch there is a rest period, about 30 to 40 minutes. This is the chance to get some sun. Work drum sounds at 2 or 2:05. After short work meeting you return to your job. At 3:30 a.m. bell signals tea. Everyone gathers on steps in front of zendo. Where there is still some sun, a short chant and tea is served. Sometimes there is a treat, crackers, cookies. A short chant at the end and people return to work. At 5 p.m. drum signals end of work. Clean up, put away tools, tidy. Work area, bath time. Everyone heads for the hot sulfur baths. Before entering bath, student bows before altar and recites Gatha, verse. Silence in bath. It is already dark in the winter, and quite cold. Kerosene lamp, cement grotto. Steam rising from water, shadowy forms. Bath, at about 110 degrees is the one. Chance for the body, feeling all day like a piece of cold iron, to get really warm. Blood returns to body. Students bow and recite Gatha before leaving. Bell begins at 5:35, 15 minutes to service. Evening service, as before. Supper. No chanting, simply clackers before and after meal. Brown rice, miso soup, and vegetable. After supper there is free time. You return to your cabin or go to the large room where there is a fire. Han starts at 7:30. Study period, at 7:45, when there is no lecture. Lecture, by Rashi, priest, or student, is in zendo, at 8. Zazen, at 8:35, lecture may extend into this period. Ends with slow deep chanting of Heart Sutra. Students return to cabins. Lights out at 9:30. There is a day off on 4 and 9 days, for example, the 4th, 9th, 14th. This begins after breakfast. On 4 days, officially only half a day off, there is a general discussion in the morning attended by all, completely open, gripes, questions, views, personal problems, feedback for those directing Tassajara. Very helpful for students to know where other students are, what sort of problems they're facing. On days off, students are expected to take care of personal needs, laundry, mending, shaving head, and so forth. The fall practice period is 2 months, the winter, or spring, practice period, is 3 months. Each period ends with a 7-day session, periods of intense meditation, 17 hours a day of zazen and kinhin, including meals, lecture, bath, and short work period. Besides joining a traditional ashram or monastery, you may prefer to participate in a spiritual community in the country or the city. Here are some descriptions and helpful suggestions based on our experiences at the Lama Foundation. The spiritual community. There are hundreds of communities in the U.S. at present. Many spiritual seekers have joined or started communities in order to provide a suitable environment for their inner work. Often they have been disillusioned by these experiments because of disorder, economic instability, ego struggles, and mixed motives on the part of the participants. Out of these early community experiments have evolved more structured attempts to provide the optimum environment for spiritual growth. These communities are usually less disciplined than traditional Eastern ashrams but more firmly structured than contemporary communes. The community has within it 2 levels or components, the base camp and the hermitages. Ideally these are physically separate from one another, although they may exist within the same house if necessary. The base camp handles all matters pertaining to economics, food, children, pets, relationships. To the larger community, while the hermitage is set aside solely for spiritual development in a formal sense. Things which make it work. 1. The nature of the contract must be explicit. That is, each person participating in the experiment must understand the form, schedule and objectives and not only share the objectives but feel that this form is the optimum one for them to pursue at this moment. This experiment cannot work properly if the group has many ideas of how it should be done. In traditional ashrams there is usually a guru or teacher who leads the way, or a traditional structure which is known to everyone who seeks to participate. 2. All members of the community, with the exception of small children, have consciously and freely chosen to participate in the experiment. Any exceptions to this rule reduce the effectiveness of the experiment. In the most rigid selection procedures, if one partner of a couple does not wish to fully participate in the experiment, then neither would participate and they would leave the community, at least for the period of the experiment. It takes very few people who do not share the desire to work on themselves in this way to destroy the effectiveness of a spiritual community. 3. All participants in the community, with the exception of the smaller children, spend time in the hermitage as well as the base camp and share base camp activities and responsibilities. If you are living with others who are sharing the journey even minimally, it is important that a group meditation room be set aside. In fact, it is wise when moving into a new home to create the center, the meditation room or alcove. First, before you get the kitchen and bedrooms in order. 1. Collaboratively pick the place for the meditation area. 2. Clean it up and bring the most beautiful things to it. Keep it simple. 3. Then light a candle and perhaps some incense. Everyone sit together, silently, and reflect on why you are here, the goal of your work, together, and then perhaps read from some holy books. Perhaps take a reading of the I Ching for your work together, and only after all that is done do you set up housekeeping. 4. Keep that area very special. No social conversations, no other books, no other uses, no sleeping there. 5. Try to build a natural ritual into your lives so that you use that space to share a daily moment when you transcend your ego games. Perhaps early, morning silent meditations, or evening chanting, or reading from holy books. Aloud. The base camp. The base camp includes all the living facilities with the exception of the hermitage rooms or buildings. Participants in the base camp follow a schedule as follows. 5:30 rise. 5:45 to 6:30 group silent meditation. 6:30 to 7 o'clock chanting, reading aloud, singing. 7 to 9 o'clock dancing, asanas, pranayam, breakfast, getting the children to school, clean up, etc. 9 to 12 o'clock karma yoga, work, period. Assignments for an entire week are usually made once a week on Saturday morning. 12 to 2 o'clock bringing food and supplies to hermit and preparing and having prasad, consecrated food, taken in silence. Then rest or relaxation and cleanup. 2 to 4 o'clock karma yoga period. 4 to 5:30 group study, and exercises in consciousness. 5:30 to 6:30 pranayam, asanas, preparing evening food, etc. 6:30 to 8 o'clock evening prasad, silently, plus cleanup and relaxation, reading, etc. 8 to 9 o'clock group meditation and chanting and singing. By assigning the karma yoga tasks over a period of a week you can use the karma yoga periods in a fluid fashion. One person's karma yoga, for example, might include milking goats, making cheese, weaving, picking the kids up at school, getting the car fixed, etc. Also a person may design his schedule to use a few of the morning karma yoga periods for personal study or meditation. The use of these periods is largely dependent upon the number of participants, and the amount of man-hours required for right livelihood and community maintenance. Time not spent in fulfilling assignments should be used on inner work, study, meditation, asanas, singing curtain. Most activities can be carried on in silence. Groups working together on a shared project such as gardening, building, etc. can either do these tasks in silence or do mantra during the work. Silence is an important part of the work. Formal discussions at the base camp of the hermitage experiences of the participants can be useful. Gossip, small talk, and hanging out have a limited value in breaking through the illusion. It is well to realize that the relationships in this community are not the dominant concern. Ideally, personality falls away in the common endeavor. If you want at all costs to hold on to your personality, don't join a spiritual community because no one is going to be interested. Interpersonal matters are dealt with only to the extent that they are disruptive, i.e., capture the consciousness of the group or some participants. Such matters can be dealt with at a group meeting if necessary, but the moment the group gets bogged down in heavy melodrama, it is well to call a meditation interlude, until everyone can find a center again. Melodrama sucks us in again and again, but diminishes in power if actively thwarted. The hermitage. Each participant in the community spends a portion of his or her time in solitude in a hermitage. The amount of time spent by each individual is a function of the number of participants and the number of spaces. The minimum time for a hermitage visit is 24 hours. The maximum we have worked with is 3 weeks. Usually an initial period of 3 to 5 days is a good shakedown cruise. You bring into the hermitage the minimum requirements: a sleeping bag, toothbrush, blanket or cushion, candles, incense, etc. Beyond the requirements for survival, the stay in a hermitage should be designed to include items useful to your specific sadhana. The fiercest confrontation is to merely walk into an empty room with your basic survival gear and close the door. The most gentle trip is to include knitting, books, notebook, drawing pad, walks in the woods, photo albums, etc. Only books written by very advanced beings should be brought in, only pictures of holy beings or Religious subjects or nature should be around you. Each day food is brought at noon. One large meal a day is usually enough. The tray may include enough fruit for the evening. Survival apparatus may include facilities for making tea. Those who are ready for the fierce tapasya may choose to fast while in the hermitage. The food and supplies are left outside the door by one of the members of the base camp. No social contact is made. Any needs are communicated by a note left outside the door for the messenger to pick up. The only reason to leave the hermitage room is for toileting and washing, both of which should be done without social interaction. If the hermitage is in a noisy place, earplugs may be used during your stay. As a hermit, you usually spend a good deal of your time in meditation. It is good to have a little training or knowledge of meditation to help you calm your mind. A good deal of the time is spent initially watching your wild out of control mind do its thing. It is only under these minimal stimulus conditions that you can really watch it do its thing. The abbot. Unless there is a teacher in the group, leadership is risky. However, it is possible to rotate the duties of an abbot in the event that no teacher is available. The abbot has the responsibility for making things run smoothly on the physical plane as well as for keeping the objectives of the community uppermost in everyone's mind. In order to fulfill such responsibilities, the abbot must spend much time meditating to keep his own spiritual center in order so that he does not become an agent of more confusion and illusion and power trips. Perhaps the abbot could be the person who has just come out of the hermitage if rotation is required. One of the functions of the abbot can be to visit a hermit if the hermit sends a note requesting such a visit. During his visit the abbot must keep his concern strictly on the spiritual unfolding of the hermit. Often merely a silent meditation between the hermit and the abbot will suffice to fulfill the needs of the hermit. Mood or tone. All of this structure sounds heavy, and it is, but it need not be carried out in a serious or heavy mood. A light joyful style is not in any way incompatible with spiritual work. The ability to retain a sense of cosmic humor is very crucial for the effectiveness of a spiritual community. Heavy religiosity, much evaluation, is a drag. If you are living in a city and are involved in karma yoga, it may be possible to design a modified form of the community ashram, a large house, shared by a number of people who have consciously come together solely for the purpose of working on themselves, is a useful setting. Perhaps one or two rooms can be set aside in the quietest part of the house as hermitage quarters. Another room can be set aside as the group meditation room. It should be possible for each participant to spend some time in the hermitage, being cared for by the other members of the group. The value of this procedure is that it creates a collaboration specifically for the spiritual evolution of each individual, based on the assumption that the group members each directly profit from the spiritual evolvement of each of the other members. Still another possibility for city dwellers is to have satsang, or a gathering of monks on the path, at a different apartment each evening. The formats should be kept simple and non-competitive. Perhaps some reading, a meditation, a few songs and light prasad, consecrated food. There should be a real effort to reduce the amount of talk or stimulation that is not definitely involved in the journey. Even cosmic gossip can slow down the work. Silence before and after the formal aspects of the evening helps. Family sadhana. The course of family sadhana in the West in the 1970s is a difficult one to practice. Whereas in the past in both East and West there have been precise models, these have been built around a culture and tradition which was supportive of this practice. In Western culture the support system has been destroyed by the Industrial Revolution and the money economy, which has caused the virtual destruction of the family as a spiritual and psychic union, by compelling at least one and often both principal members to become money earners. This necessitates daily absence from the home and reliance on daycare centers, nursery schools or regular schools to provide a spiritual foundation which one cannot expect them to provide as they essentially are. Educating and directing children to become good members of the same society which is in essence profane and in extension looking only to continue its existence at the present level of consciousness. Consequently the family is dispersed, its members isolated from each other and effectively only together, as an economic and sleeping unit. The family thus has no center to radiate from and no spiritual psychic support system. It is dead. The outlook is bleak. From this vantage point, however, in the last decade there has been a resurgence of spiritual life, brought about by lysergic acid, the bomb, rock and roll, visiting teachers from the East and the incredible vacuum and death that is the rot at the core. And, as life will not permit a vacuum, the times they are a-changing. So, how to begin? To begin we must begin at the beginning. At the beginning is the spirit. Spirit is a Latin word meaning breath. It's like breathing out and breathing in. No thing, yup, no thing. And this no thing is basic for our life. Breathe. Spirit, this spirit which sustains and maintains, without which we die to this form. This no thing is the foundation upon which all must be based. Life must be dedicated to the Spirit alone, for as it has been laid out, seek you first the kingdom of heaven and all else shall be added to you. So, with the family sadhana as with all sadhana, this is where we begin. The family and all it is through / an extension must be dedicated solely to the Spirit. Next, an earth-real consideration of physical plane realities, food, shelter, and clothing. An examination in truth of real needs. Not desires, not fantasies, but, how many pairs of pants? What kind of food? What type of shelter? How big? Who for? Where? And then, how now? Can you afford to take a cut? Can you afford not to? Can you and will you let go of all the things and values and trips that you have gotten caught in? If you can adapt your present means of livelihood to your spiritual work, then you're cool. See section on money and right livelihood. If you can't, then you'll probably have to make a radical change in your life. Try getting into subsistence economy. Just making it. Not too much, not too little, but just enough to make it. Buy an old farm, there are lots, cheap, or set up a craft scene. Use the system to teach yourself how to operate these well and efficiently. Keep it all together. Run a good ship. This is our second base. Apply consciousness clearly. Understand values. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, but don't court disaster. Why a farm? Why a small craft scene? Just this. The family can be together. There are functions in these situations for all the members, from the children to the adults. The work is clear and definite. Jesus was a carpenter. Gandhi spun. This daily concern with the vehicle of sustenance on the gross plane must be clear, straight and simple. As work / time / space is shared, based always on the spirit, a family grows together. Here exists mutuality, trust, openness, a psychic organism develops. This is what a family is. The possibilities on this level are endless. Farm, crafts, natural food store, general store, restaurant, creamery, small paper, bookstore. Drop into reality. Now we have an environment and a basis for practice. First, turn the environment into a shrine, a temple. If the family is primarily bhakti, plaster the walls with holy pictures, light incense, radiate love. If it's Christian, make it a home for Christ. If it's more austere, moving toward Zen, reflect nothingness. Whatever your trip, make the whole environment support it. Next, set up a clear movement through time. Rise daily at the same time. Meditate together, pray together, offer all actions to the Spirit, offer all food to the Spirit, cook in love for love, keep the home clean, calm and clear, so if Lord Buddha walked in he'd feel right at home. Maintain the body as a temple, clean it, feed it, take good care of it, have compassion for it, love it. The discipline of a daily schedule is a drag at first, after a while you will feel the results. It all runs on automatic. Don't think, fill your whole mind with the Spirit, be, and in being together in the Spirit be in love together. It's all making love. Make love in beauty, in joy, in seeing each other in truth. Choose your marriage model, the sun and the moon, heaven and earth. Yab Yum, Shiva Shakti, Shiva and Parvati, the eternal companions, the alchemical marriage, Muhammad and his wives, Adam and Eve, Christ and his bride. Let the man worship woman as God, the Holy Mother, the divine Shakti, the manna, the food of life, the sustainer of being, Isis, Astarte, the good, earth, terrible Kali, and herself, all of it. She is all of it. Let the woman worship man as God, the Son, the Father, the light of her life, the Creator, the Provider, as Jesus, as Ram, as Shiva, as Krishna, as all of them and himself. Surrender and die to one another. Become one. The glorious mystic rose in the garden of the Heavenly Father. Permeate the universe, fill it, become it. For this is the union beyond duality. O Holy Family, this is the seed of the practice. And as the children who are the fruit of the union appear, see them as divine avatars, holy beings who have come recently from our true home to teach, nourish and feed them as they feed you. Listen for their tone, see their rays so as to help them fulfill their spiritual destiny, provide a matrix for their consciousness. Great care must be taken to guide the entity on this plane. Choose carefully the initial impressions which they will be registering as you would the food they eat. They are the hope and destiny of the universe. Respect and honor them. Guide them clearly. Keep the home calm and free of chaotic inputs. Let love burn in all the lamps. Through all of this face and cope out the difficulties. For the woman there will be the heavy pull of the earth element. The children will feel any psychic withdrawal on her part. She must find a place a little removed for deep meditation. When they wake up during meditation, explain clearly what you are doing. Read them holy stories to acquaint them with spirit life so that they may remember. Keep your practice regular and the children will stay in tune. Don't trip too far too fast or psychic disequilibrium will upset months of work. Do not sacrifice relationships with the children for what you may think is spiritual necessity. The whole thing is sadhana. Chant mantras together. The first word of one infant here was Allah, God. Children really love bhajan. They go around singing Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya or Om Sri Ram Jai Jai Ram. Bring them in. Sing together. For men it's most often astral tripping. Far out trips in far out worlds that get so far out they become disconnected and then have to find someone to understand, and then it's drama instead of Rama. Men struggle with death and rebirth and fear. It's a tough trip alone, and being together makes it both easier and harder. The key to it all is absolute and total surrender to the Spirit. With this it is all possible. The real difficulty in family sadhana seems to be in the maintenance over a long period of time of the discipline. In most other sadhana there is either overt or covert reliance on a sangha. In any given area there are just not that many people who will gravitate towards family sadhana. Most people are on their own spiritual paths. While it is true that these people constitute a sangha of sorts, the uniqueness of family sadhana makes it difficult to tie all of this together. A very good alternative is to join together with others and form a spiritual community. That is, a community constituted solely for spiritual purposes. In the end this is the nut. It's all or nothing. Constantly revised schedules. To squeeze the spirit in for 10 or 20 minutes a day won't make it. This is not criticism but observation. The practice is fierce because it is so easy to forget and fall asleep. The families we have seen who are practicing in communal context, using a vehicle disciplines ranging from Sufi ecstatic practice through Christian fellowship and Hindu bhakti to deep Soto Zen practice, seem to be getting on with it. Sadhana. If you live alone, you naturally have more flexibility and more lifetime to work on your sadhana. When you live alone, you can get up very early in the morning, chant your mantras out loud, light candles, burn incense, ring a bell, or do whatever brings you into the spirit without disturbing anybody else. If you are fasting, nobody feels disturbed about it, or if you want to eat some special diet which makes you feel light and in the spirit, but which tastes like a horsehair mattress, you can feast on it whenever you feel hungry. And then there is the silence. If you prefer to live in a quiet world, free of radio, TV, or records, you can spend a lot of time, if you live alone, in a warm cocoon of silence. And then there is noise. If you are developing the witness and want to carry on a dramatic monologue to help you remember, you can play the star roll aloud. He's heading toward the refrigerator now. He's thinking about eating some ice cream. He's decided to do some pranayam instead for running. Commentary like this helps to keep you in the witness, but it doesn't help you fill the role of the ideal roommate. Although you may have more chance to work on your sadhana when you live alone, you have less chance to practice that most difficult of all paths, karma yoga. In solitude you don't have many demands made upon you, nor do you develop the elasticity which comes with the give and take of living with others. If your work is also solitary, you may want to preserve a balance. By seeking opportunities to interact with others, you may look for continuing situations where the interaction will be on a deep rather than a superficial social level, such as teaching at a community center, taking on a group of scouts, etc. Situations which are totally engrossing are most apt to capture you and therefore provide the best practice in keeping your witness and your center. Working with others will also enable you to see how losing and regaining your center affects those around you. However, if you live alone, you probably spend a large part of your time in solitude. Solitude does not mean that you are really living alone, even if you seem to be living alone. You know that when you shut the door and darken the room and look within that the door is open, the light is on, and someone is in your room. Darkness like a dark bird, flies away, dying. You must live before you can die. But you must die before you can live. Live consciously, die consciously. Gandhi, the Indian politician saint, was assassinated as he walked out of his home by an assassin who fired 4 bullets directly into his body. In the moment Gandhi fell, he was heard to utter the name, Ram. The rishis, the men of India who know, say that to die uttering the name of God takes you immediately beyond the beyond with no further effort. Practice dying. 1. Experience your own death. Ritual death has been practiced throughout the world for centuries. Many Buddhist meditation exercises are designed to take you through your own death. Christian ascetics experience their death through contemplation for a vision of life sub specie eternitatis, as eternal present. See, for example, Saint Ignatius Loyola's recommendations in his spiritual exercises. Laura Huxley has members of her seminars experienced their own death. Psychologically, for example, have the room comfortably dark or dimly lighted. Lie down on your bed or sofa or on the floor. Let your body go. Imagine that the life is out of it. Do not speak or move. Imagine that you have died. Your body is passive, lifeless, useless. Your body is discarded. Your funeral is about to take place. Let go of your body. Let it be there as something which is no longer yours. Follow to the limit this feeling of being completely alone, abandoned, not loved, not in life, not in death. Cry, scream, curse, if this is what you feel. Go to the limit of your feeling. And after you have cried and screamed and cursed, when you are empty and exhausted, stop and listen. This is your last party. Speak to everyone there, tell them all about yourself, about your mistakes and your suffering, about your love and your longings. No longer do you need to protect yourself, no longer do you need to hide behind a wall or a suit of armor. It is your last party, you can explode, you can be miserable or pitiful, insignificant or despicable. At your funeral, you can be yourself. This is your chance, do what others have failed to do. Look at the unloved one, the miserable one. This is your chance to do an act of love toward one who has had no love. This is your chance to do justice where intentional or unintentional injustice has been committed. This is your chance to give warmth and courage to one who feels only coldness, loneliness and death. Let your tears flow from the very depth of you. Let your bitterness flow out with them. And when the bitterness is out, your tears will be gentle and sweet. Then take the hand of this lifeless body of yours, take it in your hands. And with respect and love bring it to your lips and kiss it. Now gently come back to your living body. With this feeling of respect and love, come back to your living body, and let this feeling remain with you, inside of you. Let it spread to each nerve, to each muscle, along every vein and artery. Let this feeling of respect and love spread inside you, throughout your entire organism, and then let it spread out around you in everything, object or animal or human, that is part of your life. Feel this feeling of love and respect circulating inside you with the force of life itself. Let it be in your blood, in the air you breathe. Feel it, accept it, give it. A recipe from You Are Not the Target, Laura Huxley. The Tibetan Book of the Dead is a manual of practices for dying and being reborn. There have been many ancient manuals for dying, e.g., the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Their purpose is to take a dying person through the various steps in this energy transformation dance called dying. The psychedelics have been used with these manuals and exercises as sets or programs to experience death/rebirth. See the psychedelic experience. Each time we can let go of goals, of our ego image compulsions, of controlling, of driving ourselves, and be instead of do, we die, as ego, and are reborn, as self, as Buddha. Use a signal, the name Ram, a mantra word, or phrase, a mandala image, to trigger that death whenever you are aware of your body being uptight in the shape its desired tension holds it in. Then feel your breathing distribute itself throughout your body, diffusing and lightening it as you die to desire, to ego, and then, not I but he lives in me. Suicide, we might be reminded here, is a different type of death in which one remains attached to his ego. Rather than liberation, it is a manifestation of bondage, which is why it has been condemned at all times by enlightened men. 2. Experience death with someone else. To be with a person who is dying, to share consciousness with him, and to help him die consciously is one of the most exquisite manifestations of the Bodhisattva role. It should be sought out. A few suggestions for practicing this yoga. Meditate together or separately, whichever feels right. Meditation helps you remain in the eternal present where no thing is happening, and it helps you serve lovingly with total involvement and with no attachment. Don't teach by other than your being. If you remain centered, your calm presence helps to free all those about you who are ready. Speak the truth as you see it, but only if asked. Speak nothing untrue. See in the dying person only that which is eternal. You are merely seeing the Divine Mother doing it again. All forms you see in another person are, after all, but the manifestations of your own desire. A realized being, wherever he looks, sees no thing or all things simultaneously, and knows them to be the same. Read silently or aloud from the words of those who know. Perhaps one day we will have in this country centers for dying and for being born, places located near mountains or the ocean where anyone who wishes might go to be in the presence of conscious beings during these crucial events. There would be healers and helpers as well as guides to assist along the way of any path, religious metaphoric, yogic, or psychedelic. Anyone might choose. We all die in each moment and we are all born in each moment. In truth, whether this death/rebirth is called physical or psychological, we can apply all of the above suggestions every day and in every interaction with people so as to be aware of this and conscious in it. Lightly, my darling, lightly, even when it comes to dying. Nothing ponderous, or pretentious, or emphatic. No rhetoric, no tremolos, no self-conscious persona putting on its celebrated imitation of Christ or Goethe or Little Nell. And, of course, no theology, no metaphysics. Just the fact of dying and the fact of the clear light. So throw away all your baggage and go forward. There are quicksands all about you, sucking at your feet, trying to suck you down into fear and self-pity and despair. That's why you must walk so lightly. The light, came the hoarse whisper, the clear light. It's here, along with the pain, in spite of the pain. And where are you? Over there, in the corner. I can see myself there. And she can see my body. On the bed. Brighter, came the barely audible whisper, brighter, and a smile of happiness intense almost to the point of elation transfigured her face. Through his tears Dr. Robert smiled back at her. So now you can let go, my darling. He stroked her gray hair. Now you can let go. Let go, he insisted. Let go of this poor old body. You don't need it anymore. Let it fall away from you. Leave it lying there like a pile of worn-out clothes. Go on into the light, into the peace, into the living peace of the clear light. Aldous Huxley, Island. Chapter 1 of Be Love Now. The Path of the Heart. Imagine feeling more love from someone than you have ever known. You're being loved even more than your mother loved you when you were an infant. More than you were ever loved by your father, your child, or your most intimate lover, anyone. This lover doesn't need anything from you, isn't looking for personal gratification, and only wants your complete fulfillment. You are loved just for being who you are, just for existing. You don't have to do anything to earn it. Your shortcomings, your lack of self-esteem, physical perfection, or social and economic success, none of that matters. No one can take this love away from you, and it will always be here. Imagine that being in this love is like relaxing endlessly into a warm bath that surrounds and supports your every movement, so that every thought and feeling is permeated by it. You feel as though you are dissolving into love. This love is actually part of you. It is always flowing through you. It's like the subatomic texture of the universe, the dark matter that connects everything. When you tune into that flow, you will feel it in your own heart. Not your physical heart or your emotional heart, but your spiritual heart. The place you point to in your chest when you say, I am. This is your deeper heart, your intuitive heart. It is the place where the higher mind, pure awareness, the subtler emotions, and your soul identity all come together and you connect to the universe, where presence and love are. Unconditional love really exists in each of us. It is part of our deep inner being. It is not so much an active emotion as a state of being. It's not, I love you for this or that reason, not I love you if you love me. It's love for no reason, love without an object. It's just sitting in love, a love that incorporates the chair and the room and permeates everything around. The thinking mind is extinguished in love. If I go into the place in myself that is love and you go into the place in yourself that is love, we are together in love. Then you and I are truly in love. The state of being love. That's the entrance to oneness. That's the space I entered when I met my guru. Years ago in India I was sitting in the courtyard of the little temple in the Himalayan foothills. 30 or 40 of us were there around my guru, Maharaj-ji. This old man wrapped in a plaid blanket was sitting on a plank bed, and for a brief uncommon interval everyone had fallen silent. It was a meditative quiet, like an open field on a windless day or a deep clear lake, without a ripple. I felt waves of love radiating toward me, washing over me, like a gentle surf on a tropical shore, immersing me, rocking me, caressing my soul, infinitely accepting and open. I was nearly overcome, on the verge of tears, so grateful and so full of joy. It was hard to believe it was happening. I opened my eyes and looked around, and I could feel that everyone else around me was experiencing the same thing. I looked over at my guru. He was just sitting there, looking around, not doing anything. It was just his being, shining like the sun equally on everyone. It wasn't directed at anyone in particular. For him it was nothing special, just his own nature. This love is like sunshine, a natural force, a completion of what is, a bliss that permeates every particle of existence. In Sanskrit it's called Satchidananda, truth consciousness bliss, the bliss of consciousness of existence. That vibrational field of Ananda love permeates everything, everything in that vibration is in love. It's a different state of being beyond the mind. We were transported by Maharaj-ji's love from one vibrational level to another, from the ego to the soul level. When Maharaj-ji brought me to my soul through that love, my mind just stopped working. Perhaps that's why unconditional love is so hard to describe, and why the best descriptions come from mystic poets. Most of our descriptions are from the point of view of conditional love, from an interpersonal standpoint that just dissolves in that unconditioned place. When Maharaj-ji was near me, I was bathed in that love. One of the other Westerners with Maharaj-ji, Larry Brilliant, said, "How do I explain who Maharaj-ji was and how he did what he did? I don't have any explanation. Maybe it was his love of God. I can't explain who he was. I can almost begin to understand how he loved everybody. I mean, that was his job, he was a saint. Saints are supposed to love everybody. But that's not what always staggered me, not that he loved everybody, but that when I was sitting in front of him I loved everybody. That was the hardest thing for me to understand, how he could so totally transform the spirit of people who were with him and bring out not just the best in us, but something that wasn't even in us, that we didn't know. I don't think any of us were ever as good or as pure or as loving in our whole lives as we were when we were sitting in front of him. Welcome to the path of the heart. Believe it or not, this can be your reality. To be loved unconditionally and to begin to become that love. This path of love doesn't go anywhere. It just brings you more here, into the present moment, into the reality of who you already are. This path takes you out of your mind and into your heart. Love is a natural human inclination. People in other times and places have found this path in many different cultural situations. In India it's called bhakti yoga, finding ultimate union through love, a tradition that stretches back many centuries. Bhakti yoga practices are a way to enter into unconditional love, into the radiant heart, to dissolve oneself in the ocean of love, in the one. Later in the book you will meet a few of the Indian saints who have become that love. We will look at ways you can also tread on that path. There's no formula. Each of us has our own key to unlock the reality of our heart. Falling into love. The first time you experience unconditional love as an adult, it may be a gentle melting of a glacier, or it may be more of a cataclysm, like a giant earthquake that shakes you to your inner core. You are falling in love, but the act of receiving love that intense and all-encompassing changes your conception of yourself. You can't swim in such a vast ocean and remain entirely in the small pond of your limited self, even if that opening is only for an instant, even if it goes away and is apparently forgotten. That moment of realization, of the heart opening, colors the rest of a lifetime. There's no going back. The lingering taste of that ultimate sweetness remains and won't be denied. Jesus used the metaphor of a fisherman. When you first feel that depth of joy, you are caught in a net of pure love by the divine fisherman. You're hooked on that love. My guru is like a fly fisherman. The ego twists and pulls and runs out the line trying to escape, but each time the hook of divine love sets more deeply, until finally the little you, the personality in all its habits, the bundle of thoughts and desires, surrenders to the greater self, that being of pure love and consciousness that keeps pulling you in to merge. When I was first got to India, I abhorred the idea of gurus. I was attracted to Buddhism, which appealed to the psychologist in me. How did I end up sitting in front of a Hindu guru? When I first met him, I hardly knew what I was doing there myself. But when Maharaj-ji immersed me in his unconditional love, it altered the course of my life. My view of myself completely changed. That meeting opened my heart. In that moment I opened up to the guru, not just to the old man in the blanket sitting in front of me, but to a place within him that reflected my true self. That spiritual self is the source of unconditional love. When I returned to the States after that first time in India, I felt as though I was carrying a precious jewel in my heart and I wanted to share it. I could talk about my heart opening and the new awareness it had brought. But the guru, I didn't really talk much about the guru, because the idea seemed so inappropriate for the West. For one thing, there is always a mixed reaction to the notion of surrendering to another person. Surrendering in our culture is almost always seen as negative. We don't like being told what to do, we like to figure it out for ourselves. Surrendering means giving up our power, and it usually has to do with ego power or sexual dominance. The term guru evokes images of con men and hucksters rather than spiritual masters. Of course, we are right to be cynical when we see so-called gurus get entangled in money, sex, and power, seductions, tax evasion, expensive cars, high-priced mantras. Even Hollywood had its fun with gurus and cults, e.g., the love guru. The image of charismatic corruptors preying on weak-minded followers is hard to avoid. Most people wouldn't know a real guru if they fell over him or her, and certainly few have ever met one. At first Maharaj-ji seemed almost like a magical being to me. He had incredible spiritual powers, but slowly I began to appreciate that it was the ocean of his love that had truly hooked me. And that was the real thing. Here was a flesh and blood being who was living in a state of unconditional love all the time. That love allowed me to surrender, to accept his guidance on the inner journey to find that love in myself. Later I encountered other beings, some living and some gone from the body, who helped me see more of the road map for this path of the heart. These beings come in all shapes, sizes, and manifestations, as we all do. They are signposts and guides to help us on the Bhakti Marg, the road to love, even though we each have to travel it ourselves. Some of the beings who have inspired me are the ones who have also inspired this book. I hope they will help you on your way too. Unconditional love dissolves any rational hesitation as we become drunk on its sweetness. We are like moths circling a candle flame, immolating ourselves in a fire of living love. Living flame of love. Oh, living flame of love, how tenderly you penetrate the deepest core of my being. Finish what you began. Tear the veil from this sweet encounter. Oh, gentle fiery blade. Oh, beautiful wound. You soothe me with your blazing caress. You pay off all my old debts and offer me a taste of the eternal. In slaying me, you transform death into life. Oh, flaming lantern. You illuminate the darkest pockets of my soul, where once I wallowed in bitter separation. Now, with exquisite intensity, I radiate warmth and light to my beloved. How peacefully, how lovingly, you awaken my heart, that secret place where you alone dwell within me. Your breath on my face is delicious, calming and galvanizing at once. How delicately, how lucidly, you make me crazy with love for you. Saint John of the Cross, translated by Mirabai Star. Whatever your metaphor, and you can choose, and mix, your own, whether it's succumbing to the softness of the ultimate romance, being submerged in a tidal wave of love, or being pulled into the gravitational field of a star. Once you have experienced unconditional love, you have nowhere to go. You can run, but you can't hide. The seed is planted, and it will grow in its own time. You can only grow into who you truly are. You may think you're free to come and go and play where you will, but the beloved has taken you for his or her own, and in reality you can only surrender more and more to that divine attraction. Slowly but surely, in a moment or over thousands of lifetimes, the beloved reels you in until you merge back into the unitary state of Satsayati Ananda, the truth consciousness bliss of the self, family and friends. The first day I met my guru, Maharaj-ji, a bond formed with him that changed my life irrevocably. A man from the nearby town of Nainital was translating the conversation into English for me. His name was Krishna Kumar, or KK, Sa. At the end of that encounter, Maharaj-ji asked him to take me to his home. He told him to feed me double roti, or toast. Presumably because I was a Westerner unfamiliar with Indian food, KK first saw me as an uptight Western stranger and didn't know what to make of me. Yet he had received an order from his guru and, out of deference, reaching back to his childhood, he obeyed without question. Without hesitation, he and his sister and brother absorbed me into the loving world of their family. They treated each other playfully as spiritual beings, not just as siblings, and they treated me as a family member. For decades later we're still in that relationship. Overnight I was introduced to a world where miraculous beings, saints and gurus, are part of the warp and weft of everyday life. It was nothing overt or messianic. These people were just living their lives. What to them was their ordinary routine allowed me to assimilate a sea change in my outlook for which I had no previous reference points. KK and his family had grown up with Maharaj-ji. In India, traditional families carry on bhakti practices that suffuse every part of life. Love is the unspoken language. With multiple generations living in joint homes, that living transmission provides a bridge for pure love from infancy into childhood and over the hormonal roller coaster of adolescence into adulthood. A family guru or a spiritual elder gives younger generation glimpses of unbounded love. Maybe you've had a grandparent or someone like that in your family too. KK's sister, Beena, who like him remains unmarried, squatted in the kitchen over a wood fire making chapatis. I had just reached the point of stuffed satisfaction from one of her amazing meals when KK engaged me in conversation. As soon as I turned my head to talk to KK, Beena whisked another chapati and a helping of sabji, vegetables, onto my brass thali plate. There was no chance to say, thanks, or no thanks. They had the routine down. I ate it all. In India it's an insult if you don't eat everything served to you, because food is so valuable. This happened a couple more times, and pleasure began to become pain. But KK and Beena were teasing me with such innocent delight I couldn't help but enjoy it all, even the digestive discomfort. KK is about my age, a few years younger. His connection to holy beings reaches back generations. Maharaj-ji first came to visit his home when he was a child. KK's father, Bhavani Das Sa, was a circle inspector of police for the Kemaur Hill district of the British Raj. Part of his duty was to open and close the great temple at Badrinath High in the Himalayas at the beginning and end of the summer season and to keep track of police matters throughout the sprawling district. In the early 20th century, motor roads were almost non-existent in the hill area, and he traveled on horseback or on foot. He was a deeply spiritual man, and on his tours of duty KK's father took the opportunity to visit the remote ashrams of many saints and yogis for whom the hill area is a traditional retreat. He became a devotee of several great saints, known and unknown, and they came to his home when they passed through the town. Neem Karoli Baba, Maharaj-ji, was one of them. KK remembers it as an occasion for sweets and celebration. The first time Maharaj-ji came to the house, he asked where the bed was that another great saint, Harikin Baba, had slept on, and he lay down on it. KK's father died when KK was still quite young, and Maharaj-ji as the family guru became in many respects his father figure, but an unusual one. KK would skip school to hang out with Maharaj-ji on his rambles in the hills. His schoolteacher, a devotee, would mark him present as long as KK would in turn arrange for him to see Maharaj-ji. On an infrequent occasion, when KK was actually in class, his teacher said, "You have been absent so much, now that you are present I am going to mark you absent." KK not only translated the language for me, his English was very good, working as he did as a clerk for the municipal board, but conveyed through his being the love flowing between him and Maharaj-ji, and from Maharaj-ji to me. Living with KK, eating his sister Beena's cooking from the wood fire, watching their daily puja, or worship, at the family altar, and feeling the love and respect they had for the saints gave me a cultural context for the changes I was going through. They reinforced the heart connection that Maharaj-ji had opened like a tunnel into the profound depth of my being. The way that KK honored and loved the saints gave me a framework for what was happening inside me. Even so, that experience of the heart was at first too unfamiliar for me. In retrospect, 40 years later, I see how I interpreted what occurred with Maharaj-ji through my mind. During our first encounter, he told me my thoughts about my mother from the previous night, which he could not possibly have known. It blew me away. Initially I focused on the fact that Maharaj-ji had read my mind. It took 10 years before I began to realize that what had actually changed me was the opening of my heart. At the time I was totally shaken up by that experience of his reading my mind. I looked down at the ground, thinking that if he could read that part of my mind, then the many shameful secrets I was enumerating to myself must be plain to him too. I hadn't reckoned on the consequences of meeting someone who knew everything about me. Filled with guilt, I finally looked up at Maharaj-ji. His face was only a few inches from mine, and as I looked into his eyes, he looked back at me with so much love, love that was unconditional, all-knowing, and completely accepting. It was like a shower or a bath of love that cleared away all the impurities I was carrying from the past. Because I knew that he knew everything about me, I felt forgiven. He knew all of it, and he still loved me. It was so beautiful. His love washed away all the guilt and shame I had been holding, feelings that were the unconscious props of my personality. With that one glance the house of cards of my ego collapsed, and suddenly for the first time in my adult life I saw myself as a pure soul. For 10 years after that, people asked me what it was in that meeting that had changed me, and all I could tell them was that he was a mind reader. It took a decade for me to realize that wasn't it. The mind reading softened me up, no doubt, but it was the love that opened my heart up close and personal. When we talk about the heart, it's easy to confuse the emotional heart and the spiritual heart, because, though they are both the heart, they represent different levels of consciousness. There's the emotional heart we're all familiar with, the one that romance and poetry are usually about, except mystic poetry. Emotional love encompasses all the dramatic feelings of attraction and hate and jealousy and sweetness and tenderness that make your heart throb, all these emotional states. It is laden with the hooks that continually create attachments and constantly affirm our egos. Most emotions like fear, anger, lust, and envy are connected to our personality and the impulses from our conscious or unconscious mind, instincts for survival and procreation. Love is part of the emotional spectrum, but it is different because it emanates from our soul. Even when it becomes confused with our ego projections, love is actually from the higher essence of our being, the part that begins to merge with the spirit and approach the one. Emotions come into being and are interpreted in our mind, arising and dissipating. If we're angry, we feel anger in our mind. The emotion and the external stimulus or internal impulse that triggers it, usually some frustration, that leads to anger, comes into the mind and stirs the thoughts like a gust of wind passing through. Siddhi Ma is an amazing woman who holds Maharaj-ji's ashrams together. She's had a great affinity for saints since childhood. After she was widowed, and her children grown, she's lived continuously at Maharaj-ji's ashrams. She said about anger, once the fire starts, it will burn itself out. If you don't catch it at the impulse stage, it will only dissipate after causing distress for you or others. Emotions do seem to have a life of their own, whether they come from habitual patterning or spontaneous reactions. Emotions give you multilevel information about your environment. Sensations stimulate emotions as you interact with people and situations. It's like a wave that lifts and carries you, and sets you down again. When we feel emotional love, we ride the wave, and when it recedes, we need love all over again. Our Western psyche is built on the need for emotional love. Our mind creates a whole reality around it. We think that's the way it is, that everybody needs emotional love, and that if we don't get it, we are deprived or insecure. Our minds tell us the more emotional love we get, the better off we are. Our culture treats love almost entirely in connection with interpersonal relationships and interactions. Emotional love is based on external gratification, having our love reflected back to us. It's not grounded in feeling love from inside. That's why we keep needing more. When we love somebody emotionally, that need for feedback creates a powerful attachment. We get so caught up in the relationship that we rarely arrive at the essence of just dwelling in love. Once I was deeply in love with a woman who broke up with me. I was in great emotional distress, but after some weeks I realized I was still in love. But I was no longer in love with her. She had left, we were permanently parted, and I had, unwillingly, come to terms with that. But I still felt love. Within me, I was carrying it around, and my heart was still wide open. I found I could be in love, with or without someone to receive it, a painful but deep realization that love is inside me, that love and the object of love aren't necessarily the same thing. Love is actually a state of being, and a divine state at that, the state to which we all yearn to return. The outer love object stimulates a feeling of love, but the love is inside us. We interpret it as coming from outside us, so we want to possess love, and we reach outside for something that is already inside us. The equation changes when we understand love in a more universal way, as a way to get to the one. We can try to possess the key to our hearts, to our beloved, but sooner or later we find that is impossible. To possess the key is to lose it. Paradoxically, we have to let go of emotional love to find the soul love that illuminates us from within. There's a story about the 16th century poet Saint Tulsi Das, who wrote the vernacular Hindi Ramayana and many great devotional works. Tulsi Das was deeply in love with his wife. She said to him, "If you were half as attached to Lord R.M. to God, as you are to this impure body, you'd be liberated by now." That woke him up. Maharaj-ji showed me the possibility of transforming personal into impersonal love. I experienced the extraordinary magnitude of his love, but I saw he didn't need anyone to love him back. At first I brought along all my old habits of emotional love. He became the object of my affections. I fell in love with him. From the first I could feel he loved me more than any other person who had ever loved me. It gave me a new dimension of love, something I had never felt before. And it persisted. It was love on another plane. His presence was something I could only recognize from inside my soul. The deeper I went in my own being, the more fully I could feel his love, the more the spigot opened and the more the love flowed. No matter how deep I went, there was more love. Finally it was too much for my normal waking consciousness. Gradually, I began to see how impersonal his love was. I realized it wasn't directed at me, but I could bathe in it, and when I bathed in it, all my negative thoughts and feelings were nullified. I felt it in me, and I thought, wow, this is someplace I've never been before. My neurotic ego had never allowed me to go there before. The need for emotional gratification and the accompanying anxiety about losing it slowly fell away. Whenever I became afraid of losing it, I found I was still enveloped in more love than I'd ever felt. I would watch him, mouthing, RM, 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 and feel a wave of love. The more I gave up my desire for personal love, the less distance there was between his being and mine, and I felt much closer to him. Since he left his body, my love for him has not been limited to his form. We are sharing the same love. We can just be in love. If I go deeper in myself, the love is greater. It's not just superficial. It didn't go away when he died. I used to feel I could only get that love in India, but now all I have to do is plumb the depth of the moment. At first I used Maharaj-ji as the source of love, but slowly I became sure that the same love is in me. It is a constant joy. Now he's just here, laughing behind it all. And it's still all love. Maharaj-ji's teaching is just love. He's not critical. The more open I am, the more I can receive the love. It's the whole trip, the beginning, the middle, and the end. Heart-mind. For a moment let's call the place from which soul love emanates the heart-mind. When Ramana Maharshi, one of the Indian saints you will meet, experienced the self in the middle of his chest, it wasn't his physical or emotional heart. It was his spiritual heart, in Sanskrit the hridayam, the seat of consciousness, what the Quakers call the still, small voice of God. The heart-mind is not the ego. Our ego is a constantly changing bundle of thoughts about who we think we are. We build an edifice of thought forms and feelings that we identify with. It's like a concept of self overlaid on a group of thoughts and emotions that we take as real. There's nothing bad about having an ego. Those thoughts and feelings are necessary for a healthy personality. But if you identify so strongly with the ego that you think that's all there is, that limited view can keep you from your deeper self. As a psychologist, I was always dealing with that constellation of thought forms. My Western psychological self is based on the premise that I am my mind. It never opened a door to my heart-mind, not even through Freudian training and years of psychoanalysis. I couldn't get to my spiritual heart through my rational mind. My mind had to stop for my heart to open. Or as Patanjali, in the Yoga Sutras, the foundation of the system of yoga, puts it, Yoga Siddha Vritti Nirodha, or, roughly translated, the union, yoga, arises when the waves of thoughts, vritti, in consciousness, siddha, cease, nirodha. When at our first meeting Maharaj-ji recited to me the intimate thoughts I had been having about my mother, who had died 6 months before, it brought my mind tumbling down. I hadn't voiced them to anyone. There was no way he could have known those things, and yet he knew my heart. The impossibility of his knowing my inmost thoughts and feelings, coupled with my primal love and grief for my mother, just ripped me open. I couldn't think. He opened the door to my spiritual heart, to my heart-mind, through my love for my mother and his love for me. He loved me more than I had ever been loved before, though, as I have said, even after that heart opening, for years I focused on the mind reading. As I did spiritual practices, I began to witness my own mind from inside. I was aware of my eyes seeing, aware of feelings in my body. That witness consciousness is part of the heart-mind. The heart-mind is awareness turned inward, awareness of the spiritual universe within, and the quality of that awareness, the feeling that accompanies it, is love. People instinctively identify with their awareness. When you ask people who they are, they point to their chest. That's where that awareness resides. Not in the thinking mind in the head. That's the heart mind. Cognitive psychology has never been able to find the mechanism of consciousness. Our awareness is individual in us, and it is also part of the larger awareness of God. It's not different. We are fingers or tendrils of God consciousness. In the West, people treat awareness as a thought process rather than a heart-mind process. But our awareness actually comes from the heart-mind. Shifting our identification from the ego to the heart-mind is the beginning of individual spiritual work. That pure awareness is the territory of the soul. 1 way to understand spiritual work within an individual incarnation is to see it as a process of shifting from identifying with our ego to identifying with the soul or spiritual self. The quality of the soul is not just awareness, but also love and compassion, peace and wisdom. In India they distinguish more clearly between levels of the mind. There are 3 levels from the thinking mind to the heart mind. The thinking mind is manas. The intuitive intellect and the faculty of discrimination is buddhi. Individual awareness, the pure sense of I-ness, is ahankara, which is the heart mind and the witness. All of these levels of mind emanate from the individual soul, or jivatman, which is our connection to the all-pervading, universal soul, the Atman. It may be helpful to see these planes as a series of veils or illusions, maya, that keep us separate from the Atman, or universal soul. In another sense they are a schematic of the conscious universe. The universal consciousness of the Atman is localized in the Jivatman, our individual soul. Our most basic experience of selfhood is the individual awareness, the ahamkara. The higher mind, or buddhi, is the discriminating wisdom that mediates between pure awareness and the world of form. The everyday continuum of disparate thoughts and feelings that keeps us identified with sensory experience is the manas, the thinking mind. Of course, these are just labels. When I first took psilocybin, I experienced the Atman and witnessed all the layers of my identity, of my incarnation. But I couldn't maintain my identity with it. I couldn't stay in it because of the power of my attachment to my thinking mind. I was still identified with myself as a psychologist. Coming down from those psychedelic trips was coming down into the thinking mind from a realm of direct experience of the self that was unmediated by thought. When I got to India, that experience allowed me to meet Maharaj-ji on his level in the Atman. Home is where the heart is. During my initial experience with Maharaj-ji, I focused on 2 aspects of his being, that he knew everything and that he was loving me unconditionally. It took me a long time to put the 2 together in myself, to understand the depth of a being who could do that. I had to go from identifying in my head to identifying in my heart mind. I keep coming back to what Maharaj-ji did that first morning I was with him. It was not just mind reading. It was not only that he loved me unconditionally, although maybe it was that love that took me into the one. Now I think it was grace. That graceful love allowed the awareness and love to merge in the heart-mind, allowed the horizon of the sky of consciousness to open, allowed me to experience the one. Grace is at the nexus of love and awareness. There it's all open and it's all love. I could see everything as one, but to become one is grace. He gave me that grace to experience that for a moment. It was such a deep sense of being home. The one is awareness and love, but together they add up to more than the sum of their parts. Home. At the time this all happened in a rush of feelings and experiences, which, as you can tell, I am still integrating 40 years later. But what allowed me to trust Maharaj-ji and enter into this path of the heart with him as a guide was the love. Within his love I felt so completely safe, I was able for a moment to let go of my fears and unworthiness and enter into my soul, my Jivatman. When I was with Maharaj-ji, I felt very loving toward the world. I realized That was created by his presence. He was a doorway to God. His consciousness was so playful with mine, it pulled me in, like the gravity of a larger body pulling in a smaller one. Our relationship is my journey within. Maharaj-ji is my inner self. Maharaj-ji instructed me to love everybody, and that has reverberated in me for years. Gradually, I've begun to be aware that I do love everything and everybody, not necessarily their personalities, but their essential being. Because that is my essential being too. That's soul perception, perceiving. From the Jivatman. When love comes together with awareness, the door is open to the heart, mind, and the soul. He brought that together for me. The heart-mind, the spiritual heart, is awareness and love. My path is to continue to deepen that love for everyone and everything. That's how I can serve Maharaj-ji and help others attune to their souls. And when I'm radiating the love and the joy that reside in my soul, that's also what comes back to me. When I'm in touch with my soul, I live in an environment of the soul, which gives others the opportunity to enter their soul. 2. If someone calls and you open a door and go out into the sun, you feel its warmth too. It's not a concept. You can't know it. You can only be it. I am loving awareness. I have a practice in which I say to myself, I am loving awareness. To begin, I focus my attention in the middle of my chest, on the heart-mind. I may take a few deep breaths into my diaphragm to help me identify with it. I breathe in love and breathe out love. I watch all of the thoughts that create the stuff of my mind, and I love everything I can be aware of. I just love, just love, just love. I love you. No matter how rotten you are, I love you because you are part of the manifestation of God. In that heart-mind I'm not Richard Alpert, I'm not Ram Dass, those are both roles. I look at those roles from that deeper. In the heart-mind I'm not identified with my roles. They're like costumes. Or uniforms hanging in a closet. I am a reader, I am a father, I am a yogi, I am a man, I am a driver, those are all roles. All I am is loving awareness. I am loving awareness. It means that, wherever I look, anything that touches my awareness will be loved by me. That loving awareness is the most fundamental. Loving awareness witnesses the incarnation from a plane of consciousness different from the plane that we live on as egos, though it completely contains and interpenetrates everyday experience. When I wake up in the morning, I'm aware of the air, the fan on my ceiling, I've got to love them. I am loving awareness. But if I'm an ego, I'm judging everything as it relates to my own survival. The air might give me a cold that will turn into pneumonia. I'm always afraid of something in the world that I have to defend myself against. If I'm identified with my ego, the ego is frightened silly, because the ego knows that it's going to end at death. But if I merge with love, there's nothing to be afraid of. Love neutralizes fear. Awareness and love, loving awareness, is the soul. This practice of I am loving awareness turns you inward toward the soul. If you dive deep enough into your soul, you will come to God. In Greek it's called agape, God love. Martin Luther King, Jr., said about this agape, this higher love, it's an overflowing love which is purely spontaneous, unmotivated, groundless and creative, the love of God operating in the human heart. It's the love Maharaj-ji spreads around, the unconditional love. He loves you just because. Spontaneous, unmotivated, groundless. He's not going to love you because you're an achiever or a devotee or a yogi, or because you're on the path. He loves you just because. Can you accept it? Can you accept unconditional love? When you can accept that kind of love, you can give that love. You can give love to all you perceive, all the time. I am loving awareness. You can be aware of your eyes seeing, your ears hearing, your skin feeling, and your mind producing thoughts, thought after thought after thought. Thoughts are terribly seductive, but you don't have to identify with them. You identify not with the thoughts, but with the awareness of the thoughts. To bring loving awareness to everything you turn your awareness to is to be love. This moment is love. I am loving awareness. If you put out love, then you immerse yourself in the sea of love. You don't put out love in order to get back love. It's not a transaction. You just become a beacon of love for those around you. That's what Maharaj-ji is. Then from the moment you wake until the moment you go to sleep, and maybe in dreams too, you're in a loving environment. Try using I am loving awareness to become aware of your thought forms. And to practice not identifying with them. Then you can identify with your soul, not your fears and anxieties. Once you identify with your spiritual being, you can't help but be love. It's simple. I start with the fact that I'm aware, and then I love everything. But that's all in the mind, that's a thought, and loving awareness is not a thought. Or if it's a thought, it's pointing to a place that's not a thought. It's pointing at a state of being the way the concept of emptiness is pointing at. Emptiness, which is really fullness. Souls love. That's what souls do. Egos don't, but souls do. Become a soul, look around, and you'll be amazed. All the beings around you are souls. Be one, see one. When many people have this heart connection, then we will know that we are all one, we human beings all over the planet. We will be one love. And don't leave out the animals, and trees, and clouds, and galaxies. It's all one. It's one energy. It comes through in individual ways, but it's one energy. You can call it energy, or you can call it love. I like to look at a tree and see that it's love, don't you? Deny the reality of things, and you miss their reality. Assert the emptiness of things, and you miss their reality. The more you talk and think about it, the further you wander from the truth. So cease attachment to talking and thinking, and there is nothing you will not be able to know. To return to the root is to find the essence. But to pursue appearances or enlightenment is to miss the source. To awaken even for a moment is to go beyond appearance and emptiness.